Yo. So, mom's practicing singing for something out there. And I don't know if my mic's picking it up. So if I notice it, I'll try and mute it. It's not okay. Well, if it gets louder, just let me know and I'll turn my mic down until she's done. Not so much the singing, more than the music's kind of loud. You know, but what up, man? Anybody else might be here early. Hope you're all having a good Tuesday. Might just turn it down in general, just in case. Nothing much. Got a little bit of work done this morning after putting up all the videos like I've been doing these past number of days. Tomorrow I might have to push back the start time again because I'm running into town early. So I have to push it back till 3:30. But it is what it is. Gotta get some doggy and catty for the dog and cat. But I hope you've had a good day so far, man. That ad. This Okay, so I turned the music, I turned the sound down a little bit. Obviously this part's loud, it's loud. But, hopefully it's not as overpowering. My voice doesn't get lost as much. Hopefully. If it does, fuck it. But, yeah, let's just hop right in. I ain't got nothing else to do. I'm not gonna lie, I thought the My Hero Academia shit for Overwatch was starting today with the new season, but it's not till Thursday. Sick. We may take a few hours on one of those days and play some Overwatch. We'll see. This is what, we're already 30 hours, what, 20 plus hours into this? We'll be at like 40 hours in a few days. 40 plus hours, depending on how long they go. One of these days, I know I'm just gonna be like, well, we're going till like, 1 a.m. because I'm into it. So we'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. For about what, 7 hours a session it looks like so far. Long gaming. Gaming long. Okay, so we're at the tavern. I forgot what we were even fucking doing.
I'm in trouble now.
Something with
Gone to shite this
Heisman or whatever. Am I allowed to leave? Oh no, we're just
Gone
going
to
in.
shite this ass.
Oh yeah, I was gonna go back to Seeker.
What now?
Might as well do that now. Cause I want to get to 20. But we don't even have Gallica there yet. We can go back to. I took Blizz. I mean, I guess technically we could take Bot too. Well, first aid, no. The max MP would be nice.
That did.
What up, Goose? The hell are you doing? I thought you were at work. We could have Cyclo. Blizz. Honestly, we should probably just take fire.
All right.
So we just have something. Oh, you called off for tomorrow? Hell yeah. Hopefully everything's alright. You're just tired of being in hell. Wanted to leave for a day. You know? Can I, like, hold on, I know I got a couple of the things. Oh, I got 2 things I gotta go. I have 9 of them? I got 9 of the 500 experience? Hold on, dude. We could use that on magic, right? Got anal glaucoma. Can't see. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Book 'em up, book 'em up. How much does one of these do? Let's see how much 500 experience does. Oh, I could maybe just finish this off, huh? There's 19. Well, 100.
New skills, new possibilities.
There we go. Okay, now we're ready for whenever we get Gallica. Hell yeah. And then increases magic skill attack by 10%. Okay, okay. Alright, what's Seeker's next one? When did it learn that? 9. Weak physical splash. Not sure I want to get it to 9. 5 streams, that's crazy. What's merchants? Fire dodge is. I feel like getting that to 20 is probably a good thing for somebody. I do like Gunners so far. Next one's 10. Increases hit rate by 10%. Interesting. Well, I didn't mean to do that, but level was it at 10? I'm gonna go that for. That's 20. What does Hulk have for hers? Next one's at 20 and it covers medium HP every time. I feel like that's pretty good. What's her night one? Increases defense by 10%. I'm acting The wields are fenced for battle. Oh, and decreases their hit. Oh, that's shield art's crazy. Uh, 16 do anything. Maybe. Maybe I just get merchant to 10. Or close to 10, just so it has dodge, you know?
Right. I could get used to this.
So now it has dodge. Seeker's next one is 9s. You just do that in the dungeon or wherever we go. Rotting bones from a large. What do the damn gold beetles do? Oh, there's somebody out there, and I haven't fucking met them yet. Equipment. Side that we gotta do. This is an RPG. We're gonna be doing this at some point. Might as well start the stream with it, you know. Luck's always good. It's poison. What is Mage Devote? What the hell? What is Mage? Yeah, I gotta look that shit up. Shit, I gotta. Mage Devotion. Weak HP recovery for all allies. We got light already. We have wind. I mean, I have my stats at +3 between these. I don't have another crossbow, unless I can go buy one, but we can't check that right now. Endurance +3. What else do I have? Ability, block, endurance. Hers is agility. And Cardi watched 5 times in a row too. Dude, she got so much agility on Moses. Alright, I think that's that's a good little bit of tinkering stuff. Let's go to sleep. Got more to do? No, they're making me go to sleep. I'm not allowed to do. I'm not allowed.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
I dreamed we were being chased around by a horde of giant sandworms. I barely got any rest at all. I hope Heismay behaved himself in the Gauntlet Runner. We should go check on him later. We also need to get some information out of Barden. But how do we even bring it up?
Are you awake? Barden just sent word. A few children disappeared in the night.
Wait,
That
but
other
Heismay's in
guy.
the Gauntlet Runner, right? If he's still bound there, that basically proves he's innocent. But if he's not, we need to get to the runner, quick.
Damn it, man.
Where's Stroll?
Speak, man.
Oh,
all right?
he's
Where's Heismay? What happened here? Oh, he reeks of alcohol. Neurus, you old sot, don't tell me you drank yourself to sleep.
Dingus.
Heismay was blathering on about some things I found rather unnerving. So I had a little sup of the spirits to calm the nerves.
Wow, what a mess.
You witless. Maybe some cold water will wake you up, and if that water's not fixed yet, you're really in it. Ah!
Now, what's all the commotion?
Ah, that was it. He kept scaring me, so I stuffed him into the lavatory to shut him up.
Ah,
He says that like
classic.
it makes sense. Does
I
it make
mean-
sense to you?
Does he drive
He
like?
doesn't drink and drive, does he?
If you dare touch a single drop on the road, I'll toss you off the runner's back myself.
Anyway, one thing's for sure. Heismay was tied up the whole time, so he never set foot outside, right?
What's all this about frightening Neurus? I cannot imagine you suddenly felt compelled to share ghost stories.
I heard some strange sounds last night. I could tell they were footsteps, but not any I recognized. If it had anything to do with the disappearance of the residents, it could prove my innocence. That's why I spoke up.
I don't think he's lying. With all that fog, I couldn't find the source of the footsteps, but I found plenty of something else. Children's shoes.
What?
It was after midnight. No time for children to be out and about. I had the shoes checked at the guard station, and it looks like they belong to the missing children.
Then 'tis likely those footsteps belong to your true culprit.
But the guard said no one left town last night.
Nobody left? But that must mean the culprit is...
Definitely Heismay. I'll say a ghost for fun.
A ghost.
Hey, we already said this wasn't about scary stories.
The real culprit was inside the city all along, and not some outsider. A common misdirect.
If that's the case, I'd like to talk to Barden, but how much of this should we share with him?
If you ask me, it's time to lay out all you know. Taking me with you might help your case too.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. To bring you before the very man responsible for the bounty on your head. I trust I need not illustrate the risk.
Risk or not, the real culprit's likely one of their own. If you hide me, they'll accuse you of harboring a known criminal. You all had it right. It's time I faced reality. A life on the run leaves no room for me to truly mourn my son.
Heismay.
Whatever the case, let's meet with Barden.
Well, I must say I couldn't hope you'd capture him so swiftly.
Something wrong? You don't look well. Got a face like you've just stumbled upon a dead man.
No, it's nothing.
Yeah, this
Just
guy.
surprised you caught him.
Aye, you have my thanks. Clearly we were right to
I don't
trust
think
you.
Barden
You'll
knows,
get
by
your
the way.
payment in full.
If he
Before
does,
that,
he's
I
a
want to
damn
ask you
good
one
liar.
question. Why was Heismay the only suspect in this case?
One of the guard witnessed him firsthand. Go on, Morris, tell him.
On the night of the kidnappings, I spotted a Ujif bolting into the wilderness. Several times. No mistaking a squat figure like that. I'm telling you, what are the chances of there being two Ujif brigands in the area?
What did you say?
Strange. I don't recall the kidnappers' tribe being listed on the bounty poster. Even the captain seemed surprised, yet you alone knew this.
Ooh, he
He's
fucked up.
obviously our culprit.
Most
What?
strange. Heismay was already in our custody yesterday. In other words, the kidnappings of last night cannot be his doing.
Is this true?
Captain, I'm one of yours, aren't I?
Uh-oh.
You're not gonna trust this little red-eyed bastard over me, are you?
There's also the testimony from the guard at the gate. He reported no one coming or going from the city.
You scabby bounty hunters think you can mock the guard corps like this?
Uh-oh.
Just take your damn blood money and get the hell out of here.
Fine, fine. Keep your hair on. We'll get to the bottom of this eventually.
I think we're gonna find you.
Here? Pardon, may I interrupt?
Oh, baby, here we
No
go.
problem, ma'am.
No, I think there's a big problem.
Was that? Did you hear it, lad?
Calm down.
Now I see your game, you fiends.
What? He's gone.
Heisme!
Find him. Secure the exits. Don't let him escape.
No good. He's nowhere to be found. What's gotten into Heisme?
I got the impression he sensed something. If he'd meant to escape, he would have done it yesterday.
I think Barden's innocent in all this. The real scumbag here is Morris, his second in command. He framed Heisme with a false eyewitness testimony. Must have figured an exiled Ujif would be a perfect scapegoat.
So Morris, a would-be guard of the people, has been kidnapping the residents and selling them off.
Could be. And there's also those footsteps that old Heisme heard in the night.
Nurus is bound to have sobered up by now, right? Let's see how things are outside and get back to the runner.
The plot thickens.
Are you coherent yet? I didn't take you as the sort to fall so hard into your cups.
Well, an icy bath like that would freshen anyone up.
And tell us again what happened last night. It may be our only clue to tracking down the real culprit.
Ah, bloody hell. Yes, it's coming back a bit. It wasn't just Heisme's reports that shook me. No, I saw something. It was right after I slung Heisme into the bathroom. Out the window, I saw some massive shadow moving through the fog.
What if it is Bard?
It wasn't any beast or man of this world. It was a dark messenger, I tell you. A specter from the very bowels of hell. It was like the horrors of every fairy story from my schoolboy days sprung to Stygian life. I was shaken, chums. Shaken to my core. I cried out for help, grabbed for something to steady myself, and all I found was the bottle.
No, not the bottle.
There. You're all right now.
No.
Even if there is some monster behind this, how would it connect with Morris? I don't see why he would be compelled to hide this to the extent of framing Heisme.
True. Let's try investigating the lady's old castle. Heisme's bound to have a reason for bolting off like that.
Hey, Gilbert. Afternoon. Haven't found Heisme, so they can't remove the blockade.
Fie.
Oh, hey, Barden. You lost the internet last
Evidently.
night? No! Oh, you missed us getting pooped out of a worm.
Huh?
Got to say,
The captain of the guard, I have the responsibility to the truth, to know and uphold it. That's
What
all this is
folly?
about. Could have avoided all this trouble if you'd just lopped my head off to start with. Oddballs, a lot of massive outage in the NYC area. The baseball's fault. Why'd you run
The
off
truth
so
is-
sudden? Did some investigating inside. The moment Lady Joanna cracked the door room, I heard the sound of a child's scream. Lady Joanna is, well, she is childless. Whatever you heard, it cannot have been her own. Oh no, uh-oh. No child could get into such a heavily guarded castle unnoticed. Your kidnapper has to be wolves. My money's on Morris being the Weasley, lied to our faces, trying to get us to walk into a human's
it's
jaws.
absurd.
Cannot suffer him to kidnap any more innocent children. Please help me put an end to this. I have no one else to turn
Yeah.
to. After all, we can't use your head for the competition. We'll need a replacement.
Got it.
No choice.
My thanks.
And so?
Seemed to us like no kidnapper could get victims into the castle on our watch, not under all
But
our
then-
noses. But there was an old underground tunnel that even the castle guards didn't know about, and Heismay's the man who found it. There'd be plenty of places to hide hostages down there. Morris may have known about it as well.
Is that right then?
Should be able to get there from the Blind Well Alley, end of Cattle Racket Road. I've got to return to my post, but I'm counting on all of you. Going in the well. We're finally going in some sort of sewer-like place in the JRPG.
Isn't that...
What is it?
Wait, so wait, hold on. Can I buy shit?
Hey, listen.
Or do I have to go straight to the well right now? Oh shit, maybe I can buy something. Let's see if there's a bow for what's his face. What-
Hey,
Well, hopefully Verizon doesn't go out tonight. for you,
What'll it
by the way.
be?
Keep it. Oh, that's better than what I have. Oh, and it's a one-of. I already have the Hunter's Crossbow. Short sword used for slaying demi-human. I mean, it's a plus 15 regardless. There's only one of them. Might as well. Wait, hold on. I have appraisals. Hold on before we just start flinging money. Oh, Damascus bow. Okay, well, that's sick actually. And we have a pole arm too. A Sanctor's Vigor. Wielded by Sanctor. Increases electric attack. Oh, that'll be good for me if I switch back to mage. Okay, alright, I see you. Alright, so let's grab this just so I get a little extra attack. I'm on Seeker. Did I equip that to
What
him
now?
just now, or am I an idiot? Here's the mask. Oh, that's a big old, huh? That's a big old attacking. Wait, do they both have Damascus things? We all have Damascus? And I have healing. Well, I mean, we have a heal. Do I need double healing? I guess we have Hulkenberg's. I like that we're all back row too, technically. I mean, I guess I could be front row. Alright, now we go to go to the well. To the well. Meow. We got to find the well.
Hey, listen.
Is that what's over here? It is. I never went this way before. Well, this is new to me. The Blind Well Alley. Oh, it's it's well, underlooking the castle.
However,
I expect there to be underground channel. It's no wonder the traces of the kidnapper couldn't be found. Children are beneath. Let's hurry there.
Let's go.
I can hear the kidnapped children screaming underneath here. We must help.
Is this the place?
There's the entrance to the underground channel. If Morris is the culprit, he's probably lurking somewhere. Let's go in. If we catch him with the children, he won't be able to talk his way out of it. Alright. Let's do it. So, this is the old well that Barden mentioned. We should be able to get down the underground channel. From
Ready?
Let's go. I just
Let's
say
go.
we're good to go. Oh, dang, he didn't even use a rope. He just jumped. He's like,
However,
alright. The Kriegenate Castle. Damascus ore. Damascus ore what?
Keep your wits about you.
Come on, get the bait moving already. If that thing goes out of control, we'll be dinner.
Oh, we gotta. He's feeding the kids to a monster? What the hell?
You can't run from us.
Please. Help.
Aw.
Child yet lives.
Out of your jurisdiction now, aren't you? You're trespassers down here. And that means anything that happens to you is your own
Oh,
damn
please
fault.
do something.
If you've got something to say,
Please
say it
do
to our
something.
faces. Even you must feel the weight of what you've done.
Eyes up. Something stirs in the back.
Oh, it's just dogs.
Are these the monsters we heard about?
I don't
No,
think it is.
further back. 'Tis the footsteps in the night.
That big hulking thing.
The bigger that beast back there grew, the more its watchdogs started changing with it. One of them's gonna make Amelia.
What has been happening here? Why do you kidnap the residents?
Why? Because premium bait's worth a fortune. I couldn't live on the wages of a guardsman forever.
You kidnap children for money? You utter scum!
Gus.
This from a bloody-eyed Eugene. Look to your own sins, sir. You weren't just stripped of your knighthood. You were exiled. You're a coward who's been living in the hole you deserve. Didn't pretend you can play at justice now.
Come on, join us, Eugene. Not
No,
Eugene. That's what he
tis true
is.
in part.
Join us, Heisman. Come on.
'Tis why I stand here now. I ran from my past and turned away from my pain. You prey on innocent lives. Your sin will be repaid. Yet I cannot condemn you alone. Not when I could not see past my own suffering. Not when I locked myself away to be alone with my pain.
O Lodestar, who falters in memory. O
New
thou
party
vanquished
member!
traveler,
We got
thy
fourth!
long stagnant stance hath finally been broken. Now choose thy path.
Choose? My choice is already made. You can't erase your past. All you can do is take it in hand and reshape your future.
Oh,
Thank you. Thou hast chosen a noble parting. Henceforth, thy fears and insecurities are thy light. O Lodestar, whose light reveals the king's own path, awaken.
oh. Oh, here we go. Oh.
I am Haisme Noctul. I believe the arc of life depends not upon birth, by these hands soiled or sinless. I fight!
Hell yeah. Oh, shit, look at that. Oh, is he a rogue? Maybe a samurai of sorts?
Apologies, but I cannot do this alone.
On it, boss. Gotta tell me twice.
Rip them apart!
On guard!
Oh, baby.
will not escape me! Out of my way, fiends!
What's going on? He just started fighting with us. And even he awakened to his power.
Hell yeah.
It's through your influence that this power passed to him, Captain.
Oh, is this what Moore was talking about?
Young man, you seem the most adept with this magic. I will strike at your direction, if you might spare it.
I got you.
Rest assured,
I already help
I once
everybody
stood
else.
among the Shadow Guard, and the years have not dulled my edge.
Alright. Mamudo. Oh, baby. Steals a rare item from the enemy. That sounds pretty cool. Deals weak physical slash damage to an enemy and may inflict gets. I'm not so sure this is gonna.
There's a better way.
What kind of
Witness our
symptoms this
secret
got?
technique.
So we got Mamudo. I mean, if we're gonna use MP, might as well check it out.
We'll combine our strength.
I'll help.
Rancor.
It's not weak to that.
I can't afford to hold back.
Mania
Let's
bullet.
get on with it.
Only usable from the back row. Heavy physical pierce damage to one enemy and inflicts a one-time weakness flash strike. And Masukuku Kaja increases. Ah, look at that. That's a okay. This is a good duo right here.
Something else.
Okay.
No holding back.
All right, let's do some damage to one of these hellhounds.
I
Oh
stand
hell
ready.
yeah, he's sleepy.
Let justice prevail. Shine.
They're not weak to light either. Heck. Sleepy boy.
Dodged! Nice
Oh,
one, Captain.
no. Hairbreak, adventurous curiosity, rider of the blade. Well, okay, what is all this? Hold on. Chill. Okay, weak wind to all. Heavy physical light damage to one enemy. Ooh. Increases the critical hit rate for all allies for 3 turns. Negates one enemy's repel. Oh, that's actually pretty fucking solid. Let's check out wind. Are you guys weak to wind?
Wind. Still up?
But good
You
damage.
think yourself equal to thief?
Okay, Mudo doesn't really do anything. Let's do some damage.
Formidable indeed.
I shall fight as the noble. I shall vanquish evil. Pierce.
Alright. Ow.
It burns.
Oh, you got.
Hulkenberg's been burned. If she gets
Oh,
hit, she's in
power
big
of
trouble.
heroes.
Ah, she'll be fine.
Oh, mystic purge.
Let's stay calm. I won't hold back. Ice.
He's got to be weak to something. It's ice. We found it. Oh, good experience for not a hard fight. Ragged Fur and
Good.
Fire Fangs. And a level up for Hulky. Oh, we're a level behind.
Ha! I have never known such heights.
And agility and luck, I'll take it. Where are you going, pal? What a bitch.
Bastard got away.
But the children are safe.
Good. You saved them, Heismay.
Please save them. Chill, bro.
You know that I used to have a child of my own. My son. He was killed. I could not even protect my own flesh and blood. Who could call me a knight?
Aww.
Since then, I've wondered what I had left to live for, and found few answers.
Is that why you lived in such a dangerous place? That you might be...
We need to chase down Morris first. He said something kind of weird back there, didn't he?
Regarding the watchdogs, he said they gradually turned more horrific the more the monster grew.
Do you think that's the effect of the melancholia? I expect anything further in will be even more malformed then.
But why root all this in the basement of the lady's own domain? Clearly, someone is invested in Morris's efforts. But who would finance this?
I can't say for certain. Still, from the very beginning, this has felt beyond the realm of any sane, moral person.
And to think this started as a simple bounty contract. We've set foot in something far bigger, I think.
Let's get these poor youngsters back to Baden for now.
Oh,
Sure.
popularity, baby. Even the children can expect my support from the townspeople to grow.
You saved the wee ones' lives. We can't thank you enough.
It was thanks to your help, too.
I know this is difficult to hear, but Morris had a hand in this the whole time. He confessed as much to us.
Aye. I found out the man's been struggling to pay off all manner of gambling debts. I'll round up the guard and search the whole bloody castle for him.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you'd be outmatched. However, it would be a great help to us if your guards could prevent anyone from leaving the grounds.
Considering everything, I can't help but think the Lady Joanna's got to be in on this somehow.
That's what I'm thinking
But the
too.
woman is a respected sanctoress. Besides which, she's the one who funded the initial request.
The perfect
I'll tell you
cover
this.
then.
Hard as we've looked, we can't find a sniff of Lady Joanna herself.
We're here for our own reasons. Whoever we find down there, we're not going to stay our blades. Any objections?
What if Lady Joanna
None
does
for me.
have a kid and then like turn into a
Do as you
monster or
will.
some shit?
And I'll trust in Lady Joanna's innocence. Indeed, for all we know, the culprit may be holding her hostage.
In order to break the prince's curse, I'll need to make an impression during the tournament. I must accomplish something that would catch Lewis. Besides, I think we're the only ones who can handle getting to the bottom of this, and we'll do it not just for ourselves, but for the town. By me.
I too have a score that needs settling. I cannot let these atrocities continue, especially not in my name. I believe in you.
Haizme, a traditional warrior burdened by his past, has become your ally.
Considering we're due in Oceania in a matter of days, we've little time to tarry here.
Our foes may be strong, but they're also trapped like rats in the basement. We'll use the old well to get in and out.
Yeah, let's just go. Left Haizme to calm down a little in the Gauntlet Runner as he wished and decided to return to the inn with everyone else. I'm guessing I can't leave. Yeah.
Gone to shite, this has. Young man, hey!
I am a traveler, yes, that's true. About to talk about placement. Sure, chat, we're gonna listen to some music.
Pleased to hear that.
That's the only one I know.
Let me perform for you. Gone to shite, this has.
What you want to know?
Got anything to know? Hey, what's in the tomb?
Oh, I bear good tidings.
Mountains of treasure. Stay away, treasure there, sure, but there's some strange monsters as well. One of them poses real dangerous. Treasure monster. I can only guess what it looks like. Apparently they put you to sleep. You're in for a real bad time if they attack you while you're snoozing. Rumor has it there's some accessories that can prevent falling asleep. Saw them at that dodgy Gloam Hall shop over in Grand Tree. Also, the beast is said to be drawn to money. Some witnesses claim they're able to escape it by tossing coin at it. Now I've heard somewhere out there skills that use money. If you had some of those, might go smoother. Lastly, it's called a treasure monster for that reason. It said it carries some particularly desirable loot with it if you get a chance by stealing from it. Well, we have Haizme now. Shropshire.
Here's the real skinny.
Town a bit easier called Camaro, carrier pigeons. They've got medicine and a bath salt called the Fountain of Youth, and Oreo sugar. They sell accessories with various effects and more, and I bet they're right useful to travelers like you. It's hardly a day's journey with a gauntlet runner. Why not pay to place it?
Tom's a shite, this has.
Information is power.
Damn it.
Morris, yeah.
I'm in trouble.
He's kind of dodgy from the start, wasn't he?
I'm in trouble now.
Well, we're going to sleep. We want to go to sleep instead of going down there. Wait, hold on. Do I have anything I can put on Heisman? He loses 1 evasion, but he gets 1 defense, and he gets an gloves. Innocent control. Oh, it is thief. Ah, see, look at that. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, thief. What can I throw on you? Could do endurance, I guess. Oh, hold on. We don't want magic. You know what, luck's always good to have. Okay. Okay. Keepy time. We'll go see if there's a blade up there before we go, if they let us at least. Oh, late night. We're getting some lore. Maybe because so much happened, but I'm finding it hard to sleep. Maybe I'll go back to the gauntlet run and read the...
Can't sleep, lad? As it happens, I'm a bit restless myself. That a novel there? Don't see many carrying those around. Bit of an odd question, but what's your real aim as a group?
Told you.
Sorry, but I can't tell you just yet.
Thought as much. In any case, suppose it's not my place to ask. Don't worry, lad. Just water. Back where I grew up, there was nobody like you lot. Just you chiefs. We've never been accepted by other tribes, and 'tis no mystery why. We're nocturnal, we look worlds apart, and there's so few of us. Not enough for any political sway. Our elders only ever thought of short-term alliances.
Thank you for the lurk, Spartan.
Loyalties changeable as the wind. We relied on their power, not ours, and resigned ourselves to that. Oh, I loathed it. Even as a child. I hadn't been cowed into considering myself lesser. I honed my skills, that the city's majority might accept me, and I'll not say it was fruitless. I was accepted into the knighthood of the royal capital. I felt like my fellows and strangers alike accepted me as an equal. Fool that I was.
That's how it works sometimes,
They never
man.
really wanted me among the true knights. Just in the Shadow Guard, where my deeds were dirtier and kept secret. Equal and lesser in the same breath. Ultimately, once my superiors realized I wouldn't abide their self-serving orders, they stripped me of the title I'd fought for. And little by little, I lost everything else. My son died.
Thanks, Twitch
failed
servers.
to protect him. And despite everything I felt, I'd resigned myself to being powerless. Just like the damned elders I'd hated so much. But you know, you lot have helped me realize something. I'd thought for a long time that if I wanted to feel accepted, instead of being the eternal outsider, I'd need power, status, some mighty patron nobody could defy. I wasn't really looking to swear myself to some superior. I only wanted not to be alienated for who and what I am. I just needed allies. Friends.
From
And from now on, we're friends.
Yeah.
A free spirit, are you? It'll be my pleasure then.
Be that bond.
The aloof hermit, Haizme. Within him dwells the virtue of the thief. Nurture thy bond with him, and a new power yet slumbering within thee may awaken.
Haizme, rank 1.
Perhaps our fates are bound somehow.
The party can now study the thief. So we're missing 2 archetypes. That one hand over there. Oh, there's a second leg too, I guess. Missing 3 steps.
If my boy was still alive, he'd be about your age. Though he'd look absolutely nothing like you, of course. Long
I
as
mean,
we're
we
both
all
awake.
know that.
Might I have a look at that old novel of yours?
Go for it. What everybody else does when they meet me. I want to read about capitalism.
So, this is a fantasy novel. This section seems to describe the Utopia's approach to discrimination. Let's see here.
Okay.
In this world, discrimination and inequality are forbidden by law. It is a sin to impose injustice due to one's appearance, lineage, or birth. This is the accord established between the people and the state. Well, well. What a world that would be. I don't imagine our land will get there for another century or 5. Still, I cannot help but wonder whether those ideals would please an entire population. You cannot pretend at diversity without acknowledging individual differences. Some will be judged as strong, while others marked as weak. Equal competition doesn't mean equal footing. Their very aims of freedom and balance could spell doom for the striving weak. I wonder how we might ever achieve a true utopia, where everyone could be happy. If this awakened power is meant to be wielded in service of my beliefs, then, no matter who calls it naive or foolish, I will always use it to save the weak.
Damn, that was a good little bit of dialogue there, I'll tell you what. Getting late, so we decide to go back to the inn to sleep. Also, 2 minutes until ads. Chat, rate those ad blocks.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
We're all here. Today we explore the depths beneath the castle. Use caution as we both Moors and monsters to contend with. If nothing can handle this, we can go somewhere else and build up our strength. We still have time to prepare if defeated. I've only just been introduced to these new powers. Regardless, I leave the matter in hands, Captain. First off, we're going to the sword. Oh, we could go get the. We could go to that other dungeon, right? How many days do we have? We have 12 days. We could go to that tomb as well. Get a couple of levels there. Mission with the deadline has begun. Meet up with your allies at Blindwell Alley to dive into the Creganate Castle's underground. Let challenge at the castle. You can also strengthen your party in the mission by taking on request towns or bonds. Blah 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 blah. From the castle, apprehend the culprit behind the kidnapping.
Really?
Oh yeah, we're not doing that right now. Oh, it is sale day though. That's good timing though. We need a. Damn, I should have waited a day, but it is what it is.
An elder candidate? What'll I do here?
Alright, let's see about...
Got a bargain today.
The Sand Glass Katana. Sandworm shell blade that glimmers along its single edge. I mean, might as well, huh? And it's sale day. Gives him 20 attack. Yeah, we did them. We're gonna get.
Understood.
I equipped it.
What now?
Got a bargain
It's
today.
the okay, the Damascus Club's what I already have. Count as a shitty day.
You!
Came to see the
Hang on,
Rock.
What if?
You want to see Dwayne?
Isn't that? Let's see.
1650.
Yep.
People standing around. Can I do this now?
This place.
Oh, my eloquence. Hope work finishes eventually for you. I don't know if I missed him saying something because my chat reconnected, but yeah, hopefully work's not too bad for you the way, brother. Oh, Spartan just worked. Okay, okay. But yeah, because it like reconnected right after. I kind of want to do
now?
that. Yeah, Heisman's probably up. I did just get my eloquence. I don't know how much money I'd actually be getting. You know? Alright, so,
What'll I do here?
All right then.
I mean, I guess we can go see if it's gonna rain later. That's what I want to go get money. Or if it's raining somewhere.
An elder candidate? No,
More people missing.
What say you? Well, thank.
Give me a Pixies, weather lady.
Let's see. Let's see.
So it's gonna be raining
Here's
later.
where we are now.
Hold on, I gotta look something up right. Welcome back, Chad. Oh, it's Mag Exchange. That's why I can't. mag location. Oh, is he the only one? I thought there was one in every town. And this is a major town. Am I just dumb? Am I just a dingus? Symbol looks like an upside down fly.
Pop by again.
What now? All right then.
Man, I don't think they have one. I guess it doesn't fucking matter if it's raining here. Well, that's lame because it's gonna be raining. Alright, so if it's not gonna be raining, we can probably just go do that mission. Look at that fat chicken. Look at that big fat chicken. Look at that thing. That is big chicken slash hen. That is juicy. Alright, so wait, hold on, we get to the fountain.
Take a look.
And there's an alpha rockworm. Man-Eater's Grotto, the cave is southeast of Martyria.
What do you think of this?
How long do I have?
I see. Hey!
I'll take that one on. Fuck it. Money's money, dog. Camara's on your way. Okay.
Good hunting to you.
Alpha rockworm eye. Okay, there's no deadline either. So that's good too.
Ooh.
The Man-Eater's Grotto. Yeah. Okay. Chill, Nick. You can't eat every single worm, probably. Alright, let's go get the info from
I'm out of ideas.
I guess I could go get the sleep thing. Hey, what do you know about the grotto? What do you know? Hulkenberg knows no limit. Her stomach made of iron. Southeast of the town of Man-Eater's Grotto. Many people go there, yet startlingly few ever come back, which is how the place got its name. Stop whatever you're moaning back. Alright, deeper than that place is the Alpha Rockworm Valmo. Apparently that's the leader of the Valmo pack. Rumor has there are several of them. If you slay one, they call for another immediately, so if you want to make an end of it, you have to defeat them all at the same time. Apparently they're weak to ice, but they may be sturdy, but they're vulnerable to cold. Other than that, there's also other critters like bugs and flyer monsters. Careful with those since they'll try to paralyze you. So equipment there that prevents paralysis, and prepare yourself and go. Buy some more information from that. I'm buying them out.
He's the real Skinny.
There's an unusual amount of monsters dwelling in the castle underground right now. Don't ask me how they got there or why. I don't know, and I don't care to find out. Even in my line of work, there's some information that's not worth losing life of. There's an entire menagerie of monsters down there now. Ones you really need to watch out for are the giant lizards and wild hounds. Lizard-like beasts are a wily bunch. They lie in wait underwater and wait for people to turn their backs before they lunge out and attack. Meanwhile, the hounds let out a piercing howl if they spot you. The noise really fires up their little friends. Don't underestimate them. You cannot attack just with tricks. If you gain the upper hand, if you can put them to sleep, use the information as well. Blah, 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 blah. Thanks, dog. And what the hell is this? Inclement weather. I'm sure. So buying them out. Plan on traveling, be sure to keep an eye on the weather. You find yourself in quite a bind if you fight enemies without staying aware of your surroundings. Monsters get much stronger in bad weather. Skills that would have brought them to their knees normally won't even make them flinch when this happens. Okay.
Got a right gem for you.
Oh, so you get more experience if you fight in bad weather. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Well, I'm ready to go down south.
All right then.
Let's go.
Ah, capital. Everyone's here. Now then.
Just a moment.
Alright, we're going down to the abandoned tomb first.
What are we doing there again?
Yep.
Should be a good time.
Two tomb robbers haven't picked the place clean.
It's your call.
Yeah, we're going for money.
Great. Let's move out.
Let's go.
Taking up the request of the man in Martira, the Gauntlet Runner makes its way southwest of the
I'm
town.
hydrating, chat.
The mysterious individual could very well become a source of new power, though they have yet to quite grasp that.
Oh, stretching to.
What to pick?
Do. 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 Probably need to talk with more.
Hey.
What now?
Does anybody level up? Look at anybody's leveling up right now. Any new books? I guess we could finish the imagination one, huh? Or like attempt.
What's that?
Continued to traipse through the raging sandstorm. At last he came upon a cave. They entered gaping like the maws of a beast. The walls of the cave were translucent, revealing the inside to be a gigantic, intricately winding labyrinth, fantastical and akin to a mirage.
Oh, yeah?
Sounds like that worm. Sounds pretty.
Sure.
Right?
Dazzling in the daylight, probably at night too, sparkling in the moonlight.
All right.
Good choice, man. I know this new world is just fictional, but I'd want to visit it if it were a real place. We're not done with the book. Oh, we did finish it. Wait, well, we're done reading. Oh, shit, the double. We got the 8 pop, baby.
Hello, hello.
Got a runner heading our way. Oh, boy.
Why, that's Goddard.
This fucking guy again.
Onward.
God damn it, this fucking guy.
You're young. Too young, in fact. A greenhorn like you is years, centuries from deserving a land runner.
Alright, old
You'd
man.
be the rapscallions who crashed the opening ceremony. A young man like you, our king. Ha! Laughable.
What's your problem?
The name's Goddard. The rightful heir to the throne and the voice of the rogue tribe. Tax the young, bankroll the elderly. Those too old to work will know prosperity under my rule. You little jackanapes will kneel before your betters and elders. And if you will not, you will be made to kneel. Prepare yourselves!
We don't want your vision of a world built on callous
How many times do we have to tell you, old man? Got any good
Nothing
stuff on you?
I'll be taking that.
Why, hello there.
Run if you want, but you can't escape my aim. I call upon royal power within.
You need to go to sleep, old man. Take your meds.
Is everyone all right? For all that we strive for!
Cheeky
I will
brat.
fight with pride.
Old people might not like the cold. But he likes the cold.
Take
Oh.
Is that all?
Witness our secret technique.
I must stay calm.
Maybe the old man doesn't like
Rancor.
the darkness.
Cheeky
I shall fight as I shall vanquish evil.
Alright, we'll hit him
Run
with the
them through.
poison.
The elders and rogues will rise.
Will they?
Oh, Mystic Purge!
The freedom of a Vitus
Well,
power.
I'm guessing he's weak to fire
Fire.
then.
Cheeky
He's not even
brat.
weak to fire, he just knows.
With years.
Langor. Oh, come on, man.
Is that all?
Wow, you're a dick.
Hulkenberg's moving slower.
Now accept your fate. Ha! Die!
Ooh,
I can't afford to hold back. Let's do this.
On your guard.
hit him hard.
Let's do this.
Hit him hard. Whoa. Oh. Oh, it's got a little, it's a bullet bill.
Roll deep in the new weakness. Now
Observe
hit
the
him
enemy.
where it hurts.
For all that we strive for! Healing us!
Thanks.
Much thanks.
I owe you.
You whippersnappers need to learn respect for your elders.
You
Who
came
do
to
you
me.
think kept this kingdom together after the war? Ha!
Oh, please.
Take this!
Only a flesh wound.
Hulkenberg's moving slower.
Come forth, royal soul. You better be sure. Let's work together. Maybe there's a better choice. I won't hold back. Wind.
Be neither timid nor
Alright.
I
This should
show
do a
no
good amount of
mercy.
damage.
Hit their weakness.
I shall fight as
Nice
the noble I
moves,
am.
Heismay.
Gunner! Pierce!
Cheeky
Done yet.
brat.
Come!
Boink.
Shine! Still standing, I
It's
see.
okay. We can do this.
I don't think I have anything that like really buffs anything.
Bird.
I forgot what he was. I could have checked, but I'm trying to learn to use my memory. Oh.
This is
Wave.
united.
Captain, they've slowed you down.
We miss, we miss.
Formidable inky brat.
I call upon royal power within. Run them through. Tougher than I thought.
Heismay,
I step
they
in.
cut your speed, so be careful.
I will
I've got
protect
pretty
you.
good aim on.
I knew you'd help.
my
Roll.
thanks.
Helpful as ever.
Seeker.
Meddling. Little
Fire.
hooligan.
Alright. How many times do we have to tell you, old
We all
man?
grow old. The blade you hold to my throat will be at your own soon enough.
Who started
Nobody's trying
this?
to massacre the elderly, you old goat. We
Go!
want equal happiness for all, young and old.
Yeah.
Above. Look, we'll not kill you here. How's that
What
for
up there,
respecting our elders? But mark me, this will not happen again.
You beat God?
Far too naive. But I suppose that's the luxury of youth.
Assholes. What up, Raiders? Hope y'all doing well. I'm FJ if you don't know. We're playing Metaphor ReFantazio. We just had to beat up an old man. What up, Vanity? We captured God? Hell yeah. Yeah, we just beat up an old man.
Woo! Yeah, baby!
No levels yet. My rank went up some. Yeah, I hope y'all doing well. Y'all having a good day, had a good stream. Oh shit. Full speed ahead. Oh, okay, it's not good. While beating up old men in Minecraft.
The
You
Gauntlet
don't just
Runner
do it
at
on the
last
streets?
arrives at an encampment as darkness overcomes the wilds. Nightfall, the time of hunting for monster kind. Even with the Gauntlet Runner, it is no time for travel. As monsters come more alive with every breath, the thirst for adventure is quenched.
Who's what guy? The guy talking there, Nurus? The dude that runs our runner?
All right then.
Hey.
Woo! Yeah, baby!
Oh, you mean Charlie? Moist Critical? The legend?
So, your thoughts?
Wisdom? Are these both wisdom?
Well, well.
Hey, it's me, your favorite streamer.
Oh yeah, hello, it's me, yeah.
Fat Jesus TTV.
Okay.
Always beat up old people.
Well,
especially if they kidnap children.
Not true, I mean true. Yeah.
As I've learned from Persona 5, ReFantazio thieves, effing adults.
Effing adults and... Do I get my tolerance up or I can get my wisdom up, chat? I feel like I want wisdom. Let's hang out. Let's hang out with Neuros. We haven't hung out with him.
Your thoughts? Thank you. Say.
We talked about the runner works before. How about I give you a little brief on the fuel system? Remember how there was a crystal over here? That's the core that's needed to make the runner work. It might be obvious, but that crystal is chock full of magma. The more you push the runner, the more magma. As long as you maintain it properly, you'll never have to replace it, though if it's as big as the one Lewis had, maybe. Well, hi, Clover. Who the hell's Clover? Aniv. But hello, Aniv. Really using it for flight means he's already expending energy far beyond the limits. No amount of crystal should be enough if you're air.
Spare a moment?
With all that said, you want to be very careful not to overwork. Can't cut corners then.
Quite.
I should say not. I'm counting on you to do it right, lad. After all, if something breaks, we're all scuppered. Personally, I'd rather not waste power too frivolously. Studies have shown that overusing crystals can be awful for the environment. If you treat these like Louis does, just using them up and tossing them away willy-nilly, then you're bound to leave all sorts of portions. That's why I prefer not to rely solely on crystal. I want to develop a way for gauntlet runners to fly on their own power and then take that technology even further.
You know?
Technology isn't something to be hoarded and monopolized. It's always been meant as a public.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course it's correct. I wouldn't settle for less. No fun in keeping these marvels to ourselves anyway. Gauntlet runners soaring through the skies, teleportation magic. I want nothing more than to see technology spread like wildfire and make everyone's lives. Though I haven't a clue how to achieve flight yet, much less teleportation, boggles the mind why the blasted thing sees you as some sort of... All the more reason why the direction you go is all up to you. Now, chap, lucky to have a captain capable of such magical flibbery floppery. Would you rather it was you? Good question. I'd certainly prefer that anyone could. But if I were the only one who could, well, if it were me, I'd teleport and not a one would follow. You'd have a monopoly on the power, and no one's raised even a pip of complaint, stinks. Standing tall, guiding this merry band, you feel like a natural-born leader. I'm sure the others would agree. Got rather chatty there, didn't we? But the hour is still young, so while we're here, why not inspect it? Spots.
All right.
Hey, 4, baby. Hell yeah. The big 4. Good chats.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
What to pick?
Okay, so we're done reading. There's no more books. No more books, chat. Where is Heisman? Sweep. Sweep, sweep, sweep. Heisman is not down. Oh, well. According to the old man's research, southeast of Dreadful Cruddy. Oh, that's where we're going. I think that's where we're going. Where is the bat? No more books? Makes me sad. Well, I already read them both. We already finished them both. Wait, did Heisman put his thing up here? Oh, I guess it's daytime. He's probably asleep, isn't he? Guess that makes sense, doesn't it? Well, we could cook. What do you have to
say?
Bulky. Nothing. Oh, Heisman's right there. I don't mind dust, but any uncleanliness or discarded food is sure to attract, well, them I must clean diligently. Oh, no. Eat fruit.
Right. Even so. Hey.
Might as well. Nothing else to do right now. I mean, I could do my, like, MP or H.
Got a moment?
I think I'm getting, you'll think I'm getting ahead of myself here, but after things settle down, I like to live without this. Listen, I don't think, you can't possibly everything, right? I admire the idea of a world where monsters and senseless violence don't exist, where nothing is taken by others. That's why one day I want to restore my hometown glory, not just mine, all the ruined home.
Hey.
How about you? I shared my plan. Let's see. Doing the fight, so.
So that means.
I think I'd want to trap.
Oh, I see.
To go where the wind takes. A sound mind. I've got to get stronger, even if the village gets rebuilt, it's all for naught if it's attacked by a monster. I want to be strong enough to rid this country of monsters, not leave it to a spineless army and its incompetent general. They only have the power to kill those who oppose them, and they have no desire to protect their people.
Look at that.
I want to do something too.
Yeah.
I agree, but seeing the state of our country's army, I'm all the more glad you're our captain. Love to stand on the front line of our fight. It's only right that you... our fight, I say, I force. Well...
Hey.
It is what it is. I envy you sometimes, sacrifice. How does one? I'd do whatever, though.
Well...
I just do whatever strikes me in the moment.
What the?
Do not, though. I think the way you keep cool under pressure is what makes it so reliable. What are you doing down there, Aurora? All this to say, I have faith in you. We've more battles ahead, and I'll be counting on you to get us through. In the end, the king will be determined by what the people of Ed justice. They're free to make their choices, but so is one being chosen.
All right.
All right.
Damn, we got the 4 spot, baby. We'll get even more courage once we get out of this dungeon, and the bounty as well. We'll be at 3 in no time.
The party finally arrives at the abandoned tomb.
The
It is
abandoned
said
tomb,
an affluent
chat.
aristocrat is entombed here. However, if true, his only visitors these days are tomb robbers seeking his wealth. Are the rare blades and shimmering jewelry merely a trap to draw in more victims, or something else entirely?
Now then.
Not keen on this being the place we're exploring. We're here for a mission, not to seek amusement. This is where we're searching for the ring.
Gotta get back on track.
Well, Aurora. The sooner we find that ring, the sooner we get Grius' dagger back. Although, where do we start? Has a history, I expect it won't simply be left lying in the dust. Won't know until we head further in. I sense signs of monsters.
Well.
Be careful. Aurora, no.
Here we go.
Alright, let's see if we can full clear this shit.
What now?
Heisma's too cute. I do like Heisma's design. Alright. I don't have anything to level up right now. We already got all that done. I do need to go talk to Moore. He'll probably be happy about the new thing, but we can do that later.
Okay then.
Alright, let's go.
Let's go.
Can we full clear this place like the last one? Get all the stuff. Ain't that right, Aurora? Ain't that right?
Hey.
Gallica, do you have any idea where this ring is? I'll check, but I don't think I'll see anything. Lots of treasure chests.
Right.
We're getting all of it. Shut up, Hulkenberg.
Hail!
Now what am I to do?
That wall feels off, but it won't budge when I give it a push. A regular wall. I bet I need a key. Looks like a maze.
No.
Not today. Not today.
What?
Oh, we got a. Oh shit, we found a mimic.
Is everyone prepared?
Oh, Lord, that thing is ugly as hell. Okay.
Now accept your fate.
Got anything on you?
Nothing personal.
I stand ready.
Hell, it is what it
Oh,
is.
power of heroes.
Okay, you weak to this?
Hulkenberg got them right in their weak spot.
I shall fight as the noble I. Give me your aid! Not the right move. No holding back! Take that!
And doink.
Let's stay calm. Let's work together.
Heavy physical light damage for one enemy. Okay, let's see how this looks. Oh shit! Whoa, whoa! Oh, you riding in?
You hit their weakness.
You think yourself
That's your
equal?
opening, Captain.
Well, that was sick.
Die!
Oh, healing power. For all that we strive for. Oh, mystic purge.
All right, let's see what kind of that might hurt. Dick. Oh, come on, Hulky.
Ridiculous!
Jesus. Help. Help. Help.
Merchant!
I mean, we're healing anyway.
I'll crush you!
The freedom of a want. Let's go. You better be sure. I'm all prepared.
I mean, if it only takes 5 MP, there's no reason for me to not ever fucking use this if I've got space.
No holding back.
You hit their weakness.
My son
That's
must
your
wait.
opening, Captain.
Just a little while. Witness our strength. I'll use what I must. I
We're
show
gonna
no
smack
mercy.
him.
Apologies.
Is
Would you
everyone all
finish
right?
it?
Well, you might just die.
Prevail. Shine.
You might just die. Hey, hell yeah. Mimic down.
Victory is
Hero's Leaf of Light. What the
Halfway
hell is
decent
that?
result.
Oh, rank up. Oh, level up for me.
Not bad at all.
Oh, we got some strength. Fuck it. Let's double up on it. Fuck it.
We found something.
Magma injection. 100 MP. Whoa, that was worth it. You mind if I stole one of those too with what's his face
What
there?
now?
Alright, let's go. Oh my god, that's a lot of motherfuckers over there, ain't it?
Right there. Let's push through. All right. How's that? Come on.
That was brilliant.
There they are.
Handy. Pocket it.
Fuck is
I
behind
see
me?
the enemy.
That's a lot of zombies. Oh, what the hell's that fat thing over there? I don't want to fucking find out. I don't want to know what that. At least right this second. Is this still the same floor? No. It's actually not the same. Okay, there's back room here.
We're spotted.
Right there.
Oh, hey fellas, who are you?
Witness our strength.
Y'all weak to... Y'all weak to dark, even though you're probably not. Let's
Some
find out.
darker arts.
Oh,
I stand ready. Behold, we stand together.
I mean,
We'll combine our
I
strengths.
guess the skulls don't like
Oh,
darkness.
Mystic Pass.
Don't laugh at me, man. I wasn't expecting it. I didn't know if they're clearly
Okay.
otherworldly, but we get a lot of
Let's keep
extra
moving.
experience out of that now.
The next one will fall just
Good job, Eyes, man.
That'll do.
Hey, Stroll with the level up, too.
Nice. I feel stronger already.
Is that the end then? We've cleared the way.
It's all clear.
Oh, that's not half bad.
A pole arm of
Yep, we're
gritty
safe here.
variety.
Come say hello, treasure.
So there's something behind that wall. Here's a door we can't go through. What's there was a path this way. I'm checking this.
Oh, I think
There
see
they
us.
are.
A preemptive
This could be our
strike.
chance.
Some darker
Let's see if we can
arts.
try and take this down.
Oh, healing.
Oh, he was
power
stunned. I fucked
of
that up.
heroes.
Didn't I? Whoops.
Shine.
Wealth is its own weapon. Strong merchant.
I mean, fuck it. We got a lot. No
Let's take
crit.
on Seeker.
That's fucking unfortunate.
Nice.
You hit their weakness.
You think yourself equal to a Eugif's agility? I'll take this. Teamwork.
So much for that. There they go.
Every time.
I think that's all of them.
Alright, so what the hell is this ladder? This place is already a mess and I'm lost.
It's all clear. Everything's pretty standard.
Oh, we
If you
found
see
another
use for
gold
it, I say
beetle.
take it with you.
Well, we got another gold beetle. Don't know who we're giving them to yet. We have 4 of them now. Okay. What? I can go. That's where I came up. So let's go down on this side. Is this gonna be behind that big motherfucker? Dude, he's got fucking style going down that. Okay, well there he is. Well, there's that big motherfucker. Oh, who's that?
I bet there's treasure around here.
What are you doing in here, big guy? It's unbelievable. I was eaten by. I already killed one of those. Its mouth unhinged and tried to swallow me. If I wasn't quick on my feet, I'd been that thing's dinner. I don't care. I'll fight him. I got balls.
I see the enemy.
All right. How's that?
Ooh,
Let
from
us
behind.
sacrifice.
Well, we know what they're
On
weak.
me, we go together.
Go.
We know what they're weak to.
Some darker arts.
Nice.
Is everyone all right?
Behold.
And Hulky should just be able to finish them off.
Shine.
Good shit.
Okay, I don't think there's any more backup coming. Let's keep
We got
moving.
Damascus daggers.
There's no way I'm
Whoa.
Not bad, if I say so
Oh.
myself.
I think that was one of the things, or at least there's like some sort of daggers being sold for a high price.
Our foes have fallen. We are safe for the. All right.
Here we go.
The Apprentice's Abacus. Wait, is that expensive one that I didn't buy? Can we purify it? Wait, hold on, is it bad? Can I just...
What now?
I'll be dang diddly. Well, that's way better. Holy. Alright, well, new abacus. Okay.
What now?
Increases an archetype experience by 1,000? Whoa! Holy, that's a lot. Oh, that's a good one. Where are... the fuck are they? I should have gone the other fucking... Alright, I don't know what to expect out of this guy.
There they are.
They're onto us.
They're cold! Attack now! Act fast! We'll win this!
Now get ready.
Well, we know those bone boys are weak to Mamudo.
Show them our might.
I don't know about the big guy.
Some darker arts.
About to find out.
What's their weakness?
I stand ready. Let us fight as one.
Maybe big
We'll combine
boys
our
weak to
strength.
light instead.
Shine!
Hulkenberg got them right in their weak spot.
Wealth is its own weapon. Stronger than a sword at times. Let's get on with it! Something else. Are you prepared? Let me rethink this. I'll hold my ground.
Only one
It's okay.
Finish
We
them
can-
off.
Won't hold back.
We'll do this together.
This will well, maybe it won't. Maybe it won't.
You hit their weakness.
Let us clean up
That's
this
your
mess.
opening, Captain.
Face me! Rancor!
Okay.
Only one left. Finish them off and we're clear.
Oh, power of heroes! Oh, Mystic Purge!
Hulkenberg got them right in their
Wealth
weak
is its
spot.
own weapon. Stronger than I call upon royal power
Alright,
within.
now we
Take
perfect
that.
punch.
Tougher than I thought.
That's gonna kill me, you dick.
Wasn't
Someone
enough.
get him back on his feet. Down. Get her back up.
Alright, well this went to shit real quick, didn't it?
Let's work together. Is there another way? Here.
My spirit
You think yourself equal to a Ujief's agility? I was saving this.
I live to see another day. Cursed.
Petty curse.
Ain't no way that just hit 3 of us.
Don't attack anyone. It'll hurt.
Not now. Come! Shine!
Hulkenberg got them right in their weak spot.
Ah! What a mess. Guarding seems the wise move.
Captain's been
curse.
hit with a hex.
Isn't enough to stop me.
He
Won't
can't
hold back.
execute.
Hold on.
Hold on, indeed.
Ready for impact.
Stroll's
A
been
curse, is it?
He's gonna get hit with backlash if he attacks.
I stand ready.
Observe the enemy. Healer!
Well, that's pretty
Oh,
lame.
Mystic Purge!
Let's see how this plays out. Forgive
Someone
me.
get him back on his feet.
This'll do.
Captain's been hit
Curse,
with a
is
hex.
it?
If he attacks, he's getting hurt too.
I gotta fucking attack. No way I can't attack.
Some darker arts. Formidable indeed.
I know it hurts, but I gotta do it.
Don't attack anyone. It'll hurt. Hulkenberg got them right
I
in
can't
their
afford to
weak
hold
spot.
back. I shall vanquish evil.
It would be sick. Thank God. Okay. Alright, man, that one punch
Great
just
work, everyone.
that turned that fight on its dick,
Nobody
didn't it?
will stand in our way. Greater heights.
Whoa, the triple rank up off that big
Steady
guy.
effort is key.
Drains. Oh. Ooh. Self-sufficient.
Can't have that.
Apparently, if you just like run around, it'll like fuck off or something in a second. Guess that's what I'll do.
What now?
Like no reason not to just chill and like I'm losing health.
I think there's treasure nearby. Great find. Keep it.
What up, Mr. Tooth? A little bit. More agile, the more your attacks hit, the more dodge you get. If you run away from enemies, you gotta have agility to book it. Feel that. Thank you. Thank you.
What now?
Is it really not gonna... Why do I have Hex here?
What now?
Alright. Are you gonna be one of those assholes?
Alright. Here we go.
Rejuvenation. Oh. Medium air. That might be one for Scroll. Like me. I know how it works. So only be. Where do I go? Oh, I missed the treasure. The med stalled me.
I see the end.
Push through! Come on!
Not half bad.
Right there.
If you see use for it, I say take it with you.
Nice. I bet we'll find a use for that.
Alright, so wait, I missed something down there too. And I'm bad at maps. I think it's just because I didn't go this way. I just went right in that room. Kept going.
You found something. Let's take it with us.
Hey, found a pathway. I want that.
I get the feeling we could move something if we tried. Wait, I think maybe we should try moving things.
What? Oh, look at that. Well, that's a familiar. So I don't know how I'm moving. That looks like that thing that goes on the... What is this a fight? Oh, it's not.
We found something.
Our risk pays off.
Twinkling Crystal. All stats +2?
What now?
Fuck it. What? How move? What am I moving? And how am I moving? This? Do I just like push it? Ooh,
I bet we could move something near here.
Oh, near here. Okay, never mind. Might not be in this exact spot. Alright, so there's a hole somewhere.
Sounds crazy, but something's around here.
We'll fight. Big guy.
Then again,
Looks like they're weak to light.
Okay, it
Guess
repels.
it's our time to shine.
I show no mercy.
Back.
I will fight with pride. Let's set it up.
Hold nothing
Big
back.
demo.
Let's do this.
You hit their weakness.
I shall fight
That's
as the
your
Let's
opening,
make an
Captain.
end of it.
I'm gonna punch it.
Right
Boink.
on target.
Oh, a
Observe
crit?
the enemy.
Stroll.
Legend.
Heal up.
What a legend.
Oh, Mystic Purge.
Hulkenberg got them right
you
in the
think
weak
yourself
spot.
equal to a Ujief's agility? Now accept your fate. Ha! Die!
It's okay. Vitus power. Is there another way?
They're pretty tough. Better be careful.
Seeker. Ice.
Alright, we'll hit him with the blizz.
A tough one.
Don't do this. Oh boy. Dick.
Hulkenberg's asleep. Come on, wake up.
Give me your aid.
Telling me
Not the right move.
I need her up. Why is sleep the only one I don't have? Go away. Ugh,
Not now.
that's all right.
I call upon royal power within. You'll
Punchy,
be dust.
punchy.
Not done yet.
Please,
I
man,
will
did they
fight
put
with
you to
pride.
sleep? This is no place for a nap.
Wind. Still here?
But how?
You were asleep, you dingus.
Everyone.
Stroll.
Jesus
Someone get him
fucking
back on his
Christ.
feet.
I'm tired.
You fucking gotta be kidding me.
Stroll got knocked out. Can anyone get him back on his feet?
Let justice prevail. I will protect you.
I helped.
Heismay's
Is
anxiety
this
is mounting.
truly my limit?
If he gets hit, he'll be in big trouble.
Of course, I don't have anything to get rid of this either.
No. I will survive.
Let's stay calm. Take it.
This might not be the play.
I live to see another day.
That my MP, you dick.
Yeah.
Stroll, you gotta aim better
Ain't
than that.
no way.
Oh, power of heroes.
Unlucky.
All clear. We press
Oh,
on.
another hero's leaf though. Oh man, double level up and double rank up.
I continue to grow.
Ah, I didn't know I had it in me.
Endurance is good for Heisman, though. He's kind of low on it. And about a minute, by the way, chat. Enigmatic accessory. Spray those ad blockers.
What now?
Alright, what the hell's in here then?
Would sure be a pleasure to find some treasure.
Right there. Come on!
They're down.
Expect no quarter!
This is our chance.
On me, we go together.
Show them
Well, we know they're weak to the Wombo combo.
The freedom of a wanderer.
I'm slower now.
Seeker! You better be sure.
They're weak to darkness. Let's blot him out.
Let's go. Scour! Two remaining.
One for the
I
captain.
can't afford to hold back.
Bastard!
That's one.
Oh, healing power. If I say so
Let
myself.
justice prevail. Oh, mystic punch.
Alright, easy enough. I'm gonna have to fight another one of those
Great job, everybody.
sons of bitches.
Victory is ours, and safety hard won. Ah!
I swear to God, this is another goddamn myth.
All right.
Good find.
Spiked, ooh, punchy, punchy gloves, and an exit over there. So I get, are you supposed to jump back up? No, supposed to exit. Let's go. Oh,
Yep, we're safe here.
where have I gone in this hellhole?
I think there's treasure nearby.
I don't trust this, but we'll do it anyway.
Right. Let's do this.
Nothing personal.
I just want to see if he has anything.
Why, hello there.
Ah, blessed water. That's actually pretty fucking sick, honestly.
Tis yours.
Alright, big damage.
No holding back!
You hit their weakness.
Wealth is its own
Hey, you got
stronger
a
than a
lot
sword
of.
at times. Let's
Yeah,
get
you
on
got
with
a
it.
lot, bro.
No. Merchant! I'll crush you!
Punch him.
Oh, healing power. Grant us for all that we strive for.
Back the boy.
Hulkenberg got them right in their weak spot.
Perhaps this suits me best.
All power of kings.
Wouldn't mind a crit.
The
Not
freedom
quite.
of a wanderer. I won't hold back! Let me help.
I'm obliged.
Don't do this. Oh, thank God.
Oh!
Jesus, don't do this. Of course, it's Hulkenberg.
Hulkenberg's asleep.
Of course, of all the people, of all.
Merchant!
Oh, man.
You'll be dust!
Be neither timid nor.
Witness our secret technique.
Only a little annoyed. Only a little annoyed.
It's okay. Wind! Still here?
Hulkenberg's badly wounded. Someone
Come on,
heal
dog.
him.
I'm tired.
Oh my God. Such a mess.
Hulkenberg's down. Get her back up.
Bro!
Hulkenberg's down. Someone help her get back in the fight.
Okay. Hold on. This actually works to our advantage. Hold
Let's
on.
try this.
I know, right?
Please, May, did they put you to sleep? This is no place for a nap.
With blade in hand.
As much as I want to attack, I can't. I gotta heal everybody. Oh no. Stop fucking stealing my MP! Welcome back from the edge, chat.
I'm all prepared.
right through.
Okay. Guys are assholes.
We've done it.
A halfway decent result.
Ugh.
We found something.
And some scrap metal.
What now?
What? Don't I have something that lets me do light damage? Yes, you take that.
There they are.
Blades at the ready. Impressive. Your training has paid off.
Not today.
They all seem pretty weak.
Not today. Oh, now we're back to here. 2 enemies there. I didn't see anything I could push. Hold on, did I miss something down here? Just blitzing through.
It's all clear.
I don't think I did. Oh, the emote spam. Spam the emote. Oh, I want to go over there. Apparently there's something to push in here.
There's probably something movable.
I just like hit all the walls. What am I doing here? Like it's gotta have something to do with this, right? But I can't like interact with it.
Wait, I think maybe we should try moving things.
Moving what?
I get the feeling we could move something if we tried.
What? Is it one of these damn pots? What do you mean by moving?
Wait, I think maybe we should try moving things.
I don't know what that means. I'm so confused. I don't want to look it up, but I'm very just gonna say that. 'Cause I know that thing on the wall out there is the same as the thing in that room. Where's it at? It's like down here and right here. See this thing? Should I look it up to get a hand? Is this whole movie he loves each anyway? Sure, Anna. I don't know what the hell that. So it's specifically on that side. I mean, if you want to try and get... My dumb brain will get there eventually. Like, see something. It's gotta be something to do with this. But I can't, like, do it. I like hear monsters on the other side of that damn wall, too. feel like I'm wondering if you just gotta use the other fucking side. You know? Or maybe it just opens from the other side out into here. I don't know.
I see the enemy.
Thesaurus. I'll give it my all.
Now we strike.
Tis yours.
Rancor!
Let's stay calm.
Scour!
What do you call it when you run into someone who thinks
That's
you
the
know
noble I am.
when playing a video game? I don't know. What do
I
you
call
call
upon
it?
royal power within. What a mess. Two remaining.
Oh, healing power, grant us solace. For all that we strive for!
Hi, have we met before? Ah! Look at that! He made the pun! He did the pun!
Now accept your fate.
What a fit.
Smooth finish. Great work, everyone.
Easy money, baby. Going to hell? Well, not for that.
That's all of them. We're safe for the time being.
Meow.
Right there. Alright, how's that? There they are. Charging in.
Very impressive.
I see the enemy.
That was brilliant.
Right there.
Very impressive.
Look at all that experience. Dude, I don't want to deal with that guy again. I'm going to be honest. I don't want to fuck with it. Oh. We found a save spot. Let's record my journey. Oh, it had to have been a couple hours since I saved, right? Oh, no. Oh, I guess we saved when we came in here.
Yep.
Okay. So there's the tooth. That's a big fucking treasure chest.
What now?
Not finding anything about that wall. I'm guessing it opens from the other side, but that's just what I'm thinking, you know? I'll figure it out, sir. No worries. Or I won't figure it out. Okay, they gave me a save point next to that giant thing, so, yeah, let's... Fuck it. I want to fight a big mimic. I ain't scared.
Yep.
Yeah.
Would sure be a pleasure to find some treasure.
I don't think that's a... Okay, we'll come back. Okay, if I don't have to, like, go up to it. Come back to it in a second. See, what I'm thinking is I can go down that, you know, rest of that left side of the map and just go in behind, but...
They all seem pretty weak.
There they are.
We cannot avoid this fight. Stand ready.
All right.
Let's take it and move on.
Oh, we got a bomb of life back.
Everything's pretty standard.
So there, maybe there's a way to, like... Oh, I didn't go there, did I? Shit. Wait, I can't get there. Got there, can't do that. Well, wait, do I... Oh, there's a ladder behind me. Hold on. Let's see what this bullshit is right here. This can't just be a big treasure chest. I am almost positive this is a fight.
Yep.
I'm almost 1 bajillion% sure this is a fight with like a giant mimic, or like there's like 3 little mimics in the. Well, we're probably under leveled. Let's see what this bullshit is. Oh, it's the king!
This is no good.
I don't think it's a big Pop-Tart. No, we had to know.
Come now.
No returning spilt water into the basin. Alright, this is fine. This is fine. We can do this. We can do this. As long as it doesn't put us to sleep 800 times. The Trove Emetic. Oh boy. Oh boy.
I'll use what I must.
Alright, hey, you got anything I can have?
I'll be taking that.
Why, hello.
A crescent
The freedom of a
emetic?
wanderer.
Okay, what's the other mimic weak to? Light, right?
Tough. Better be careful.
Lend me your strength.
The giant, I mean, it kind of looks like the insides of a Pop-Tart.
Show them our might.
Just don't repel. Okay, so
can't afford to
this
hold
is
back.
also weak.
Oh, holy light!
You hit their weak point.
Observe
Keep it
the
up,
enemy.
Stroll.
Let justice prevail. Oh, Mystic Purge!
Oakenberg got them right in their weak spot.
Perhaps
You've
this
never
suits
seen
me
the
best.
inside of a strawberry Poppy Tart? It's all that color.
Now accept your fate. Nothing personal. You're going to your neck.
Nothing
eh?
but
Oh.
empty
Fight
pockets.
with.
Better be
Looks
sure.
like they're weak to light. I guess it's
I don't know what else I can use. So
Here.
we're gonna do this and hope we don't fall asleep again next turn to this. Oh, goodbye.
Nice done, Oakenberg. Like poetry in motion. Heisen's anxiety is mounting.
Okay, well, that could have gone worse without that dodge, honestly.
I call upon royal power within! The power of light!
You hit their weak point.
Oh,
Keep it up,
healing
Stroll.
power. Grant us come.
That sucks. Grant us come. Whoa, that was some bad timing to hit that, huh?
Healing arts.
Thanks.
My thanks.
My thanks!
Alright.
Is this truly my limit? Oh, how could this happen?
Well, I mean,
Okay.
that
We can
works.
do this. I'm all prepared.
Dude, this is only 5 MP to do. There's no reason not.
You hit their weakness.
Now, what's the
That's
plan?
your opening, Captain.
Oh, holy light!
Is everyone all right? Let justice prevail. Shine.
Oakenberg got them right in their weak spot.
Just, come on.
I'm tired.
Gotta be. Well, goodbye.
Going for
It's all
Heisman while he's
collapsing.
anxious.
Oh, you're dead. Oh, you're not dead
Can
somehow.
anyone heal him?
Okay. This is fine. I think we've been knocked out of our sleep. So that's actually pretty sick. How do I want to do this? How do I... We're gonna get an
Let
extra
us clean
turn.
up this mess.
I ain't no bitch. I could steal life.
Erupt!
Damn,
The
100.
freedom of a wanderer.
Someone heal him.
We're looking good here.
I'm not out. No holding back!
You're fine, bro. Don't worry. You're not using HP.
The power of light!
You hit their weak point.
Observe
Keep it
the
up,
enemy
Stroll.
with blade in hand. I will not let you die.
Quite a boon.
I owe you.
You think yourself equal to a Ujief's agility? I'll use what I must.
Slash!
The freedom of a wanderer. The next one's yours.
I shall fight as the no merchant. Oh, holy light!
Owie. Don't hit Hulk. Okay.
The captain's asleep? Hey, Captain! Rise and shine!
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Hulkenberg got them right
Be
at their weak
neither
spot.
timid nor arrogant. I show no mercy. Apologies. Would you finish it?
Sleepy.
I can't afford to hold back.
E E
Power
P.
of light.
You hit their weak point.
Oh,
Keep it up,
healing
Stroll.
power. Grant. Healer! Are you alright?
E E P.
Much thanks.
My thanks.
Let us clean up this mess.
I mean, I'm at full.
Ha! Die! Formidable
Boink.
indeed.
Ow, dick. Hey, you could have chosen a worse one, honestly. Can you wake up, Eggy, for the love of all that's good?
Oh, holy light!
Don't put the sleepy emote. That's not helping right now.
Blade in hand!
It's not helping right this second.
Shine!
Don't. Oh, it's over. Never mind. We're good. That was easy. What were we worried about? 1,200 experience and a graced water.
Not bad, if I say so myself.
Oh, 2 level ups, 3 rank ups.
I feel stronger.
Got some magic. Let's do some agility.
Nice. I feel
Yeah,
stronger
there's 6
already.
more. Yeah, hold on now. It's not over yet. Weak physical slash. Okay, we got some slash damage. Good shit. Take that.
Ugh.
Thought I was gonna have a heart attack. I got ugly. Quite the indiscretion for. Wait, nah, it's fine.
So?
I guess it's some sort of key.
Oh.
A room under lock and key. We might hope a certain ring of value might be
I
found.
see.
Better or worse.
Then
See. Yeah, well, we know
Be
where
careful.
the door is at. I want to go to that wall though. What if that was like the big fight for some reason there's like nothing at I don't know why that wouldn't.
Yep.
Okay. We haven't gone up here yet. Could go explore the other. Wait, have we gone? I've been up here? Oh, never mind. I have been up. Wait, have I? Oh, I was on the other side?
Right there. Time for some close.
Push through! Come on! Let's push
Training
through!
has paid off.
Oh, I couldn't get through there. Okay, I know where I'm at. I want to go. That's that way. I don't want to fight you. That asshole with turned it. There's the first mimic. Alright, well, we're going to the door. Going to the strange door.
What's this?
There's a whole nother wall with that symbol on it. Can I go use it on that? God, I should probably heal.
What now?
MP's getting tight.
We found something.
Not bad.
Hey, there's a ring we're looking for. Technically, we can leave, but we ain't doing that. I ain't done exploring.
Alright, nice.
Hey,
Yeah, don't put it on.
This-
Misfortune befalls the ring's owner if the place he found is any indication.
now then.
Huh?
No.
Don't laugh.
Rose?
Please.
Now then.
No, we
Say,
ain't
I'll
done
do
in
that as
here.
well.
Alright, so I guess I just go the other side? That wall's pissing me off. Alright. So there must be a ladder I missed somewhere. There's like a hole that leads to a ladder that leads. So I need to go down. So here, man.
I see the enemy.
Nice work.
There's like something in the wall I'm in. No, because this is that spot. So I'm right under that metal pool. Maybe there's just holes I'm not seeing in the main hall. I'm not looking. That could definitely be it. That hallway above them. Oh yeah, that's true. I guess I haven't gone up there, have I? There's is that another door over there too? Oh, that's why. That's this is this here. Oh, I'm trying to make sure there's not like a cut through like spot perhaps. Like this. Like that.
Nice. I bet we'll find a use for that.
I was so preoccupied with killing all the spawns in there both times.
I bet there's treasure
Right
around
there.
here.
How's that? Let's give him a fight.
Expect no quarter.
Get in there! Finish him off!
On me, we go together.
Hold nothing back!
Rancor.
This is your weakness.
It's
Nice
okay.
moves,
We can
Hyde
lend
May.
me your strength.
Go!
Ride them.
You hit their weakness.
I can't afford to hold
That's your
back.
opening, Captain.
No holding back! The power of light!
You hit their weak point.
I
Keep it up,
stand
Stroll.
ready. Let us fight as one.
You can do this.
The big demos.
Shine!
You think yourself equal to a Ujif's agility? No.
Looks like slash attacks won't do much against them.
Oh, power of kings. There's a better way.
Actually,
A defensive
we're
stance.
gonna let him be stunned. I don't want to unstun him.
I'm all prepared.
Strike true!
How's this? Well,
That's your opening, Captain.
Oh, holy light!
You hit their weak points.
Oh,
Keep it
healing.
up.
Oh, power of heroes!
Hulkenberg got them right in their weak spot.
I'll use what I must. Nothing personal. Teamwork.
So
Let's
much
stay
for
calm.
that.
Idiot.
I won't hold back. Scour.
Well, that goes a little easier when you don't
Victory's
have
ours.
a whoa, tornado in a bottle, gilded cutlery, a ghoul stone, all this bonus. Holy.
Ever great to heights.
Oh, whoa, the quad rank up. Oh.
We made short work of them.
I was
Nice,
convinced
look at
that might have
that.
been a mimic. Noble Sun Hat. Magic +3. Wait, hold on.
What now?
Before you play WoW in a 480 resolution, emote Krungo my shiny boys. Wow, you had two completely separate thoughts there, Anna. I'm proud of you. That hat. A hat adorned with a ribbon popular among fashionable ladies. Well, it gets... Well, I'm losing some agility, but I'd rather have the... Fucking... Oh my... So there's a ladder. That's where... Well...
Yep.
So that's where that is. Can't go anywhere else from here. Alright. But I don't think there's gonna be anything behind him. Probably just go this way. So there's that. Never looked in here to see balls, but doesn't look like to not have to fight him if I don't have to. Might as well save. No, I need to play WoW at 480 resolution.
Yep.
And no. I don't think I saw hole. It wouldn't hurt to go. Well, we're going up the stairs now. Or the stairs. The ladder. So, that's the hallway. I'm dying. The hallway at
It's all clear. Just a bunch of weak ones. We should be fine.
Yeah, but I don't know where they're at.
They saw us.
I see the end.
Come on! Cat!
Okay, so... I guess we're just... Oh, wait, what the hell is back there? I guess they just spawned in.
Oh, that's
Oh,
not half
heroes.
bad.
That's not how...
Right there.
Forward! All right, how's that? We strike first!
This battle's ours.
Stay calm, everyone.
On me, we go together.
Smack him! Smack him with the Mamudo!
Their weakness.
The freedom of a wanderer.
Heismay.
Seeker!
Wind! Let's finish this!
Now, I shall vanquish evil.
Oh,
If I say so myself.
I love this fucking fight music, dude.
Woo, not too shabby. Let's keep this up, everyone.
Good. 'Tis done.
Hey, Hulky
I
to
shall strive to
23.
use this power
Luck
wisely.
and strength.
Our
For
foes
my
are not
mage.
vanquished.
Why are you not dead? Man, I don't want to. Why are there 4 of you this time?
Strike true.
Some darker arts.
I don't think it's true.
The freedom of a wanderer.
Scour. Nice.
I can't afford to hold back.
No holding back.
Probably just kill all these
Power
one
of
shot at
light.
a time.
Almost finished.
Join with me.
Dude, we're almost out of MP. Hopefully there's no more fights. Hopefully it's like the last spot.
That's the last of them. The way's clear.
Okay.
Hey, rank 11 of Seek.
We made short work of them.
Well, hopefully you're not a mimic. Fuck me. Okay.
Well, well.
Another hero's fruit. Good shit. Pretty sure the big boss was that mimic asshole, but
Right there. There they are.
There's probably something movable.
scintillating marble. Oh. Hey, we found the door. Is that everything? Got that. No. Oh, is there a hole in here? Oh, God. One of these chests is gonna be a fucking thing, isn't it? Oh, no.
Hey, you found some.
Oh, no. This better not be 3 mimics. I'm gonna lose my damn mind. I'll lose my damn mind. But I ain't coming back here. Not in a trench coat. Stop trying to manifest this. We could go heal,
What's this?
but I'm not gonna. Or not heal, save. Somebody said something about a trench coat. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, start with left. Thank God.
Our risk pays off.
Sand silk blouse increases evasion against strike. Oh. Okay.
I am Orange Man. Hide your wife because I'm illegally redacted.
Please, Mr. Trump. Don't get me banned. Oh, there the Crimson Fangs. Oh, 2 mimics in a tree. That would make a lot of sense if it was, man. Okay, no fights, thank God. I don't mind. Oh, Sage's staff. Oh, yeah, I don't mind wasting. I don't mind wasting that in case those were all fucking fights. Okay, so all the treasure chests are done. I think we're good. I think we did it, chat. Alright, we have cleared the tomb. Kick out your scoring for that funsies last night, question mark. The hell does that mean?
Grand, isn't it?
I knew it wasn't wall. I'm chuffed as nuts. You figured it out. Thanks for making me feel better after looking like a bit of a prat, too. No problem. Glad you can probably leave already. I just plundered everything. We did it, chat. Easy peasy lemon squeeze. I know, just auto save. Staring at a wall. I didn't waste that. Oh, that guy, mate. Hey, listen. He got to the point where he knew what happened and he didn't have to do nothing.
Hey!
Alright, let's get the hell out of here.
Okay then. Got it.
Got a lot of levels too. Oh!
Let's report back.
On the ring, shady, coolest guy wanted. Let's get to know him. Maybe blah 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 blah. Getting strong. Getting something.
Yes.
What up, Bob? By the way.
Hold on.
Sure.
Still though.
Goddard is stubborn. He's lived twice as long as we have. Role model of a kind, but not to turn into. What a legend.
Hold on.
You see?
Sleepy time. 11 days. Bro, we got so much time.
Now then.
Eepy time.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Well, I guess we can go to the catacombs too, or the mausoleum, right?
We ought to proceed with caution.
This kind of looked like an isekai persona, not gonna lie. Nothing about this is isekai, but it's made by Atlas. It is made by Atlas.
Mister.
Wait, what quest? One's
not?
probably Maria, right? Be a quest. You go up. Okay, she'll go up to 3. I'm guessing the quest is just this guy, but I don't know if it's gonna take my whole day.
Interesting.
A gem? Don't you forget you're into the bargain. Hold on. Yo, bro. We haven't done the bounty.
An elder candidate?
An elder candidate? But yeah, this is like a more gritty fantasy Persona story. Very much more adult oriented Persona. While being completely its own thing. Yeah, it's like a reverse. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's like reverse. There's stuff I need to appraise too. Let's do that over here.
Hey.
What'll it be?
Oh god, okay, we got a lot of stuff. Okay. I have 6 of them? The hell? Are they all the same thing? 5 silver gauntlets and 1 iron gauntlet. Sure, I guess. Okay, the pole arm. Sanctor's Resolve. Pretty armor. Gilded vestment. Light armor. Sandsilk glove. Pretty scented bag. A mint. Prevent sleep! Oh, sick. That'll be good because now we don't have to buy as many for that 1 bounty. It says they put you to sleep. An enigmatic accessory. Oh, Frost Igniter. Okay. Actually sick. Didn't I get these? I got some. So this discerning abacus is even bigger than the one I already have. Oh, that would have been nice. Boy, that would have been nice. That effect, huh? Increases damage against mimic type monsters. The one time I don't spend money on something. the one time I don't. I even had merchant equipped the whole fucking time too. Oh man. Yeah, we got through this. I had to restart any fights and whatever. Oh, I gotta sell.
What will I do here?
Well, and the MP was a problem. Whoa! It's that. It's the other one guy. Gal.
Alright, folks, listen here.
I vow to create a kingdom where a gauntlet runner is available to all.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, we could debate. Yeah, but that wasn't mimics. That was a weird floating, old man warlock thing.
Hang on. What? Isn't that? Let's see. Yep.
Guys, you want to debate? I want to debate. Let's find out about. Let's debate. Debate Lena. Yeah, scrum debate. You're the kid in that weird gauntlet runner. Of course I remember you. Not worried about losing some run-of-the-mill gauntlet. Run-of-the-mill? Okay. Okay, the name of my workshop on my shoulders, so I can't lose whether it's a debate or any other type of contest.
Alright, folks, listen here.
When I become queen, I'll make sure everyone has a gauntlet runner. Not only would it make transportation safer, it'd create a bunch of ace jobs for everyone. Besides, isn't riding a cool gauntlet runner something everybody dreams of? Hayden Workshop has a great selection of them. I'll cut through those words. I've always wanted to cruise about in a gauntlet. Julia's family is famous for their gauntlet runner workshop. Almost rabble. You rule, or just are you in the race to rule this country, or just to sell your workshop's runners? I'm selling runners all right, and I'm making this country a good deal. Ours are the best in the biz. Uh-oh, I fucked up. Uh-oh, I fucked up. You just get one chance? Oh no, I'm an idiot.
Let's give it a shot.
Ah, whatever.
All right.
Hey, we got 3 for eloquent, and we just did a bunch of imagination. Guess what people really want a fucking gauntlet runner. I didn't save any times. Yeah, it's probably that one.
Let's go.
I don't think I can go see her right now, can I? Oh, I can do that tomorrow. All right, let's do this now. Nah, we're not gonna start. Wait, did I get anything that I can equip? I got a bunch of fucking bracers. About 1 billion of them. Increased evasion against strike. I don't think I'm weak to strike, am I? Fuck. Buddy weak. Oh. Fire. That punch or is that? Is that strike? I don't know what the fuck strike is, I'm being honest. Okay, that is strike. Okay, so that needs to go on Hulken. I'll take the evasion and the endurance over the little bit of defense, honestly. Actually, I gotta do one more.
More people missing.
How was that noise?
An elder candidate?
That's me. That's me. Yeah, I got a bunch of shit. Buy it. Thank you.
What'll it be?
Okay, fur, metal, bones, cutlery, marble, ore. You're not getting my apple.
Now then.
Why the fuck? Why do I have 5 of them?
Now then. Now then.
I don't want any of that. Okay. I think we're good now. I think we're good now. I'll do a quick save before we do the free part.
An elder candidate? No. Must have got that wrong.
Alright. I mean, I guess we can talk to. Hey, I got a new thing. I'm getting there on merchant too for you. I know you want me to get merchant to 15.
Well, well. I've been waiting. Please, do make yourselves comfortable.
I have so much extra. Holy. Seeker got up to 11 off of Merchant's Club. Man, I almost want to just sell these items on Merchant. Get his little bit done, you know? Sorry guys, gotta get all these dots. Gotta get the dots. What's the polarity, man? Oh, that's... wanted that. So let's get that done
Would
for
you
you.
look at this?
Merchant, another task done. You'll be able to stand against Luis Nemesis Tard Tide Thief.
Incredible.
And we get some imagination. And we get those hero fruit back.
All right.
Bro, we're getting a ton of imagination. It's like halfway through the next one.
Not only that.
The fantasy novel. Oh. I was once on a journey myself. I passed through many different cities in the course of my travels. 4 minutes until ads, by the way. That I'll just let you know now because I'll be ready those ad blockers. As I journeyed, I wrote off my experiences, and this travelogue became the foundation of my fantasy novel. I thought as much.
Yes.
That fantasy novel is all the hopes and dreams of my travels made manifest. I've also learned and endured painful. They've served to remind me just how important dreams are to our lives. That novel has been a source of support for you. Pain of writing it worth it.
Right.
Thank you.
I'm most glad to hear it. In truth, this is the first time I've met a reader of my work. Still, how nostalgic. I'd completely forgotten of my travels. I wonder if those I met in the outside world then are all faring well. I hope one day I may live beneath the same sky as them.
But
More. I shudder to think of the eternal solitude you saved me from, that I can feel like a semblance of myself again is there. At first, my reasons were purely selfish. Now I'd like to be of help to you. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Rank up. Yeah.
May fortune
Rank
favor
4.
your journey.
Ability forecast allows you to preview all Oh, hell yeah. Good shit. You can now check all followers' abilities even before acquisition in the main menu. Okay. So it kind of lets you see what you want to work towards. Leveling shit up.
Now then.
Seek more heroic embodiments and absorb their lessons. Doing so, your own virtues will become ever more prominent.
This one's important.
15 different archetypes. What are we at now, like 8? We're at now like 8 or 9.
Welcome.
1, 2, okay, we're at 9. We need 6 more. We're gonna at least have 1 once I get Seeker up. Maybe 2 once we get Mage. So that's 2 right there. Okay. Sick.
Oh.
We're at the time.
You'll come again.
Oh, I forgot to pet the kitty. No! Oh. Sorry, Plateau. I forgot. I'm sorry, Plateau.
What now?
Alright, Cucumber, let's go.
Interesting.
Ads in about 1.5 minutes. Good luck. Godspeed. Yeah, let's go. Stay hidden and let me do all the talking. Okay.
Greetings.
You're Mr. Highland, yes? On behalf of your father back in your hometown. He has collapsed. That frightful illness, that what? You weren't aware.
The truth is...
Well, as your illness requires a very specific herb to treat, one native only to Virga Island. Now, if the travel expenses were taken, the man who stole the dagger seemed to completely believe Cucumber's clever story. I'll make the arrangements to procure the herb, then you can take it to him. I've recovered your dagger, though he'd have given me the clothes off his back if I asked. The fly by the way about his father being sick, but this town so far away will be long gone before he Hey. Thank you, Mr. Cucumber. And we got courage, and we got money, and we got a memento back.
All right.
Look at that thing inching higher over there on courage. 3,300, baby. No idea of this ring's importance. This everyone will finally be free.
I appreciate it.
Thank you and show my thanks. Please allow me to help. See, already you're the real deal. The one truly fated to be our next king, and I will need my winning strategies to do it.
Hang
Take his hand. Deception is more of an art than you know, and I'm something of a knack for it. Kind, honest to a fault, and upstanding chap like you to become king, you'll need someone versed in the darker, grayer area.
Be that
Someone
as it
like
may.
me. Of course, my guidance doesn't come without strings. This is business. You'll give me information about the places you visit, trends in the tournament, or the whale.
Whoa.
That's all you want. Take his hand.
The truth is,
my real name is Alonzo. Anyone calling me Cucumber is one of my marks. Best to get that name altogether.
What?
Oh, there's no handshake?
remember those winning strategies I mentioned? Well, the first lesson starts now. I imagine you've led a rather rough life, considering the tribe you hail from. The world is full of unsavory sorts. That's why if you want to improve your life, you must never show a scoundrel mercy. If you're made a fool, you must pay it back in spades. Kindness is weakness, and the weak get robbed blind.
I'll keep that in mind.
Regard this not as the art of deception, but rather how to steal hearts. The morally sound way.
Persona! Not trustworthy, but he does seem clever.
A wise choice.
Fake. Bond. I sense no small amount of trust and anticipation from Alonzo.
The devious schemer, Alonzo. Within him dwells the virtue of the faker.
I
Nurture
found
thy
you,
bond with
faker.
him, and a new power yet slumbering within thee may awaken.
I assumed you were but a momentary
The party can now
distraction.
study
But there's more to
fake.
you than that.
Alright, well, what the hell does that shit do?
Who wears the crown next matters little to me. But if it's you, I wager it'll be quite a ride. I'll
Hell
be heading
yeah.
to Brilhaven after this. Let's meet again there.
I'll be there, bitch. I gotta do a
The age
thing.
of a new king draws nearer.
I gotta do a thing. About like 10 days.
Tis nearly time.
Somehow,
We're fine.
Let's head there.
Wait, hold on. We can see what's coming up next, right? So rank 3 is being able to study cleric. Welcome back, chat. And inherited slots good. The speed cook. Time will not elapse when cooking in the kitchen. Significantly reduces the cost of studying. Merit. Savior. Well, let's get the 3 so we can get a cleric. Let's go do that right quick in Maria.
All right then. Where to?
Let's go.
Time to teleport, chat.
Oh, hey!
Hey, where's Maria? Oh, I can just go up now? Sick. What the fuck you mean? What? She just told me to go upstairs.
Hey!
Am I not allowed to? Can I only do it at night, maybe? Maybe it's a nighttime thing.
All right then. Where to?
Let's go.
What were the gods doing?
Okay, I'm thinking, oh, hold on, I want to see. I don't know where she's fucking at. I don't know where she's at to look for.
What now?
Okay, what is this? I need to see what is the faker. It has many skills that lower opponents' stats. Can also perform powerful actions. Throwing knives. Has a chance of triggering auto dodge in overworld combat. Faker's roguery. Chance of inflicting forget on one enemy. Turn icons added or removed at random. What? Okay. Interesting. So he's a jester. Interdasting indeed. What all quests?
What now?
We're working on that. Anteater in the mine. That's just the relics. We could go to the mausoleum.
All right. Where to?
Let's go.
I think. Hydrate. Give me. Ah, gosh.
Heading out?
Oh. Why are we gambling? Those blasted noble idiots. How am I supposed to gather mortal skulls from these skeletons now?
The goal.
Dungeon.
Hey.
No way Fairy and Elda could ever empathize with blah 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 blah.
Oh,
yeah. Okay, what do you want me to do then? Sure. Oh, did Aniv make it? Oh, Aniv made it again! Hell yeah! Good job, Aniv. Aniv likes playing the dungeon game.
Huh?
Okay, what? I don't care.
Give it a shot.
I'm going in there now. It's fine. Okay, I don't care about any of the back ones. Let's save and let's go down. I'm pretty sure there's something down in here we have to fight to get something for some dude that lost his wife or some shit.
Speaking of,
Should we go in?
Well then.
Alright, chat. Back to the mausoleum. Maybe there's a new path down in here now.
Let's do it. Let's see.
Are these open now? Oh, that's why the doors are open
It's all
now.
clear.
Arrested
That's not half bad.
accessor.
stay present and focused.
We got a holy ossuary.
Yep, we're safe here.
Ossuary. Oh, God, that's a lot of slimes. Alright, new area. Who dis? Pre-owned parchment. Oh shit, we're doubling up. Hell yeah, I'm in again, baby. Alright, can I go in here or is it locked? Oh, hell yeah. Oh. Oh, this place is a mess. Okay.
I bet there's treasure around here.
Oh.
Ow!
Damn, this looks like a fancy stone chest, huh?
Risk pays off.
Monk's Clogs. Oh yeah, I have stuff I could have purified too. Guess we can go do that later. Okay. Well, what's in here?
There are enemies
Oh
around.
ho ho! Look at this big
Right
son
there.
of a bitch.
All right, how's that?
Oh.
I see the other. Forward!
Impressive as ever.
Well, I'm shocked I can overrule beat that thing.
This is bad. They're onto us.
Who is?
There
Oh,
they are.
who the fuck are you? Oh, we need 7 more of those. Oh god, it's those fucking things, dude. Bro, I don't know what I'm doing. Hold on, chill, bro. I'm trying to.
We cannot avoid this fight. Stand ready.
Time for some close up. Come on! Let's push through! All right. How's that?
All right, we did it. Great find. Keep it.
Okay, I'm just swinging like a madman right now.
Right there.
Stop that. Oh,
I
new
can
skill.
feel greater power within.
I don't know what it is. Hold on. Hold. What'd he get? What eyes may get? Oh, plunder magic too. Okay. Okay. Can you imagine throwing plunder magic on like a mage? Oh, baby.
I don't see anything we can't handle easily.
There they are. I see the other.
Amazing! Great moves back there.
Pussies?
There they are.
Push through.
Looks like it could be useful.
Ooh. Slicing through the slimy. Oh, we left something back there. I'll run back right. So I'm gonna forget if I don't. Might as well get it now rather than later.
Yep, we're safe here.
How the fuck did I miss this?
Everything's pretty standard.
Oh, hey. Oh yeah, I'm good. Yeah, what up? Survey Corps. Okay, okay.
Thank you indeed.
Not bad. I'm sure you'll find a use for it.
Strong, better than nothing. Alright, let's keep going. Meow. Come this way.
Look!
Okay. Well, 3 fucking paths. Huh? Well, let's go this way first so I can see some of the hallway.
Right there. All right. How's that?
Fuck out of
I
here.
see the enemy.
Let's push through.
All right. How's that? Right there.
Be on your guard.
I see the enemy.
That was brilliant.
Dick.
What now? There they are.
On your guard.
Right there. Charging in.
Great job.
Time for some close combat. Forward.
There they go.
I see the enemy.
I think we're in the clear.
Okay. Where are they falling over from?
Nice.
Not bad.
Oh wow! Wow! Thanks. Uh-oh. I mean, we can just swing through it.
Charging in.
That might be a use later.
Asshole.
I think we're in the clear.
A scalpula blade. Oh wait, that's from me. That's probably not better than what I have, right? Oh, it is. What the hell? Well, that's quite a drop, huh? Okay. Sure.
Right there. Let's push through.
Oh, I knew I left something.
Nice. I bet we'll find a use for
Feeding.
that.
Alright, what's in here? The upper half of a chipped.
But
Alright, we gotta find the other part of the key, chat. Cut through. Sick. Well, that's probably a fight now, isn't it? The sleepy restroom. Hell yeah. Get our save on, chat. What time is it? 5:55? Actually, I need to go feed.
Got it.
Good timing to find this room. I gotta go feed the doggo. Oh, look at Heismay hanging from the ceiling up there. That's adorable. Where's K-Dog? Loves bats. Yeah, I'll be right back, everybody. I gotta go feed the doggo. Trying to sneak that by me, Spartan. Son of a bitch. How's work going? Done yet? Away from hell. Hell yeah. He just got Poochie fed. He's outside. It's a little chilly, so I gotta grab him in like half an hour. Be lurking. Bro, thank you for lurking. Alright, we are going to keep exploring.
Let's go.
I think Spartan did anything. Did he? Well, that's a big fella.
There they are.
Let us settle this.
Settle this quick.
Finish him off.
Witness our secret technique.
Tis yours.
Can't do anything that's in fact my fault. Oh, that's my fault.
It's okay.
Get your own
We can
thing.
do this. Let's go. You better be
We're
sure.
evenly matched. Guess we better stay on our toes.
I'm all prepared.
I mean, I guess we could just see if it's weak to wind.
Strike true.
Fuck it.
Wind. A tough one.
Oh no.
Hulkenberg's been burned. If she gets hit, she's in big trouble.
Ah, she's fine.
After me! Something else.
I call upon royal power within.
What a mess.
Impossible.
Are you kidding me? That didn't do a thing.
Burns.
This
Let
is
justice
not
prevail.
a land.
Shine.
I need you to
One remains.
not be
Think
alone.
yourself equal to a UG subject?
Got anything in that rotting
Nothing
slime of
possible.
yours?
Sorry.
Why, hello.
Oh, Maglapro.
treasure.
Is that all?
Oh, you're a dick. Oh. Is it just weak to light?
Lend me your strength.
Show them our might.
About to find out.
No holding back. Still here?
Oh.
I can't afford to hold back.
Well, what the fuck are you weak to?
Ah! I'll crush you. It's no good.
Kidding me? That didn't do a thing.
Well, she might die here.
Everyone okay? You gotta heal up. Captain's hurt bad.
Still fight.
Let's get him some healing.
Come.
Being in my asshole, this guy is.
Are you all right?
I knew you'd help.
Much thanks.
Helpful as ever.
Captain, you've
Be
been
nice.
burned. You'll take more damage this way, so be careful.
My burn?
Some darker arts. Apologies. Would you finish it?
You better watch out
If I'm a vampiric slime, I wouldn't like being burned.
Yikes! Watch out for their counterattack.
I'm gonna fucking just lose my goddamn mind. I'll tell you what.
Captain, you've been burned.
Are you
Take more
prepared?
damage this way, so be careful.
Oh, holy light! Not done
Oh,
yet.
healing power. Grant us solace. Oh, power of heroes. They yet cling to
Only
life.
one left. Finish them off and we're clear.
Okay, so he's using fire. He's not weak to fire. Maybe he's just weak to blizz. Of course. The last attack, we figure it out.
Keep your
Pain in
energy
my
up,
ass.
everyone.
Satisfactory.
Hey!
You're burned. Can someone heal that?
I don't know why I made that noise.
What now?
Oh, this place is a pain in the ass. Wait, did this just take me in a fucking circle? Oh, hell no. Wait, so what? Wait, was there something down here I didn't look for? Oh, because I went to the room. Oh yeah, there's a door right here. Alright, well, let's go kill whatever's
That
in
should
here.
come in handy.
Oh, hell yeah, there's even a save point. Do it. Excuse me. Just that excited, I guess, man. But I don't know. What don't you know, Annie? Tell me.
Yep.
Okay. I need a key, don't I? God, okay, so I need the other half of the damn.
However.
Alright, okay. We'll go get the other half of the. Alright, so once we get the key, we can go in there. Why the fuck is everything locked? Goddamn helpful. Is there a ladder or a door? Maybe a hole I need to unlock. Alright, I'll be back. We'll figure this out before we leave. Gotta go this way.
Yep, we're safe here.
I see the enemy.
Looks like they found us.
Fuck. Care about these
Right
slimes?
On your guard. I see the enemy. Time for some close up.
Great job.
Slimes. Think about this.
There they are.
Hey, chill.
Exemplary.
I see the enemy.
That was well done.
If it's useful, I say grab
Luck
it.
insert. Another healing one? Oh. Oh. That's a lot of enemies down there, isn't it?
How about a break?
That's true.
I mean, sure, I just saved, but this would be a lot more consequential finding these if I wasn't like overworld one-shotting everything. I think I came in here a little late.
Let's go.
But hey, man, it is what it is. My life easy.
Right there. Time for some close fire. How's that?
Great move back
There they
there.
are. Forward.
It's too late, might be
I see
wise.
the enemy. There they are.
On your toes, everyone.
God,
Why not?
Wolfenberg, it's look at this mosh pit.
Your training has paid off.
Hey, Seeker's slow now.
Exemplary.
Where'd that motherfucker go?
They noticed us. On your guard.
I see the enemy.
Great find. Keep it.
First talisman. Good drop.
I imagine that would be a
Gritty armor. Hitting the gritty.
Oh, that's not half bad.
Man, all I hear is that giant slime up on that staircase. Okay, what the hell's down here? Where am I going? Hold on, I'm gonna go this way. Looks like there's a dead end. I will get that done. Oh, the other half of the key. Perfect, actually. Skip key lower half. Hell yeah. Alright, well, we got the key now. You know what? Let's go fight that doorway before I forget. Tarnished candelabra. Where's that? Oh, well, that's convenient. I got no idea what to expect, chat. Let's find out together.
Yep. I don't like this.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I just, babe, we're fine. Oh, this guy again! This guy again!
I see. However...
Get ready.
Poochie is barking at something out there. This son of a bitch again. Does he still have the same weakness?
Better be careful.
Oh no, he's different. Kata blish. More like Kata bitch. I got him, shit! Oh! Oh, he's losing now! Okay.
On me, we go together.
Alright, let's see what this is weak to, if anything.
Some darker.
Okay, that's not ideal.
We can do this. Lend me your strength.
I ain't scared.
Go!
Let's do this! You hit their weakness!
Wealth is its own
That's
weapon.
your opening, Captain.
Stronger, I call upon royal power within. The power of light.
You hit their weak point.
Is everyone
Keep it
okay?
up,
Shine!
Hulkenberg got them right in their weak spot.
Oh, thank God.
A blunder.
Could have been worse. That could have been worse.
I see your game.
Ah, crit and a miss. It's fine. It evens out. Thank God. Okay.
Oh, power of kings.
Give me some of that life in there, big guy.
Let's stay calm. Vitus power. Maybe not. We'll do this together.
If this blocks win, I'm gonna lose my damn mind. Thank God.
Wealth is no holding back. Oh, holy light!
You hit their weak point.
I
Keep it up,
stand
Stroll.
ready. Let justice prevail. Oh, Mystic Purge!
Hulkenberg got them right in their weak spot.
Oh, you're. Oh, well, I guess what's good for the goose, huh? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't. Oh, come on. Don't do. Don't do that. You come on. He's already at full.
Oh, please.
Face me.
What a dick.
I show no mercy. Apologies.
Oh,
The
Would you
freedom of
finish
a
it?
wanderer. Let's set it up.
Strike true!
You hit their weakness.
Now, what's the
That's
play?
your
I shall
opening,
vanquish
Captain.
evil. You'll be dust. One left.
Oh,
Is
Good one,
everyone
Stroll.
alright? Healer!
I could heal. I can do this.
Hulkenberg got them right
Be
in their weak
neither
spot.
timid nor arrogant. I'll use what I must. Erupt!
I will fight with pride. I won't hold back. Is there another
Looks like
way?
they're weak to light. I guess it's our time to shine.
Come forth, royal soul. Fire!
Let's find out.
I've been cursed.
Oh my God.
Stroll's been hexed. He's gonna get hit with backlash if he attacks.
I call upon royal power within.
Well, he's getting hit
The
with
power of
backlash.
light.
You hit their weak point. Keep it up, Stroll.
Observe the for all that we strive for!
Hulkenberg got them right in their weak spot.
Perhaps this suits me best. Eat. How about this? Formidable indeed.
Stroll
It's
can't
okay.
take any more.
Lend me your strength.
Someone heal him.
Show them our might!
Alright. Dick. The Weeping Blood Staff, medicine, and a cheater's dice. What I told you, I knew he was a clob a bitch.
That'll do.
Hey, almost ranked 20 for not nurse, healer. I want to say cleric. That can't be it. Well, that was easy enough. A black jewel knight. That's that thing that dude wanted.
That's...
Yeah.
I'm heading back.
No, it doesn't. We're not done here. You better not go back to the top. Okay, I was about to fucking say. Oh wait, hold on. Stroll's dying. Stroll is dying. I guess I want to run back and grab that one item over there. Alright, kid. Did I go the right way? My dumb brain works sometime. The hell was up here? Did I even come up here before? Oh yeah, I did.
Thanks for that. I've had my fill of curses.
Got that thing, got that thing. I don't see any rooms I haven't been in. Oh, hold on. Gotta go down from where? Fuck am I going down to? I don't know where that spot is. Oh, it was right here because I never went down this way. Right?
I see the enemy.
Ready. If we take the offensive now,
Oh, that's not the button.
Stay calm, everyone. Pierce attacks won't get through.
Some darker art.
The freedom of a woman. Let's work together. Maybe the seeker. Freeze.
You hit their weakness.
I can't afford to hold
That's
back.
your opening, Captain.
oh, holy light! Observe the enemy. Let justice prevail. Oh, mystic purge! They yet cling to life.
Be neither timid nor a favor, if I may.
Let's stay calm. Nice.
Okay.
Are you prepared? The power of light. Not done
Is
yet.
everyone all right? Behold, we stand together.
We'll combine our strength.
Smack them both.
Got one.
Satisfactory.
Perhaps this suits me best.
They're weak to electricity. Give them a jolt.
Maybe I'll get a lucky crit.
Apologies. Would you finish it?
Yikes! Here comes the counter.
Oh, he just kind of booped me.
I won't hold back. Fire.
Kind of booped. All right.
What a finale! Keep your energy up, everyone.
Not bad.
24 and rank 13
I'll
on
strive for
C.
greater heights.
Ability. and some endurance. So let's go.
Victory is ours. And safe. Whoa.
Yeah.
Hey, another leaf of light. Good shit.
Yep.
Alright, so where man, I don't know where I went to get that hit that one spot of the map there. To be honest. This place is a mess. Maybe it's like this way and then up and then down? Not want to fight. Sir.
Watch out! We've been spotted!
Was it this way and then down? And I just didn't go down?
Right there.
Motherfuckers are spawning. Fuck it then.
There they go!
No, this is just where the damn key was. God, where am I going? Not. That's up. That's up. That's the entrance. Where is that fucking hallway at? Is it just right there? Is it just on the other side of where I just was? Here. Then this way?
Ah, looks like we're out of it.
This is bad. They're onto us.
Be fine. Well, that didn't fucking help me, I don't think. 'Cause it just put me back here. Well, that didn't fucking help.
I see the enemy.
That was well done.
Pain in my ass.
We're so lucky.
All that for a bomb? Is that really what I just did? Oh, there's a treasure. All that for a bomb of life? Alright, what's in here then?
All right. Well, well.
Oh, a blaze igniter. Oh, now we got backup fire. Okay, that one might have actually. Get out of my way? That fucking guy right there. Asshole. Stand in my damn way.
Watch out! We've been spotted!
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, we've been spotted. Are there any still chasing?
I think we'll
I'd
be
be
okay if we made it this far.
absolutely shocked. Okay. Hey, we're 24 hours in, chat.
Yep.
Wait, is this just like a easy exit? Okay, well, what's this then? For our troubles. Prevents burn. Okay, okay. Alright. Okay. And now this is all explored. The mausoleum, unless something opens up. Looks fully explored to me. Feeling good, chat. I mean, we didn't get all the skulls we needed, but I'm not waiting around to do that. Alright, I'm gonna go grab Poochie. Starting to get dark earlier, so I can't leave him out as long. Plus, it's kind of cold these couple days. So I'll be right back. Wait, did I get all the bones I needed? Wait, did I get all that?
Excellent.
Oh, shit. I didn't think I got them all. I just saw picking. I guess I killed so many enemies. Thank you, sir. Weird fad among the nobles right now. Where something happened. I didn't know I was on auto. Normal ones are no good. Off auto. Noble with more money than common sense demanded that I bring him souls.
No kidding.
Alright. The Grand Cathedral fiasco, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. I don't.
Mission accomplished.
A brigandine.
Thank you.
What now?
None of us can wear that. Shit. What is it? Endurance +3 and a 150 defense. That's pretty damn good. That's pretty dang diddly solid. Alright, let's go.
What do you think? Understood.
Alright, chat, another dungeon down. Other quest can, well, I guess 2 quests can now.
Speaking of,
Entire massacre. Oh, we gotta go purify things. Oh, okay, ma'am. Just all hits me in the face.
you see?
Somehow.
Oh, we got plenty of days. I'm cleaning up stuff before we go do it.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Let's go. All right then. Where to?
Where's the old man?
Let's go.
Yep. Well, if I'm in front of the church, I'm going in the church.
Closure.
Hey, what up? Close your ray, chat. Close your ray. Oh, Lord. Okay. Okay. A lot of shit we gotta... 10,000 to restore this? What is this? Whoa. Okay. Decreases the cost of money skills. Increase the thrifty and the investor. Okay. All right, I get it. Okay. Cost and strength of money skills. I feel like I'd want the thrifty one, right? That staff will be really good for probably the next level of the mage archetype. I think I would do the thrifty one though. Like, cause money skills are pretty good on their own, right? Fuck it. We're gonna do this one too, cause well, we should probably wait till the day, right? I'm not using. Cause then I think, but I wanted to get. Well, I hate that I can't just run to this door without looking at it.
What now?
Oh, it's luck +3 too. Where is it? Hey, I got your necklace.
What?
All right, pal. You want me to keep it? Yeah, that's right. You better apologize, dick. Wife was a researcher in the king's employ. She had such wit. Talked for hours, endlessly discussing the country's future. Kind and noble, frankly, I never deserved her in this object of which she treasured most.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
my deepest and most heartfelt thanks. Here's a reward, accept it as a gift from both of us. I'm running low on funds, so this is the best I can.
Mission accomplished.
At least he's not a dick in the end. Got some courage though. That's pretty badass.
All right.
Well, we're inching along with that courage.
And I'm off.
All right, sick.
All right then.
All right. So what can we do? Can I see Maria now?
All right then.
Maybe Maria has to be like nighttime?
Let's go.
You know, maybe, I don't know why. Well, I can't do it now. I can't. Is there a reason I can't say hi to Maria? Is she like out in the world somewhere?
The exhibition of the brave, they're calling it. Hey.
Oh, it's 'cause she's right. Stupid as hell, Chad. Dumb as hell. Whoa, look at that drawing. Holy moly. The desert, it's all white. Is that a big building? That's a worm's skin? Told Maria all about the memories I made. There's really a place like that outside of Grand Trad? 3 minutes until Edge, Chad. Ready your head block.
Thank you.
Thank you, mister. I'll ask Miss Fabian if we can hang it up in the inn's walls. Look at the picture. If I look at the picture, stop feeling lonely because I think of you and your... You can come back and look at them too, right?
You know,
I'll go with you.
Really?
Yeah.
Mister?
You see those flowers over there, for sale over there? They grow outside of the capital. Papa took me there once. He let me ride on his shoulders and I felt like a grown-up. Let's go get you some.
Wow.
I think it'd make Miss Fabienne really happy if we decorated the inn.
Huh?
Uh-oh.
Hey!
Boy, you can't sleep here. You're dragging your filth all over the road. That's a child from that Parapazant. No, the half-blood.
Dear me!
Fucking bitch. Disgusting. Women.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
My family, they're all dead. I ran from a merchant, tried to sell me, but I ended up here. I'm all alone now. I wish I had died with mom and everyone. Damn. Want to die, but the hunger is so painful. Thank you. Damn. Just like Grand Trad, am I right, Mangardy? Oh, what the hell? My family's all gone too, just like him. Got me, dog.
Really?
Future king. Oh. Take me along. I want to go on a journey, and I promise I'll be good.
Fine by me.
Yeah.
I don't know how I can help, though. Maybe I'll just get in the way.
I'm sorry.
I've asked you that. Please don't. No, it's... He's the only one I can stay with now, so I have to show her that I'm a good girl.
No.
But...
Want to make Miss Fabian happy, there's got to be something else I can do.
So then...
Yeah! My stomach doesn't feel like it's all in knots anymore. Yes, ma'am, I will.
She... Now.
Yeah.
New power.
It's a promise.
Healer archetype adept. The party can now study the cleric. Increasing skill inheritance slots for the healer lineage to 2. Oh, baby. You now study the cleric. Oh, baby.
Yeah.
I should go back before Miss Fabian gets worried. You too, mister. Be careful. Got a ton of mag. Holy moly.
What now?
What rank is she? Oh, she's like right there. $500 might be a little much. Well, maybe not actually.
A new means of protection.
Healer's Insight. Covers medium HP every turn. Heals more of archetypes of the same lineage are present. Oh, baby. In addition to light magic and healing, it also learns several revival magic. Oh, ho, ho.
I see.
So Hamon, we get three. We get Medica. Recarm at 5. Oh my god, we just got a health HP. Godly Blessing. Oh my god, it gets Samra. The old Samracarm too at 20. Holy moly. Alright.
Fascinating. This right here.
It's the heroic embodiment is that of the Adept Devotee, Holy One whose healing powers inspire strength in all life, can even close death. Here we got plenty. Might as well level it up, baby.
Of course.
A worthy heart who tempers anxiety and a strength greater still. Soul, it shall grant succor to all our wounds.
Oh.
Oh, some heroes
I've
fruit. Hell
acquired
yeah.
a new power.
No, put the damn hat back on. Oh, it's not succor, it's suckle. I mean, first aid wouldn't be bad to have. I feel like I want this healer's insight.
All right.
I think I need the buff.
All right.
All right, sick. Okay, I got him to the, what do I need for this? Oh, once I get Gallica to rank 3, then I can get the mage. Okay. Yeah, Dakunda's awesome. I don't think I would have beat Joel last night without it. Or I would have had to been, you know, insanely lucky with my attacks. Okay, prepare to apprehend. Yeah, look at Joel go.
What now?
It's nighttime. What the hell can I even do?
All right then.
Yeah, Secunda D's nuts.
What now?
I don't think I'm allowed to leave at night. The next thing up is going to the mine, and then we'll go do the well. I think that's your. We'll leave for the mine tomorrow. Is there anybody I can go talk to? Oh, is that spellbinding, Joel? That's a good one. That's a rare one.
Let's go.
Okay,
More people missing.
trying to think. Don't want to go buy stuff.
More people missing.
Is anything gonna get leveled up now if I were... Nothing's particularly close. I mean, wisdom is kind of close, actually. So is courage, but we'll get a big booster. Oh, well, hold on. We gotta go, charms. Paralysis, poison, burn. We have one mint charm.
More people missing.
What now?
Where's that dude's notes? No, that one. So ice weakness.
Oh, I bear good tidings. Here's the real skinny.
After defeat the monster time, weak to ice. Paralyzed. I'm the barrel but I be struck by you. I want to move. But don't stand and still. We got 2 of those already. I don't know fucking how much they are though. But we can obviously, we're gonna stop in the town on the way there.
An elder candidate?
Did I get anything I need to appraise?
Hey!
What'll it be?
Oh, I guess we did. A rusted accessory. Strength +3. Okay. And gritty armor. A desert robe. Don't want. Oh shit. That's not shit.
Now then.
6K. Oh, that's multi-target fire too. Interesting. So that's why that thing's expensive to this. If I come back on the day, we can get the discerning one. which is better. And the effects is whatever, but I guess +2 on all stats. Okay, so we got that done. We sold some shit. I need to go to the...
Can't be.
Oh, we can debate again. Uh-oh, hold on. We can debate again. we can fuck it up again. All right, chat, we got this. We're gonna win this debate this time. We're gonna win this debate.
Freedom, I say!
Abolish taxes, laws, taxes, and anything else that restricts our freedom will be abolished. All right, let's go. Okay, this time we'll get. Okay, we'll think about it this time. Yeah, what up? Help anyone in need. It's a bit starry-eyed, I'd say, but perhaps you've come to pit your ideals against mine. I encourage you to exercise your freedoms and challenge.
Are you tired of being oppressed?
Hear me, are we all not entitled to the sweat of our own brow? Why then do we accept the tyranny known as tax? It is theft by another name, used to fund the machinations of the elite. What should benefit the poor lines the pockets of the powerful instead. Hello, Anna.
Freedom, I say!
Why should the fruits of our blood, sweat, and tears make the fattened swine grow fatter still? The system must be abolished. Right, my earnings should go to me and me alone. I don't want to pay taxes as much as the next bloke, but it may not work out as I think so. What of our countries making? It's one of the bottom two. Taxes benefit us all. Yeah, it's playing to the bottom line. So we need to appeal to the top, which would be the country, I guess? Like, you may not be doing perfectly, but the country would be doing just as bad as you if there were no taxes. I definitely don't think it's only the rich win that way. Oh, maybe it is, because if nobody's paying taxes, the rich just get richer, right? So maybe it's that. Maybe it's that way to look at it. Wow, this one's hard. You really did? I thought it was one of these two, but I don't know. Fuck it. I'll go.
Please listen.
Taxes are not a one-way street. They benefit all in the long run. I mean, we must all fund this Commonwealth insurance? No, it's a personal failing if your financial reserves cannot sustain you in hardship. So in an emergency, only rich folks who have been hoarding money are going to survive? Taxation to fund a world where everyone helps one another. A bit on the nose, but it sounds something like a hero king would come up with. Brilliant. Rabble, rabble, rabble. Aha, good job, man. I knew it was between those two. I think the countries one might have worked too.
I knew it!
2,500.
Works for me.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Okay, not much imagination, but we got 4 on eloquence. Oh, there's only one answer for these? Oh, oh, look at
Time
that!
marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Alright, time to hit the road.
Hey,
I always hate prompts like that because I never know how to elaborate on them. Yeah, because, like, I like it because it's not, especially with Persona and Atlas, and I'm sure Shin Megami Tensei have the same kind of prompts, where they're kind of vague, and you kind of don't know where they're going, and you can only speculate. That's kind of why I like these games, because it's not like I can suss it out, you know, very easily. It's not just I'll pick one of them and there I get the reward, you know.
I suppose.
All right, let's go get that bounty. That's what we're doing today. It is bounty day, unless there's a sale. Is it sale? Okay, it's not sale day.
All right then.
Okay, it might be sale day because it's sale day. Okay, so we can't leave town until tomorrow now because I gotta buy shit. Dying.
All right then.
Let's get that abacus. It's gonna be 20% off the 55, so it's like what, 30 something. I don't know. My math is off.
Got a bargain today.
Maybe high 40 or low 40. I mean, I got enough. Might as well take it. I've been using it. There's no reason not to.
Ooh. All right. Where to?
Let me go here because I need to get shit purified.
let's go.
I think I'll have enough. Closure. Oh, it's not on today. Oh, that. Oh, ouch. Oh, wait, hold on. We need some money. I guess debates don't repeat. Oh, that's true. That's a good point.
How about a fortune?
Yeah. Is it supposed to rain today? Or later tonight?
Let's see. Ooh.
Disgusting. What a fucking waste. I need to go back. Alright. Oh, let's go. I need 5,000, I think.
Now what am I to do?
I know it's not the best
Looking
day.
to sell, are you?
Hopefully it's around 3. 2! Fuck. I need 5,000 now. Oof. That's around like maybe.
All right then.
Let's go.
Closure.
Closure. Okay. Now if I go back to mage or need to go back to mage, we're good. We have a 6 staff to throw on for a second. Oh yeah, what's her face?
What now?
Hat back on that they took off. Hold on. He does. I mean, I'm losing 1 defense and 1 strength, but I'm gaining magic. So I'd rather that. That's a pretty solid defense now. All right. Where are we? Oh, we're going back to the thing now, so we can go to the man eater. We got 2 of. I don't want to go buy it. Well, we'll get a paralysis thing on the way there, won't we?
Where to?
Let's go.
Because they're in that town. Well, I might not have enough for it, but whatever.
Now then.
Ah, Dane, I think we have a favor to do there.
There is much to see.
It's your call.
Let's be off.
Let's go.
They
Let's
head
go,
to a
Chad.
cave said to consume all who enter. Does the dark, narrow path lead only to the innards of a monstrous insect? Perhaps.
What to pick?
Okay, so we could consume time. I kind of want a wisdom, but we haven't cooked yet. Let's try cooking. All right, chat. What should we try cooking? If I have the ingredients. I think we never mind. We only have 1 option, chat. We're making the red grass roasted bido.
Let's check.
Got it.
All your meat is delicious all its own. You prepare with a little effort. Tastes even better.
And then,
in other words, we can't haphazardly toss things together. Proven combinations. Hey.
got it?
Oh, heat control. Okay. Nearly to the finish. Red grass roasted beef dough. We did it, chat. We're chefs.
The party at last arrives in the village of Comero, a small farming settlement southeast of Martira. Blessed by the mild climate, its ranches produce fine fare. It gained a reputation for its rare, as though welcomed by the grazing animals.
Giving it some thought?
Quick detour's fine by me. I want to see how much they're.
Okay then.
Damn, I don't have enough for it. I mean, I guess I can see. I'll probably end up putting that on, I guess, me and Bulky, just to make sure we don't fucking get paralyzed. Alright, let's go.
Hey.
Man-Eater's Grotto. How many weary travelers, traveling merchants, and treasure hunters have fallen prey to it?
I don't know.
Behind its innocuous-looking entrance, untold monsters lie in wait, impatient for their next meal.
I have to wait a little bit.
Comes to a stop, the entrance beckoning its visitors invitingly. What lies in its depths? Treasure or death?
Nah, it's where the man-eater bug archetype from Yu-Gi-Oh's.
All right.
This is Valmo's Nest. At first glance, it looks like your average cave. Most of the miners have run off. Gets it all on us.
Understood.
Mining for ore and gemstones is the town's principal industry. If nothing else, you have to clear those monsters out so people can maintain life. Whoa, that was a deep one, Chad. The town's taverns and shops depend on the miners' patronage. Well, to leave the situation alone would be the town's economy slow to a halt.
Finish it, quick!
Hey, sometimes you hit the deep one. Buff Gus, thank you.
Oh.
All right. Then something. Oh, is there a treasure in here?
So hey,
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, okay.
What now?
Well, let's do this. I'm ready to go. I'm leveling Seeker right now and Merchant. I don't mind leveling either. Alright, chat. Another dungeon. Let's go. Happy 4.5 hours.
okay then. Let's go. Hey,
Oh, this place is a piece of shit. Man-eaters of
Hey.
Karata.
I bet there's treasure around here.
I see the enemy. Time for some close combat.
Let's not miss this chance. You've no time.
I don't
for
know what's
surprise.
happening. Juvenile rock
we're evenly
worm. They're weak
matched.
to ice,
Guess
right?
we better stay on our toes.
Witness our strength.
Show them our
Okay,
might.
do they like darkness because they live in
Some
a cave
darker
and underground,
arts.
maybe?
Mandible
Oh,
bearing.
they don't give a shit.
Now, what's the play?
I'm all punch.
The end's in sight!
The freedom of a
Always
wanderer.
comes through.
Let's go.
Keep it up!
Let's keep it going.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, hold on. We got new synthesizers. Medium light magic to all enemies for 10. That's hell.
Perhaps not this.
That's beautiful.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Yoink.
Looks like that's all of them. Great job, everybody.
Not bad, if I say
Hey,
so myself. I admit,
roll to
it feels
24.
good to get stronger.
There they are.
We are not done yet.
We have the edge.
Giant piece of fuck. What the hell are you, weird spider
Witness our strength.
spider things? I don't know. Spider flowers?
Rancor. One left.
Well,
All
this
three
is its own
teams
weapon.
out.
Stronger than a sword. I call upon royal power within. Let
If I
me
just
rethink
punch
this.
it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Looks like that's all of them. Great job, everybody.
Friend flower. Oh,
All for a
fiend
decent
flower.
result.
That was called the friend flower. 13 for thief.
That was the last of them.
Well. Hey, there's somebody still in here. Can't hop up there. I don't see any holes. Alright, let's go. What up? Yeah. Fire. Okay, so fire takes out the...
I imagine that would be of use.
I see the enemy.
Skill.
Oh, thank God we can take some of these down with just overworld. Okay, so there's an up and a down over here. Was this way blocked? I just missed it. Oh, there's like a whole... Oh, maybe it is.
Right there. Forward!
Impressive. Your training has paid off.
Everything's pretty standard.
Pushy clay. Oh, okay, I see it. Okay, so... Oh, that's just the intro. Okay. Oh boy. I'm gonna tell you right now, chat, we're getting lost. Gonna inform you all now. So that's down. Alright, I just want to go up the slope. Let's do that, Rick.
There they are.
Well done, Captain. To battle. I'll use what I must. I show no mercy.
I shall fight as the... Let's wrap this up!
It's okay.
Always comes
Fire!
Ah, excuse me, chat.
Smooth finish. Great work, everyone.
We got more nectar. Nectar, I barely
I
know.
think we got them all. We'll be safe for a while.
Hey, Mr. Tooth, what are you gonna tell me now that I already know?
What?
Hey. Thanks, pal. Thanks for teaching me how experience works.
Would sure be a pleasure to find some treasure.
What in the fuck is the point? Oh.
Nice.
Here we go.
A screwed up mineral. Common ore, there's an inexplicable screw in. What the fuck does that mean? Found a strangely shaped pebble with a mysterious light shining from inside.
Okay, so
Could be a... Oh, maybe it is a relic. Someone put a... Oh, maybe that's just what we were looking for. Well, we don't have to worry about that now, I guess. Good job, me.
We've been
Right there.
Oh. Oh.
nice.
Don't worry, chat. We can just kill the butterflies, too.
All right.
Amazing.
Hey, that's a quick $1,000. Listen, if they're in my way, I'll kill them. I don't want to do unnecessary fighting either. But if I have to, you know how it be. We gotta go down. Where was it? Ow, fucking no! It was the other way than down. Oh god. Oh no. It was like right here, right? Okay. No, we gotta turn here. Oh boy.
Oh.
Yeah, I fucking hate it. Oh, don't you worry. Hey, big guy. Oh, I can't get it. Oh, somebody right here just...
Everything's pretty standard.
There they are. All right. Come on.
Grand iron. Okay, well that didn't help me. Going this way.
Yeah.
I see the enemy.
From Perdo. I will. Whoa.
Right there. All right. How's that?
Don't have much health left.
Time for some cozy.
That's one more thing we don't have to worry about.
Man, that took a bunch out. Chill. Oh yeah, I don't have to heal him. Okay, okay, can't get there. I'm just running around like a madman right now, I'm gonna be honest.
That might be of use later.
There they are.
That's not what I wanted to do, but
Hidden art.
Tis yours.
Some darker arts. Cannot relax yet.
Now, what's the play? Let's do this!
All yours.
Only 2
It's okay.
enemies left.
We can
Stay
do
sharp.
this. I'm all prepared.
Hold nothing back.
I just didn't want to take too much.
Okay, I don't think there's any more backup coming. Let's keep
Giant worm and meat.
That'll do.
17 for the merchant.
Our foes roam the area still.
Come on. Forward! Time for some cozy. All right. How's that?
I can feel the power coursing through me.
Oh, that's cleric to level 2, I guess. God, this place is a pain in the ass.
Right there.
Good one. We strike first.
This battle's out. Let's go.
On me, we go together.
Tis yours.
Oh.
Rancor. Commendable bearing.
I shall fight as... Let's wrap this up!
Let's
Great
see.
job, Stroll.
Seeker!
Smooth finish. Great work, everyone.
More nectar.
Looks like we're safe for now.
Huh. I like the blue treasure.
Our risk pays off.
Ooh, aquamarine. What is everybody's level in here? Let's find out. I'm 24. 24 to 25. 22 for... Damn, what the... 34! What are you doing up there, Polly? 34! Chill, bro! Chill! Oh my god, bro. Chill. I wouldn't say I'm grinding bad. I wouldn't say I'm underleveled. 34. Bro.
There they are.
On your guard!
What the hell? I didn't... Oh no.
They're seizing their chance while Hulkenberg's anxious.
Oh boy.
Is that all? Heisme, they cut your speed, so be careful.
Pull back.
I ain't fucking dealing with that, bro.
There's more of them.
I know there's more of them.
What now?
Fucking missed.
I see the
Can
enemy.
y'all fucking chill?
Forward!
They are broken. Let us strike swiftly.
I
There
don't
they are.
want to target. Thank you. Damn worms. What up? Weapons didn't do much. No matter how much we crushed, they called moreover entire affinities that have no effect. It's ice.
Damn, they're onto us.
Ooh.
I see the enemy.
Whoa, who's this big
There
fella?
they are.
No way, I was wailing on him. Oh no.
They're going for Heisme while he's anxious. Nice dodge. You've got some fancy footwork, Stroll.
Now accept your fate. Mustn't settle for... Witness our secret technique! Oh, power of kings!
Now, what's the plan? Merchant!
Is it weak to light?
The power of light!
It's okay.
Is it weak to blizzard like everything else in here?
Join with me. Perhaps Clara. Shine.
Oh, you're an asshole. Oh, bro, he's dodging.
Face me. Erupt.
I can't afford to hold back. Merchant!
I mean, I can punch.
I'll crush you!
We can punch.
Let's stay calm.
What haven't I tried? If it's electric, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind.
Wind! You hit their weakness!
Is everyone all right?
Captain?
Clara.
Well,
Oh,
we can win.
Let us clean up this mess. I'll use what I must. Magla gather. Apologies. Would you finish it?
Thank you for hell, bro.
Merchant!
I'm just gonna punch him.
Die hard!
It's okay. Vitus power. Scour!
And these guys are bulky boys. Bulky boys. Bulky boys.
Looks like that's all of them.
Damn, that's a lot of experience, though.
Okay.
Hey, 14 for Seeker, level up for Heisman.
I had more to learn.
Our foes are not vanquished. Be on your guard.
They're fine. Yeah, I don't want to go that way yet. I'm not killing the...
There they go.
I don't... Where? No. Oh, fuck you, worm. I'm trying to do...
Great find. Keep it.
Oh, baby, I'm just going. Hey, we found where the boy's at. Well, we're gonna get these guys off my asshole right quick.
Yep.
Alright. Going down this way, and then this way, and this way, and this way. And then that's a jump down, but we want to go up this way, and we're going this way, and everything's a pain in the ass in here.
I get the feeling we could move something if we tried.
Found a door.
We found something.
And some turquoise. Damn, we finding the moolah in here. What's that thing? Is that everywhere? That can't be it. There. Oh, we didn't do that whole floor below us. That's done. That's mostly done. Okay, so we need to go back down a floor and then... Wait. Oh man, I hate this fucking place. This way. This way.
This is bad. They're onto us.
This. Maybe. This way.
Nice.
I love it.
A quartz mace. And it can be purified. That. Whoa. Chill, bro. Hold on. That's there. Any other way to get there? I guess I can go back to the floor, huh? At the bottom floor? How the hell do I get there? Is that just right here?
Right there.
Oh, it is. I just didn't go to the
There
top.
they are.
Okay, I don't care about I don't care about these. Hey, gold beetle. Okay, so now that's explored. Wait, so now if I go up, will I be here? There's that.
Nice.
Oh, another leaf. Good shit. Don't want to jump down. Just go back.
Looks like we lost him.
Okay, what if we go up here? It's in this spot. Nice.
Right there. Charging in. All right. How's that?
Let's take it with us.
Y'all need to just look at fucking treasure chest.
Whoa. Our risk pays off.
Or amethyst. Okay, so that's a jump down. Don't care about that. Alright, what's over here? Anything? Oh.
Whoa, incredible.
Max MP by 2? That's good. The hell is... Oh, yeah, okay. Is that everything now? Except for the door? I don't think it is. We did it. We did it! We done explored it all. And then I go down and over? Is that what it is? Excuse me, pals. Me pals. Coming through. I turned the wrong way. Okay.
Yep.
Do I have a blizz? I do. Alright, so we have 2 people that can get hit with that. I need me not to be hit with paralysis. Wait, is that how it works? Hold on.
Oh, I bear good tidings. Here's the real Skinny.
I don't have a multi one. I don't need the paralyzed. I mean, I could just put the... I wish I had Gallic at a 4. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so what I might do. Get Mage Flame. Maybe they don't resist, and we get lucky. Absolutely not. Get wall allies. Chill, bro. Nice.
What now?
Kill me. Kill me. Pop off. Alright, this is probably not gonna work, but it is what it is. I mean, I guess I could.
Yep.
What if I hold on? What if I go back to mage for a second? Do I have maybe I need to go back to mage for this fight. I know Seeker's getting close to 15, but I need to be able to hit everybody apparently.
What now?
Shit, I can be in the back, don't I?
What now?
Well, let's do this.
Yep. This place.
All right, let's kill some worms.
What?
Oh, hey, big guys.
Is this right?
Get ready.
Okay. How many of them are there? Is there just 2? Well, I'm going second, so technically.
Hidden art.
Hold nothing back.
Technically.
Rancor.
It's okay. We'll do this together.
Show them our might.
Freeze.
You hit their weakness.
I shall
your
fight
opening,
as the
Captain.
noble I am. I'll hold my ground.
Observe the enemy.
Wait, what's godly blessing? Oh, I already have godly blessing if I have a mage.
Perhaps
not this. Interesting. Let's guard.
I shall defend.
Heck,
Captain, they've slowed you down.
you sure have.
Oh, power of kings. There's a better way. I will survive.
I'll show you. Let's set it up.
Tis yours.
Alright, we gotta get lucky.
You hit their weakness.
Yeah.
I can't afford to hold back. You first.
I stand for all that we strive for. I will
Alright,
protect
let's
you.
get that, whatever that's called
Much
down.
thanks.
Our accuracy and our
You
other
think
one.
yourself equal to a Ujief's agility? A favor, if I may.
I will fight with me.
I have to kill him at the same time. I should have just guarded. Fuck, I'm an idiot. God damn it. God damn it.
Someone heal him fast.
After me! Not the right move. Go for it!
Heisman's in real
Observe
danger.
cleric.
He needs healing now.
Man, I ain't got healing on her anymore, I forgot.
Cleric. Not now. From our provisions.
Quite a boon.
Troll,
Be
your
neither
speed's down.
timid nor arrogant.
Shit, I fucked up.
I'll show you the essence of. Lend me your strength.
I forgot to take my debuffs off.
You hit their weakness.
I shall
your
fight
opening,
as the
Captain.
noble I am. All yours.
I come. A mystic shield.
Thanks.
My thanks.
Helpful as ever.
Oh,
Troll's badly wounded. Can anyone heal him? Everyone okay?
oh my god, he dodged. What a legend.
We're all hurt bad. Can anyone get on
My son must wait. Just a little while longer.
Witness our strength.
This doesn't feel right.
Our agility's down. We could miss.
A wise choice.
Stroll, your speed's down.
Let's work together.
Show them our might.
That it? Okay, we finagled our way around the worms.
To ever greater heights.
Hey, rank up for thief. Well, that was easy enough.
Hail.
The Alpha Rockworm Eye. Rockworm Valmo indeed outside the party now. Its whole body is tough enough to repel even blades.
Hey.
What?
Valmo cuisine. Utterly foul to even imagine. You've all really had the pleasure.
Now then.
I'm pretty sure I checked everywhere.
Say,
Yes.
I mean, we could just run back. It's no big deal. I just wanted to see if there's... Just in case. Probably not, but you never know. There's not. Yeah, we're done. Alright, good shit. I mean, I could just have him teleport us.
What?
Gallica.
Let's head back.
Alright, bounty done. Easy.
So?
We're good. Let's skedaddle.
Hey. Okay then. Got it.
Alright, another one down. Add about a minute chat, by the way. Ready those ad blockers.
Now then.
Can we please just fight one monster she won't try and eat?
Somehow.
Now then.
Time marches on.
Alright, another thing caught up on chat.
We should hurry.
Oh no. Is it raining there too, or is it just raining? Okay, let's go to first off. Before we do anything, let's do.
Take a look.
Yep.
We did it.
Another bounty down. 20k and some courage.
All right.
It's like we're halfway on courage now. Oh, top 3,000. Look at that. Okay.
All right then. Where to?
Let's go.
Might not be raining there. I don't know.
Now what am I to do?
Hope it's nice and sunny here. So Maria has a level up. Her next one would be increases post-battle EXP. What other quests do I have?
What now?
Oh yeah, I gotta go talk to Nurus as well.
All right then, let's go.
Probably on the runner. In the front. Kitchen. Oh. That's back deck. Up top. Oh, that's just exit. Let's go back
Where to?
here regardless.
Let's go.
'Cause I assume he'll just be at the end, right? Maybe, I don't.
What were the gods doing?
More people missing.
I'm in trouble now.
Not at the end. Where the hell is... Where is...
Hey. Hmm? Hey.
Where is Nurse?
More people missing.
All right then.
I don't see him anywhere. Can't go up. That's...
Let's go.
All right then.
Was he down there and I just missed it? Did I just not see him? Maybe I just can't see him right now. Oh, there he is. Oh, I show him the Relic Ignite. Well,
What now?
I think I want to go in the well, I'm gonna be honest.
All right then. Where to?
Let's go.
I think I want to do this. Everybody here? Nope. I see one group that's at 20. Okay. Okay. Rhea Stroll. But I haven't met one of them that I can do. They'll like cycle through everything. What level am I?
What now?
Fuck it, let's start exploring. No time like the present. Did I get any new equipment? Did I get anything? Wait, hold on. Maybe I should. Did I get anything I needed to appraise, maybe? I'm just fucking...
Let's go.
I don't know. Let's go check. Let's go double check.
What'll it be?
No. That was a fucking waste of time, wouldn't it?
Let's go.
I did get a bunch of stuff I can sell, but it's whatever. Alright, let's fucking go in the well. Let's go explore some, chat. A lot of dungeons today.
All set?
What do you think?
I mean, we got 7 days. I mean, we don't get it done today. New collab. Web fishing.
Okay.
Relax and fish on the web. A monster that Nurus saw, I think it's somewhere in here. Our goal is to exterminate. What the fuck is this? Bro, this is just fucking Animal Crossing, dog. I'm the ultimate fisher. It sure is a fishing.
Yeah.
We need to blah 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 blah. Can't let a man money hungry kidnap children go unpunished. We must resolve this foul incident at all costs. Well, let's go, chat. Oh, new dungeon. Oh, they turned the lights out? Oh, look at that. Look, where is that? What's that? Is that a baby? Is that a baby? That's a baby. Why is it so big? Why are the babies so big?
Yes.
Don't tell me.
Oh boy. We finally got puzzle moving mechanics. Oh boy.
Oh, yeah?
Asshole.
On me, we go together.
Hey, y'all weak to this? Probably weak to light. Oh, never mind. Fuck you.
Woo, not too shabby. Let's keep this up, everyone.
Good.
Hey, rank 3 for cleric.
To greater heights.
Ah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Our foes are not vanquished. Be on your guard.
What? Yes, they are. It's fine.
Right there. Push through.
There ain't no way those dogs are gonna do anything to me. Okay, Calendula caught. So I gotta stay away from these.
Alright.
Well done, Captain. To battle. Hidden art.
I mean, if I'm only using 6 MP to kill these guys, it'll do enough damage to where they're that low.
Let's stay calm.
Still up.
Oh, well.
Observe the enemy. Cleric. Not now. Worthy foe after all.
Perhaps they face me. Some darker arts.
Smooth finish. Great work, everyone.
A Damascus spear.
Not bad.
Thanks for helping with the drop scroll. Oh, I leveled up. Let's get some agility now.
That's all of them. We're safe for the time being.
There they are.
Motherfuckers right here.
Charging in.
Okay, well we're killing Overworld, so that's nice.
I see the enemy.
Keep it.
A thrilling tintabulator. What the hell is a tintabulator? Is that a calculator? Oh, we can move this down now.
Look at that. Look.
I see.
Oh, that's a big monster. Neat.
Nice.
A gritty long arm. Meow.
Right there. All right. How's that?
Easy enough. Bunch of candles down here. That's a
There
little
they
weird,
are.
but it is what it is.
Exemplary.
Dragged. Whoa! I didn't even see him. What the hell? Oh man, I didn't even see that motherfucker. I'm gonna be honest. Hick. Hick.
Now we strike.
Strike true.
Rancor.
It's okay. We can do this. Forward! I'm all prepared.
Hold nothing back.
Just two left.
Well, visits on. Let's make an end of it. No, not this. Let's wrap this up.
You fight well. Is that with blade in hand? Shine.
Assholes. I didn't even fucking see him, man.
Let's keep this up, everyone.
If I say so
Hey,
myself.
rank up, level up.
Nice. I feel stronger already.
Looks like we're safe for now.
Cat, do you see what I see? Mancardi, Serby, you might have your wish over there.
What now?
I got your wish. Oh, once you buy it, you could just set it. Oh. That changes everything. I'm an idiot. Hey, there's y'all's buddy.
I see the enemy. Time for some close range. How's that?
Oh. Never mind.
There they are.
Sorry, I thought it might have been a fight. What? I was swinging too! Oh my god, this is horseshit. How?
Heisme, they've dropped your defenses.
Hidden art.
Tis yours.
Rancor.
Your weakness.
Let's stay calm.
Moves, Heisme.
Lend me your strength.
Show them our might.
Scour! Still here?
I shall fight as the noble I am. Go for it.
Observe the enemy. Behold! We stand together!
Let my power support you.
That's the last of them. The way's clear.
Bunch of dicks.
What now?
So I need to... There's something on the other side of that wall we're going to. First off, though, we gotta kill some Moss.
I see the enemy.
Amazing!
All right, how's that?
There.
Right there.
I knew I could count.
There they are.
Nobody popped out of the water. All right. Son of a bitch.
You face the nightmare
Well.
of Altenberg.
Hey, look, it's our friend, everybody.
Now
He's back.
accept your fate. I show no mercy.
It's okay. We can do this. Seeker! Is there another way? Lend me your strength.
Tis yours.
You hit their weakness.
I can't afford to hold
That's
back.
your opening, Captain.
Not now. I shall vanquish evil.
Ah! 401. Big money.
Shine!
372. Holy moly. I'm gonna steal some of that life of yours right there.
Erupt! Formidable indeed.
Let's stay calm. Let's go. Wind! Still up?
Alright, just. Oh!
What was I doing?
Oh.
Captain's lost his memory. He can't use any skills.
We enticed him!
Tougher than I thought.
I stand. Oh,
I'd be shocked if this didn't kill. Okay. Oh.
It's only the natural outcome.
Hey, rank up to 15 for both.
Excellent.
Medium wind! Good stuff!
Let's take it and move
The
on.
Prowler's Pipe increases the. Oh! Healing skills. Oh, yeah! Oh, hold on. I got just the person on my team that could use that. Agility's one. I mean, I already got pretty high agility on per. The hell it go? Wait, why is my crystal? What do I have equipped? Oh, I do have it on. Idiot. Alright, let's go. What the hell did I leave? Oh.
If you see use for it, I
Blessed
say take it with
water.
you.
I see the enemy.
Fuck
Let's
you.
take them all out.
Everyone, go!
Witness our strength.
Show them our might.
Pack them up good.
This is their weakness. Nice move,
It's okay.
Jaime.
We'll do this together.
Medium wind damage to all enemies.
Strike true.
And this should kill. Shit.
Looks like that's all.
Enough.
Great job, everybody.
Another Damascus spear.
Satisfactory.
And a rank up for the a rank up level up the Wombo combo. Strength. Okay,
There they are.
Some foes will draw breath.
No, you can go do. I'm not chasing you. Like I'm trying to kill you. To be honest.
I see the
Why
enemy.
are you still alive? Chat, there you go, chat. It's Joler, your favorite.
Right there. Let's push through.
That was brilliant.
Don't worry, one of these times I won't kill him
I
for
never
y'all.
want a use for that.
Maybe. Please don't be another.
All right.
Yeah.
Ooh, good shit. Where am I going? Oh, there's a staircase I met. Oh, because I was heading this way. Went in there. Alright, let's go. Meow. Damascus ore. So you've come, irritating lot you are. Hey, Morris, you asshole. So you dare think about running away? Barton's already secured the exit into town. Think those useless guards can do anything about us? Billy, do you think this is the time to be running your mouths? He's hungry, you know. Uh-oh. The baby's here! Chat, the baby's here! Uh-oh.
Not good!
It's the baby! Monsters roaming the waterways will not be able to pursue him like this.
I see.
I mean, we could.
Hey,
Understood?
Onward.
I mean...
You found something. Let's take it with us.
I'll wait for him to go back in his world. Whoa, whoa, can you see me? Oh. Scoot over, I want to run into this hole real quick. Alright, Poochie's barking. Hold on. I gotta go see what's up. I'll be right back, chat. Hey chat, Poochie's here. He's probably just gonna run in and out this whole time like he always does. What are you doing, Poochie? Poochie! Hello, how are you? Don't get hit in the face. I'm pretty sure Aurora's under. Don't get hit in the face, dingus. Come on, back it up. Aurora will go after you. She don't want to let you sniff her. No, easy. Better lay down if you're going to be in here. Hey, lay down. Lay down. Good boy. Gonna lay down for 3 seconds, Chad. Don't worry. Get back up. He's got no self-control. Good boy, laying down. That's not laying down. And there he goes. I mean, I kind of want to fight him, honestly.
That might be of use later.
Hey, what are you eating?
All right.
Stop eating weird stuff. Think we've lost.
Be that as it may.
I cannot fathom how such a man could. I assume he uses hunger to his advantage. Not eating it, still out there seeking prey. It would be wise to speed before.
Pushing forward.
Does that mean I can just go back down there? I didn't have to be that careful. I don't think there's anything else down there. Huh?
I see the enemy.
We've been spotted.
Calm minds will win the day. Heal if you must. That might be of use later.
That was well done.
What the hell is
Right there. All right. How's that?
Quick, let's
that
finish
over
them.
there? Oh, I didn't hit the button.
Okay. Let's give this all we've got.
On me, we go together.
I forgot to hit the button.
Rancor! Through left!
They will fight
No
with
chance
pride.
against Heisme.
Better lay down, Poochie. Poochie, lay down. Poochie. Hey, lay down. Lay down. Lay down. I know you're sniffing everything. Lay down. You can't
Let's
go
see
see Aurora. She's gonna scratch your eyeball out. He doesn't want.
Seeker. Hold on.
We're
You
evenly
know what
matched.
you're weak to?
Guess we better stay on
It's
our
not
toes.
dark. Oh well, might as well try this.
Scour. Just one left.
No, it's not that.
I call upon royal power within.
Is it, can you punch it? You resist that, but it died.
Whew, not too
Good
shabby.
boy laying
Let's
down
keep
back
this up,
there.
everyone.
Our foes are not vanquished. Be on your guard.
What? Yes, they are. Okay. So I can go up there. Looks like all the. What is this? A bunch of teeth guarding something?
There they are. Come on. All right. Push through. All right. Push through.
If you are struggling, it would do you well to heal.
Oh, I'm sorry, little teeths. I'm sorry, it had to be done.
Right there.
Blades at the ready.
All right. How's that? This is our chance.
Your death will be swift.
Everyone, go!
On me, we go together.
Hold nothing back.
Rancor!
Point.
It's okay. Lend me your strength.
Show them our might.
Poochie, what are you doing? Hey,
Wind.
stop eating hairs off the ground.
And that's that! Victory's ours!
Even easier than expected.
Our foes have fallen. We are safe for the time being.
We need to go there. I'm gonna explore this spot. Poochie, hey, lay down if you're gonna be in here. Lay down. Good boy. I mean to do that.
Witness our strength.
Hold nothing back.
Some darker.
The freedom of a wanderer. We'll do this together.
Strike true.
Okay, I didn't need to use the medium one. I thought I might have.
Victory's ours.
And there's some good experience in here, honestly, right now. Hey, 26, the double rank up. We're almost at 20 for merchant.
I didn't know I had it in me.
Strength and agility. Okay,
Don't
good
get too
shit.
relaxed. These
I don't.
monsters are relentless.
Forward.
Bro, it wouldn't lock on, man. I'm angry. Oh boy.
Hulkenberg's moving slower.
Witness our secret technique.
Well, let's hope for the best.
The freedom of a Let's set it up.
Well, let's hope for the best.
Stay sharp. It's not
I
over
shall
yet.
fight as the noble I am. Yeah.
Alright, thank God.
That's the last of
Oh.
us. The way's clear.
Not bad.
Ooh, rank up 16. Does that get me
A
anything?
new means of protection.
Ooh, we got Recarm. Good shit. We got the revive now.
Be on your guard.
Oh, that's him.
What now?
Hear Poochie thrashing around behind, rolling on my bed. He doesn't roll over, he kind of thrashes.
There.
God.
You face the knight errant Hulkenberg.
Huh. I guess I can
Face me. I have my methods.
I will. Let's set it up.
Hold nothing back.
You hit their weakness.
I can't afford to hold
That's your
back.
opening, Captain.
Merchant.
Is everyone out? Allies, together! With blade in hand! Oh, mystic purge!
Hulkenberg got them right
Let
in
us
the
clean
weak
up
spot.
this mess.
Oh, power of kings. I'll take this. Sorry.
Why, hello.
Hey.
It's okay. Seeker. Scour. A tough one.
Hey. Oh no. Well, I guess it is what it
Did they
is.
put you to sleep? This is no place for a nap.
They die hard.
Oh, power of heroes!
Okay. Heroes Leaf of
They chose
Life.
the wrong opponent.
Good stuff. Anything else in here?
All right.
Amazing.
Orison Vifos. Holy sword infused with healing magic, small HP. Whoa, hold on. Now, hold on now. That's what I'm using right now. That there be what I'm using right there. That will get me some of that there HP back when I'm in battle.
Looks like they found us.
This is another one, I swear to God.
All right.
We're so lucky.
A matter break hammer. Okay, okay. Well, we have everything explored now, so get the hell out of here. I do want to heal myself, I
What
guess.
now?
Got about 1 billion of them. Yeah, he's over here. Hey, I'm pretty good at fighting, bro.
Silence.
You're nothing but bait, yet you continue to run your mouths. I welcome you to come after me. It's feeding. Oh boy. Uh-oh, the baby's here.
Why are you still here and not in someone's belly?
But don't think your dumb luck will last. Give up already. Oh, well.
Damn it.
Fucking baby again.
Fear not.
Got a sec?
I wanna fight it.
Great find. Keep it.
I wanna fight the baby.
It's okay.
Whoa, incredible.
Oh, okay.
I imagine that would be of use.
Grand water. I want to fight the baby.
Everyone all right?
How the fuck did he not see me? Oh.
All right.
But
Oh, look at that.
Oh.
All right, new area. The old reservoir. Oh my. Well, ain't this place big?
Damn it all.
Time to give up on this sad little quest. I've had it.
Give up.
I believe that's our line. You sent people to their deaths for a coin purse. Now you owe recompense. You leave your roost to, did you leave your roost to sermonize to me, little bat bastard? It wouldn't have come to this if you'd just given up your head. Only a matter of time. It's hungry, so it'll be on your heels.
Like I'd let you.
Just a sec.
Lot of water. Drain pump seems to be working. What are you doing over there? Just lay down, good boy. Just lay down. You being a good boy? You being a good boy? Hello. Oh, God. You're baked now. Chill. You don't know the power yet. You don't know your own strength. Okay, so we got to drain the swamp water. 6 of them? Oh my God. So do we have to like do it while not getting seen by the baby? I want to fight the baby, to be honest. If there was a save point, I'd fight the baby now, but I haven't seen one. Oh, there's one. Guessing here's
All right.
I see the enemy.
The hell is this thing? The hell is that? Homo Costco. Costco?
Now we strike. Face me. Rancor.
It's okay. Seeker! Wind!
I shall fight.
Merchant!
I'll crush you!
Oh, he's weak to punch?
What a finale! Keep your energy up, everyone! I think we got them all. We'll be safe for a while.
That might be of use later.
Oh, this is one of the pumps. Sick. Free to go. I guess let's explore down while we're down here.
Nice find. Looks like it could be useful.
Okay, which way do you walk? You need to go down.
Right there. Come on!
Quick!
This could be our chance.
Jump on it! Quick! Everyone, go!
Now we strike.
Show them our might!
Apologies. Would you finish it?
The freedom of a one. Let's set it up!
Hold nothing back!
One went down in one shot! So much for a challenge.
Are you prepared?
No.
Alright. Hell yeah.
Smooth finish. Great work, everyone.
Grand Iron.
Our foes have fallen. We are safe for the time being.
That's my Puche. Where is the thing for this one? It must be on the other side? Or I guess up top. Gotta go up. At least for this side.
There they are. All right, let's push through. Come on, let's push through.
That was brilliant.
Hello, Pooch. Oh, I see. I understand. I understand.
I see the end. Come on, cat! We have the edge.
Expect no
Tactical strike.
Go!
Now accept your fate.
What do you have on
Nothing
here?
personal. What a blunder.
So much for that.
I will fight with pride. Let's go. Roar!
You hit their weakness.
Now, what's the
That's
play?
your opening, Captain.
I shall vanquish evil. Bastard!
You hit their weak point. Keep it up, Joel.
I stand ready.
Mockingbird got them right in their weak spot.
Perhaps this suits me best. I'll take this.
So much for that.
Come forth, royal soul.
I guess they're not holding nothing.
The lightning.
Smooth finish. Great work, everyone.
Grand Iron.
That was the last of them.
Ah. Ah.
Alright, so I need to pull this lever, which will push that one down. Then we can now just go across. Yeah. That is what it looks like. Now we just pull this lever. And 2 more are done. Dos más.
Got it.
Yeah.
Let us hurry.
Somehow.
Oh, we're gonna have to fight this motherfucker. Ugh.
Not bad.
Excuse me, chat. Divine speed clothes. Whoa, agility +5. Can our boy wear this? Ah. Who can wear it? Come on. How you doing, Poochie? Dude, she's gonna go first like every... Alright, we gotta go to the other side now.
There they are. Let's push through!
We've been spotted!
Time for some face. Right there. Charging in.
Feel the power coursing through you.
There they are.
I can feel greater power within.
Let me have it. Okay, so this one seems to be up top. Gotta go there. Up top we go. Poochie, lay down. I know you want to see her, but she's gonna get me in the leg and you in the face. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. I know. Hello. Thank you. No. Your claws hurt. Lay down. Poochie. Poochie. I know. Yeah. You want to lick? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the kiss. Now lay down. Lay down. No. Lay down. Lay down. You can lay. No. Ugh. Lay down. Poochie. No. This dog, I swear.
I see the enemy.
Draw steel. We are spotted.
Forward! Alright. How's that?
Alright, put the pressure on!
I didn't hit the button.
For my own justice.
Rancor!
Let's stay calm. By this power.
Oh, he's barking.
You hit their weakness!
I can't afford to hold
That's
back.
your
I shall
Captain.
vanquish evil. I'll crush you.
You hit their weak point! Keep it up, Stroll!
I stand ready.
Rosenberg got them right in
Be
their weak
neither
spot.
timid. I have my methods. Apologies. Would you finish it?
I will fight with Seeker! The lightning!
Alright, there we go.
What a finale! Keep your energy up, everyone!
Okay.
Rank 17 on the
We made
Seeker.
short work of them. That should come in handy. Pocket him.
Right there. Let's push through!
I knew you could do it.
I see the enemy.
Amazing! Great moves back there.
Well, this should be the last one. Oh, I left something. I didn't even see. Man, they're good at hiding them behind these, but I didn't even notice.
Hey, you found something.
Lay down.
What now?
I hear Aurora growling under me. Poochie isn't mean, but Aurora is. The hell? My battery's low. Okay. Yes, I've been playing for 6 hours. Okay. Stop lick. Well, if we're going into a baby fight, I'm ready. I'm ready. This should drain the rest of it, no?
Well done.
The water's been drained. We should be.
You shouldn't.
Let's go.
I'm heading out.
We don't have to fight that baby. That's crazy.
Right there. Let's push through. I see the enemy.
Great fight. Keep it.
Where is the? Okay, I'll take
There
it.
they are. All right. How's that?
What's in here? God, every time.
Now we fight.
Was it a demon?
I'll use what I must. Nothing personal. Sorry.
Noink.
Why, hello there, treasure.
Let's stay calm.
Looks like they're weak to light.
Light?
Guess it's our time
set
to
it up.
shine.
Tis yours.
You hit their weakness.
Now, what's the
That's
play?
your opening, Captain.
I call upon royal power within.
Oh, we learned debt collection. Oh, okay, okay. That's a lot of MP though.
Right on target.
Oh, sick
I
crit.
stand ready. Cleric. Shine.
Hulkenberg got them right
Be
in their weak
neither
spot.
timid nor arrogant. See? I'll take this. You're going to your neck?
Nothing but empty
Oh.
pockets.
The freedom of a wanderer. Come forth, royal soul. Wind. A tough one.
Hey.
What a mess.
All right. You know.
They surely underestimated us.
Oh, and we got the bonus. Yeah, because it didn't hit. Oh, the double level, baby. And master rank for thing. For
I shall
merchant.
rise to the occasion.
Good shit. Good stuff, chat. Chat, ad is starting in 2 minutes.
Lovely.
And a beast slayer. Alright, okay.
I see the enemy.
Dad,
Shut up.
ready.
We've been
Blue
spotted.
Moss.
On your guard. Exemplary.
There they are. Charging in.
Oh, that's not half bad.
Alright. That'll level up for somebody. Take the items
that
that I
might be
run
of
up
use
to and
later.
hit the button. Is that everything down here? Yeah, it looks like. Don't see any other crevasses. Alright, let's go up. Yeah, I should have fought the baby. Glad I didn't. Maybe I can come back and fight it. A restroom. Good stuff. Now I can save. We did it, chat.
Oh. Please.
I don't
do
remember
make
what I
yourselves
got,
comfortable.
to be honest. Oh, she needs to be rank 8. Goodness. What's it do though? Heavy physical almighty damage. Increases likelihood. Likelihood of receiving rare items by 20%. Doubles the chance of dealing a crit. Increases almighty at What do I have now? Oh, debt collection. Healing image. Thick. Do I have inherit? Oh, I even have everything inherited. Hold on. Laying on the floor over there. Oh, it's because you chased Aurora. Hold on. Chat, I gotta save Aurora. Hold on. The ads are starting anyway. So give me a minute. Okay, what can I add to this? Probably not the... no. Yeah, I guess Battle Cry is not bad. And it's only 800.
All right. All right.
I don't have a third slot yet. Oh, I don't even have any. For me, I have a slot. Don't. I don't want to grab that, honestly.
All right. I cannot.
Equipment. Did I get anything new? I don't quite want that. do want the backup ice on. Oh, I did get something. I mean, until I get purified, it's not as good, but it's better than what I'm using. I mean, I could lose 2 to get endurance and a endurance and ability. I don't mind that. So. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, I don't remember the last time I saved, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, it was a few minutes ago. It was a few minutes ago, apparently. Okay, pet the kitty.
That's a good kid. What now?
Oh,
let's go.
You'll come again, won't?
All right, let's go.
Let's go.
Well, let's continue onward.
Oh no.
No.
Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll find it.
There they are.
We're spotted.
Right there.
Well, I say grab it.
Come on. Mind your health. This is no time for reckless.
What
Right,
now?
chill. Damn dogs, I couldn't lock on.
Glad that's over.
I see the enemy.
How's that?
There's an end to that.
Oh, there's some Joelers over there.
Right there.
Impressive as ever.
I see the enemy.
Nice find. Looks like it could be useful.
Welcome back from ads, cats. What's a fucking hole in the wall that I need to crawl into? Oh, it's right there. Did I leave anything on this side? Doesn't look like it. Alright, let's go. Oh, I think we're about to fight a baby. I think we're about to fight a baby, Chad.
Well...
Really?
Don't tell me.
Uh-oh.
Run! Over here!
Oh, whoa, baby, chill. Uh-oh. That's a...
Really? Look.
Oh.
Hairline escape indeed. We're fortunate there was a lift. We should be making our way to the castle proper now.
Hey.
No.
Let's do it.
Horse can't have gotten far. Let's look for it. I'm gonna go get that baby. I'm gonna get that baby at some point. That might just be a quest.
Right.
Do we need a break? We just had one. like seconds ago. Literally 4 minutes ago.
Let's go.
Is the queen gonna be here? Gonna be
Next
like,
time for sure.
yeah. Give it up. There's nowhere left to. Plan to take her hostage, you cur. You would dare threaten your liege lady? For people who have made it this far, you're really rather dull.
Enough.
What are you scheming? Uh-oh, I knew that dumb baby was hers. Because she couldn't have kids, maybe she tried to keep the baby. Long past due for being eaten, I had to lure ye here to see it done. On that note, dinner is nearly served. Oh, the old trap door. I like that. Why am I falling to? Uh-oh.
Think we'll make it?
You bastard!
This son of a bitch. This guy right here.
Wow.
You're so important to the Royal Army. Would you really be here alone? Well, no big loss anyway. Hey, big guy. Got your friends in cages as well. Almost feeding time for the beasts. You, my friends, are the next course. Alright. But unfortunately, the time has come to limit how much bait we can produce. By the time the guard corps comes around, I'll be long gone from this backwater hovel. You lot stay healthy now, you hear? What a dick. Hey, Gallica, you want to get those, you want to fly out and get those doors for us? Yeah.
Look. Really? Watch out. Let's do it.
Right there. Cat.
I think we're...
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Was that?
Oh yeah, good job, Gallic. Hey, what up?
Well,
a successful jailbreak.
Hold on.
I will be fine.
Please.
So?
Well, we're fine. Just fucking. We'll...
What do you think? Got it.
I think we're strong enough. We'll be fine.
Fear not.
There they are. Charging in.
I think we're good. All right, what do we? No, let. Okay.
My
all right,
thanks.
okay, you got my thanks. I want the. Oh my God, let me. Where to go? Wait, hold on. Let me have my treasure chest.
Nice.
Antumbra Igniter. Oh, for darkness. Oh, we got an extra darkness one now. That's sick, actually. Ooh, I could put that on. I can put that on, what's her face? Good
I'm
old
sure you'll find a
Hulky.
use for it.
Hey, what up? We gotta kill. Well, we got darkness.
What do you
Looks
think?
fine, actually.
Got it. Okay.
Stay on guard.
Right there. Time for some close talk.
Oh, we're just taking them down to the overworld now. Dick. Sick.
No
You're
problem.
fine. Just lucky we have Gallica saving the day right now. You know what, Justin? Well, we have light now if it happens to be a thing.
Whoa.
What is this? Prince Vern. Yeah, always good to have that.
Great find. Keep it.
Agalapo. Oh, that motherfucker. Is there anything we left in here? I don't think I can go down there quite yet without our buddy. That in there.
What do you think?
Alright, let's get him.
Got it.
He's the last one. What's it matter if we have to think about it?
Watch out.
Incoming.
There they are.
Asshole. Forgot what you're weak to.
Electricity's no good against them.
Let's win.
That's the last thing we wind should solve this. Let's blow them away.
You got anything,
Nothing
bud?
personal. Sorry.
Oh, a Beast Fang Katana. Whoa, that seems cool. Whoa.
That's the last thing we need.
The freedom of a wanderer. Come forth, royal soul. Scour.
Hit their weakness. That's your
Healing
opening,
power.
Captain.
Grant us solace. Cleric! Oh, Mystic Purge!
You think yourself equal? Some darker arts. Apologies. Would you finish it? What?
God damn it.
Nice dodge. You've got some fancy footwork, Stroll.
Well, this
Stroll's been burned.
guy.
He'd better
Asshole.
watch out for any enemies targeting him.
Yeah. Die hard. Let's stay calm. Seeker. Wind.
You hit their weakness.
Is
That's
everyone
your
all right?
opening, Captain.
Cleric! Shine!
Hook. That dude's got
Okay,
too
I
many
don't think
things he
there's
can
any more
use.
backup coming. Let's keep moving.
Good.
Wait, did I get two Beast Fangs?
Tis done.
Oh, hell yeah. 26
I
for
have never
Hulky.
known such heights.
Alright, that's good. We always want magic cards. Did I get two? I get two of those? What the hell?
You're a
Oh, okay,
lifesaver.
hold on.
Okay?
Glad you're safe. Eating live not on my list of ways to go.
Got it.
Sorry for Morris, he's probably trying to skip town.
Hurry.
What now?
Yeah, we stole one and we got one from the fight. Okay, that's... Alright, normal attacks now inflict poison. That's pretty sick. Money's big, but it gets the job done. A bloody iron chair.
This is...
Oh, that's
I
where
see.
Klinger was. Well, oh boy. Well, it is what it is.
Nice. I bet we'll find a use
It
for that.
is what it is. That looks like everything in here. Can I save in here? Spot? Probably not. I don't see. Alright, let's go up. I want to go that way. Why can't I go in there? Alright.
Let's hurry.
I bet there's treasure around here.
Nice find. Looks like it.
Okay, thank
Found
God.
something.
And bro, 50% of HP. Dang, okay, that's a good one. That's one we Gotta save for a little bit. Well, here's where we came in, huh? Oh yeah, isn't there the room down here? I can, can't I? That'd probably be wise. Probably would be wise.
Well then.
Just in case. Alright, let's go.
Let's go.
I have enough MP. I should be good to fight. I'm at half on everybody. Unless I gotta do 2 fights, then who knows. But more than half on everybody. I'll take my chances.
It's all clear. This place.
Okay. Yeah. So she had a kid. The kid didn't make it. Now that kid, yeah. Listen, I called this yesterday when we were talking to her.
Therefore, a child.
I thought Joanna was childless. At least right now. Didn't Burden say something about that?
A strange thing to find locked away, isn't it?
This portrait. 'Tis most odd as well.
Looks
'Tis
very
common
pregnant.
for the noblesse to have a portrait painted in celebration of their child's birth. But this one depicts neither her husband nor child.
Uh-oh.
Oh no,
it's
you're right.
Dark magic.
Haven't really seen many portraits of a pregnant wife alone.
Hey, look.
A diary. Looks like it belonged to the nurse who raised Joanna's son. I see. Apparently, Joanna was unmarried, never formally bound in marriage to the father of her child.
So it was a love child? An illicit affair?
Apparently so. At least here in Martira. The father was a foreigner of another tribe. Their marriage would never have been accepted. The traditionalists always say mixed blood children are abominations. Terrible omens. And superstitions like that tend to carry a lot more weight in the countryside. Joanna brushed it off. Said it was ridiculous and irrational. She was about to announce the child's birth. And then tragedy struck. The old woman. The nanny they'd hired. She killed the boy in his crib.
Oh,
what?
Shit.
Seems like this was around the time the human sightings were becoming more widespread.
It would be easy to ascribe the birth as the ill-fated omen. But to justify murdering a child?
Joanna's family was overjoyed. The deed kept the abomination out of the public eye. They never even investigated her crime. And
Damn.
Joanna's love. The father was banished from the city. The nurse's diary concludes, "Oh God, please forgive me for my sin most wicked."
Ugh. Let's
Damn.
move on. This is looking worse by the minute.
Oh. A broken cradle was something heavy.
Look.
Oh.
You found something.
A balm
Let's
of
take it with us.
a balm of life in here. Oh, I know what they were doing, putting a balm of life in here, huh? Child is growing up healthy. He's eating a lot of food today too. What a big eater! Finishing his food in one bite. My darling's most precious baby in the world. Unfinished letter.
This is.
My child has returned. Oh, God has answered my prayers. It says the child surely must be a gift from God himself. I will no longer be alone. Oh.
However,
Portrait's right condition. An expectant mother should be a heartwarming sight.
Can't
and yet-
be.
Oh. Well,
all clear. I don't like this.
Oh, here we go, chat. Baby time. For baby and mother.
What? Here already?
Uh-oh.
Is that a baby?
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Nope, not a baby.
Sounds like a baby.
Are you hungry? Oh, so fussy today.
Oh, no. I don't like this chat. Oh, I don't like... Oh, yeah. Oh, what the hell?
Is it a human?
What?
This is the child you hold so dear?
Oh,
so, all the
no.
victims you kidnapped?
Oh, my darling has a hearty appetite. I had Morris deliver us food. Were you able to secure a meal?
Well,
Oh, useless! You have failed to eliminate the bounty hunters, and now you've led Heisme himself here. But no matter. You look tender enough for my darling's liking.
Oh. Oh. Oh, that's not nice. Oh. Well, I guess he is an asshole, but also, holy shit.
This is your child. It just devoured a man. All I see is a mindless monster.
Holy shit.
And a monster is what I see. When I look upon the world,
Oh.
people are beasts of fear and superstition, murderers without remorse. I have done nothing they've not done to me.
I mean, it's kind
Abominations.
of understandable, I guess, to a
They
degree.
are the unnatural. They deserve to die. They should all be so glad to nourish my child. My dear, sweet child.
A mother's love should nurture, but this is beyond the pale.
And you? Do you not condemn her? She kidnapped children, murdered them in cold blood, and would see you blamed for it.
In truth, I know this woman's pain all too well.
Huh?
But
in the name of her child, she was willing to turn against the entire world. Behind her atrocities, I see the devotion of a bereaved parent.
True,
You found
actually.
yourself unjustly in a terrible darkness, and I struggle to blame you.
But
burying your own child is unbearable. Grief and madness fill the gaps where love had been. But my eyes were opened. These people helped me see. The only way to beat the darkness is to confront it. Step by meager step. You must walk back to our reality. Look upon that, and see true that it is not the child you once loved.
I think it's too late, dog.
Be silent!
Uh-oh.
You know nothing of it.
Uh-oh.
Your sermons better sit a preacher, but that is not your place here. You are here to be eaten!
Good. Show me your hate. Pour out your darkness. We'll fight, but not in justice's name. Grief is its own death, so we will show you life.
Darling, are you still hungry? Mother wants you to play with her.
Oh, I don't like that. Oh, that thing is an abomination. Oh, it ain't. Oh, okay.
It's time for supper.
Okay.
All the people who disappeared. This must have been the last thing they ever saw.
We break this tragic curse here and now. It's the only way we might mourn them.
I'm here for
Let
it.
us finish this, Captain.
We'll put an end to this horror, whatever the cost.
If we can figure out what it really
Homo
is, we can
Jaluzo.
get after it.
Oh my god, it's got like an unhinged jaw. What is the... It's got a freaking mouth. It's got the venom tongue. Why doesn't it have a torso? Why is it wearing like a nun's thing? What is that tail back? Looks like a... It looks like Sid made it. From Toy Story. Alright, well,
Looks like we can't brute force through this one.
okay, well, let's try
Accept your fate.
Mudo.
Rancor.
Not
I
weak
shall
to that.
fight as the noble I am. I call
Okay, what do
upon
I have
royal
that I
power
can...
within.
Oh my god, I got so much money I can use now. Let's try ice. Steal the baby's money. Listen. I kind of want to, but I can't do it this early. 'Cause I'm... let's try ice.
Power of ice.
No ice.
I will fight with Frost. Seeker.
Okay, and let's try Cyclo. Hopefully it doesn't
Wind.
suck it up. I mean, it would make sense if this thing is weak to the light, huh? But
Oh, Mystic Purge!
ow! Stop biting me!
Oh, power of kings. I'll take this.
What do you got on you?
You're going to your name, eh?
Now,
Okay,
what's
not
the
holding
plan?
anything. Okay. I don't have fire. If it's weak to fire, that's just unfortunate.
Merchant.
That's just unfortunate. We're high enough we can punch.
You'll be dust.
Vitus power. Roar.
I think it might be weak
Is
to
everyone
fire.
all right?
Everybody's kind of high up.
Cleric. Shine.
Alright, we're doing good damage right now. Whoa, 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 what? Oh, come on, man. I don't...
Heismay's in a daze. He's gonna have trouble aiming.
I trust him. Did I use darkness on him already? No, fire's the only thing I haven't done.
Face me.
I'll go for it. I got
I
balls.
show no mercy.
Wealth is its own weapon. Stronger than a sword. Are you prepared?
Maybe it likes money.
Right on target. Nice one,
The freedom
Soul.
of a wanderer. Let's set it up.
Tis yours.
Alright, let's hit him. Let's hit him with the Tony Hawk, baby.
I stand ready.
Nobody. Well, I'm gonna say nobody needs healing, and then
Justice prevail.
everything's gonna go to shit next turn.
Oh,
isn't it?
Mystic Purge.
Uh-oh. Don't do whatever that
Heismay's in a
is.
daze. He's gonna have trouble
I
aiming.
can barely think.
What are we... I'm guarding.
A
Fuck it.
defensive stance.
I can't afford to hold back. Guarding seems the wise move.
I can take it.
Oh, healing power. They'll not break my defenses.
Jumping playtime. Okay, so that was good idea from me.
Is everyone okay?
Yeah, we're good.
Thing's been staring at us for a while now. It's so creepy.
It's hungry.
Staring at us? That's it! The eyes!
Go poke it.
Go for those huge eyes! They'll have a hard time hitting us!
Go
We
poke
can't
it.
afford to feel sorry for it right now. Wait for an opening and try blinding it.
Blinding it
We
with
hit its
what?
eyes. Maybe it won't move around so much.
Couldn't hurt.
Oh, power of kings.
Ha!
get it in the eye. Okay, resist that.
Merchant!
I freeze its eyeball.
Be frozen!
The freedom of a wanderer.
Can we electrify it?
Oh, healing power. Grant us solace.
I think I need to heal Seeker, but I'm checking everything.
Shine!
Oh. Deafening Den, what's that? My defense!
Footwork, Stroll. Stroll's dazed. He won't land any attacks like this.
Okay, this is fine, probably. This is okay, probably.
Some darker arts. Formidable indeed.
If we yield, we should be fine.
Let's stay calm. Come forth, royal soul.
Just cyclo this eye.
It's not going anywhere like
Healing
this.
power. For all that we
Alright,
strive
sick.
for.
Now let's heal up some.
That helped.
Unless it can just heal its stupid eyeball, in which case I should have just been attacking it the whole fucking
Perhaps
time,
this
huh?
suits me best. I'll use what I must. Rancor! A blunder.
Howie? Well, good miss, I guess.
Stroll's dazed. He won't land any attacks like this.
Yes, he will.
No holding back!
I don't think I can miss hitting myself, can I?
I will fight with pride. Wind!
Observe the enemy. Cleric!
Dude, the defense is way down for a lot of us.
I will protect you.
But I can life steal.
Quite a boon.
Probably.
I owe you.
You think yourself equal? Face me!
And
Magla
suck
gather.
a little bit of life.
Is it?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, that's worrisome. I don't know who it's staring. It looked like it was staring at Hulkenberg. So I'm gonna have to let's guard with her, I guess.
It's okay. I won't hold back. Scour! A tough one.
Be neither. I'll use what I must. Some darker arts. Commendable bearing.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, he's dead as hell. Well, that could have gone worse, I guess.
Heismay's in real danger. He needs healing now.
Don't we all?
I shall vanquish evil.
It's time.
Don't mind if I do.
No clue how much I just got.
Let's go.
That he survived on I just noticed he survived on 1 HP down there. That's insane.
Wind!
Still up? Is everyone up? Let justice prevail.
That's
I will not
insane.
let you die.
I knew you'd help.
Much thanks.
My thanks.
Oh, power of kings. Rancor! Incredible indeed.
Oh, my darling. Mama's here.
Don't you heal it. Don't you heal it. Don't you. No, don't do that. Don't do that. No. Oh, no.
She healed the demon baby?
God, dude. God damn it.
He's about to collapse. Someone heal him fast. Heismay's in real danger. He needs healing now.
Are you prepared?
I knew I shouldn't have gone for the dumb eye.
Let's stay calm. Scour!
I need the shit back.
My son, I'll use what I must. Erupt!
Ugh. Oh, that's... What? Well, I guess you're gonna do it twice.
Now, what's the play?
Merchant!
We'll be fine.
Right on target.
Crit.
Nice one, Stroll.
Let's go. Wind!
Don't get sloppy, Captain.
Unfortunate.
Cleric! Oh, Mystic Purge!
Captain,
You think
we've
yourself
got your
equal?
defenses down.
Magla gather.
This dumb baby. Okay.
Captain's dazed.
Well, at least our defense returned to normal.
Landing hits.
Everybody's high enough. Dude, I really want to...
Let's see how this plays out.
Bracing!
Observe the enemy.
Dude, I want to
shall be
attack,
as a shield.
I will survive.
but I know I can't. Thick.
Captain's dazed. He's gonna
I'm
have a
still
hard time
dazed. It's
landing
been like 8 turns. Okay.
No holding back. Ah!
Seeker!
You know what? I'm in it, in it.
A tough one.
Is everyone all right?
I think everybody can take a turn.
Shine! May yet cling to life.
I'll use what I must. Slash!
Poison would be sick. I don't know if it could be poison there. Thick. I was just about to get out of it.
Captain's dazed. He's gonna have a hard time landing hits. Right on target.
Thick
Nice
crit.
one, Stroll.
Seeker!
You know what? Fuck it.
Wind!
We're
Still up? I step cleric.
gonna be enough.
Oh, Mystic
I knew I
Purge.
shouldn't have gone after the eye. Second phase of the baby. 3,500. We got Jalzo's baby clothes. What a weird, annoying baby. I knew I shouldn't have attacked it. Man, whenever they tell you to attack something, just don't do it. Just attack the main portion. It's never worth your time. Ugh. Rank up, level ups everywhere. Well, I mean, I was already master, but Hero of Leaf Light.
I had more to learn.
Oh. Oh.
Not long ago, I too had a child. But I couldn't protect him. It was in a nearby village. Some Paripus started a riot, and my son was caught in the middle of it. They beat him until he was barely recognizable. Even bloodied and battered, he clung to life. But his body was broken. He couldn't move. And not a single person came to his aid. He was a Ujif, and to them, that's all he was. But he was a helpless child, left to die in a pool of his own blood. By the time I finally got to him, it had been hours. It was too late.
I had no idea.
I couldn't abide it. Reality was too painful, and I ran until I was spending my nights and days in the Sandworm's pit. Better to live in solitude than in the embers of hell. That was the real reason I lived in that den of beasts. I thought death would be a mercy.
Heismay.
And then these meddlers came along. They dragged me under the night sky I'd not seen in many seasons. And beneath those stars, it finally came to me. This is not the life my son would have wanted for me. That thought changed my whole perspective. His memory deserves love, not pain. Look with your eyes and your heart. You can ignore it no longer. You loved your child, not this creature. And the child you loved is gone.
If I could have sacrificed my life instead, I swear I would have done it. I loved my son with all of my heart.
I know. Nobody could ever deny you that. And now, the nightmare is over.
God damn.
What do we do? Do we present this creature as evidence?
I don't know. Our testimony's likely not enough to prove this monster was behind the disappearances, and it'd be easily denounced as a publicity stunt.
Do you recall the promise I made when first we met? I pledged my political support if you were able to solve this matter. I fear that after all this, it is a boon I can no longer provide. But if you need a head to present to the judges, perhaps it could be my own.
Oh, what the hell?
I don't know what you mean.
Please take me to the Exhibition of the Brave. I will confess the truth before the masses. Surely the evidence will be undeniable when heard from my lips.
Yet as a holy woman, 'twould be bold-faced ignominy to Sanctifex Forden. You risk dire consequences, possibly even without trial.
I have but one request. Before I depart, I would ensure all my duties are passed to my successor. I know I ask much of you, but would Barden and I be permitted to join you in Oceania later on? I will atone for my sins. For my son's sake, I must.
What should we do? There's no guarantee she won't take this opportunity to escape.
But I see her point. The people here have suffered enough unrest. If she is to leave them, she must ensure they still have guidance. Else they'll fall to chaos and panic.
You are our captain. The decision is ultimately yours.
I'm gonna trust it.
I'm choosing to trust Joanna.
Rumors painted Haizme as a criminal, but I chose to believe. I want to extend Joanna the name.
Right.
A country where no one's written in stone. If that's our goal, then this is a chance we have to.
You're too nice for your own good. But you might have a point about not forcing her.
Our treatment of her might reflect on her confession, too. Don't want anyone saying we coerced it out of her.
Then 'tis settled.
Oh, thank you for your kindness. 1,000 times. Thank you. Oh, how curious. It's as if the fog has finally lifted from me.
Quest clear. Oh man. Joanna, the culprit behind the abduction, and this will put an end to the kidnapping. She is admitted to the crime and will meet us in Oceania for exit.
I've heard the news about Lady Joanna. I will assume the duty of her escort to the exhibition, and I'll ensure the warrant on Haizme is taken down. Rest assured, your bounty will be paid in full. After all, I asked that you find the true culprit, and so you did.
Ha ha! I say, we could upgrade the Gauntlet Runner with some extra Spondulix, eh?
Time and place.
Young man, I have a request. Could you donate a portion of the money to the bereaved families? I know 'tis not my place, but something must be done for them. Their pain must be unbearable.
Not just some of it. It's all rightfully theirs.
We got enough money, fuck it.
You'll hear no objections from me. All we really needed was a head for the exhibition.
My word. You're all indeed true knights. I'll personally make sure the citizens all hear of your bravery and spirit.
Just as long as you keep this out of the public ear until the exhibition, right? We can't have our opponents finding out and trying anything underhanded.
You have my solemn word. I'm glad I entrusted this to you.
Quest clear. The charges made against Haizme and the bounty were falsified by the real criminals. At his test, I donated the bounty reward to the victims.
All right.
Another big courage boost as well.
Haizme, 'twas thanks to you that we found the truth. We'd not have revealed the culprit or the secret of the castle on our own.
I agree. If Barden thinks we're true knights all, that goes double for you.
If you've nowhere else to go from here, perhaps you might join us and further lend us your strength.
You're in this race to become king, are you?
Not exactly. Look, you think it'd be alright to tell Haizme the truth?
I think it's long overdue.
We've come this far together. It's fine by me.
Yes, I have no objections either.
We told Haizme everything. Princess survival to our plot for Lewis's favor.
So His Royal Highness lives.
I see now why you all fought so desperately.
Would you lend us your strength?
You already know my answer. My life may not weigh much, but I gladly pledge it to your noble cause. If I'm to choose a lord out of loyalty instead of dependence, then there's absolutely no shame in that.
Oh, friendship is magic, kid.
Not a lord. A friend.
Hear, hear.
981. Whoa, top 1,000. Oh, I've gained support from the people of Martyria. One step closer to Lewis and extending our plan to save the prince. Whoa, big jump.
I wish I could have done more to help Martyra.
Whoa.
I was so ready to prove myself too.
What do you mean? You got us out of the prison. What the hell? We wouldn't be able to get out of the prison without her. We want to play a more active role, but I suppose things didn't go according to
But maybe I found something better. A goal worth chasing. So I'm gonna focus on that from now on.
I sense Gallica's newfound motivation and faith in me.
The mystical fairy, Gallica, keeper and heritor of the mage's virtues.
Time to level up.
Shared bond, a new heroic embodiment slumbering within thee has come to blossom.
Hell
Bear
yeah.
This new power, foster this connection, and by their strength, fulfill thy destiny.
On it, boss.
It's you and me.
Oh, it's wizard time. Enemy analysis and squad battle is now more detailed, and we can now study the wizard. Oh, baby. We can now study the wizard in academia.
Okay, now all we have to do is head to Briarhaven and wait for Joanna to arrive.
Ah, about that. Dashed inconvenient, but there's apparently been a landslide on the Valley Road. Utterly impassable. The old road crews should have the mess cleared by the competition, so until then, your time is yours to waste.
Oh, we got like 6, 7 days?
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
The deadline is...
There'll be a few days until the road to Briarhaven is restored. Why don't we make ourselves useful and see if anybody needs help? Also, about 3 minutes until ads chat. Ready your ad block. These residents still face manifold problems. If we were to lend a hand, we could stand to gain by improving our own reputation. We could also supplement our funds by taking on a simple bounty or two. I mean, we're caught up on like literally everything else. Hell yeah. Oh.
All right then.
Probably Maria. Oh, Strahl. Okay.
But why?
All right then.
Okay, what? Okay, what do I...
What now?
First things come to first. We gotta go... We're gonna go upgrade.
Now, where was I?
Why?
I'm sure he's gonna have a lot to tell me about the old wizard.
Oh.
Got you, brother.
Hello.
About to study that right now.
I see.
Oh my god, my magic will be up to 34? Holy moly.
Fascinating.
This archetype you sense from Gallica's way of
This
life.
right here.
Adept scholar, a sorcerer who bends a strong magic to their will and performs miracles in loyal service
All right.
of their leader. Let's do it.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
My shared resolve to take new form as an adept mage. A worthy heart who tempers anxiety, and a strength greater still if thou prepare to pursue knowledge that surpasses the natural logic of the world. I shall bestow upon thee our soul, the soul of the mage.
Really?
Oh. More fruit.
I found new power.
I can only inherit one skill. It should just be magic font. At least for now. So what is this? Well, attack and defense or hit and evasion are buffed for Cover MP. What? Huh? Whoa. That's okay. That's interesting. Increase the strength and hit rate of. Well, I don't know what's. Oh, the synthesis attacks. And we're gonna start getting the medium damage moves as well. Okay, okay. And it looks like I resist wind and ice. I'm not sure why I'm a wizard. I guess it makes sense. I don't get hit good. Okay. Thick.
What
now? Oh. Okay, I at least want to get to level. I had so many of these. Hold on, we're gonna. How far can I get with like 5 of these?
Good. I'm still getting stronger. I found new power.
Alright, that's what we were saving that for. We could get a lot out of Seeker too. Doesn't that mean I could rank up Seeker though? Don't I have that? I think I just need level 20 or. I mean. What is it? Guild's Blessing. Rank 11. So if I get somebody that buffs everything, I just get free MP back every turn that I'm buffed. Can we get Secret of 20? 2 of them do it? Oh, close.
Good. I'm still getting stronger.
Okay, we should be able to. Whoa, protagonist max HP increased by 20. Oh, sick. That's neat. I want to level up this because I can, and I have the money.
I see.
Might as well double up.
Fascinating. This right here.
Step Traveler, a seeker of wisdom who endures countless tribulations in the name of a better future. Why not?
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
Double up on the protagonist powers.
Really? I found new power.
How about sounding it? We can inherit. God, I really need a fucking second slot. Really need. Welcome back, chat. Really need a fucking second slot for all this. Oh, I can inherit the medium ones. I think I need weak. I mean, having
All right.
backup is bad. I think man just use magic font on everything, huh? Gonna be the wizard for now. Wait, how many are we up to? Are we at 60?
No.
1, 2, 4, 5, 6. How many we need? 1, 2, 4, 6. Well, how many? 15, I think. Is that what it is?
Do make yourself at home. I can hardly.
Okay. We need 3 more. Alright, let's save. 2 more added to the collection. 3 of them are up to sicko mode. I guess it's 13. I forgot about the nurse. Oh, we gotta pet the cat. Hold on. No, I didn't want that.
Yeah?
This right here.
Oh god, I didn't wanna get up. I wanted to pet the cat.
Oh.
Alright,
You'll come
thanks,
again,
brother.
won't you? But why?
Alright, what kind of bounties you got?
Thank you. You really helped me out. Take a look.
Alright, never okay. There's no bounties. How long we gotta wait for Bilehaven to open? Because I already did everything. Yet, one who has begun to walk in the light, shall judge, blah blah blah. Well, we're top 1,000 now.
You're not serious.
We're top 1,000, Chad. Big money.
Lovely. Stop that at once.
You!
Hang on. What if...
This one is fine. Just let me see the...
Isn't that...
How
Hey!
much money am I getting out of this? Order of the Faces. Large faces in first place are Ford and Lewis, but third place is probably Rudolph.
Oh.
2,100 out of that. It.
Yep.
Alright, let's go to, Stroll. He's gonna level up, so we can probably level him up. Marie'd be good too, but let's go to Stroll.
All right then.
Moment.
Let's go.
You have my thanks.
Yo, what up, brother?
Oh, it's you.
Landowner in Grand Trad, my family's old caretaker mentioned the rumor. He's clever and not a good way. Sure.
Thanks a bunch.
I'm in. I'm in. This old Lord Hydron comes here often. You're the young Lord Stroll. It's an honor to make your acquaintance, Lord Hydron, but how do you know me? Area soul in the kingdom hasn't heard at least the rumors of Halia's tragedy.
No.
Came to see you. I understand full well this request may seem unreasonable, but
Truth is,
I've come to beg the use of some vacant domiciles in the capital. You know, my countrymen who fled Halia reside here, sleeping on the streets. Without roofs over their heads, they barely scrape by, and so I implore you, please consider offering support to them.
No.
Are you implying I should do this as some manner of charity? Or to be compensated in? Odd you would petition me on their behalf to be. It's not as though they are still your responsibility. Besides, it's poverty not an individual's onus to bear? They were attacked and forced to flee their home. Still hold them responsible for their lack of means?
Yes.
So fate was cruel. They could not rise above it should they not hold themselves to higher standards. I'm afraid I'm under no obligation. Besides, what are your own circumstances? Your parents and land gone, you have little else to anchor. You're restoring the glory of your house before you worry about the rabble. Right about one thing, it was a fool to ask for your aid.
What? Obviously.
Don't worry, I won't abandon my people. Incidentally, don't I know your compatriot from someone? These nuts, bitch. You can worry about him. Besides, I must apologize for taking up your precious time. Before I go, I would have you know that those refugees are my people, and no matter your stance on it, I will do everything in my power to.
Worry not.
My good lad, I'm sure I must have come across rather harshly, but it's not as though I have no sympathy for you. Abandoned by your parents, shunned by your relations, left to the harsh truths of the royal capital.
Hang on.
Maybe you should help him?
Stop.
Not let our tempers get the best of us. This isn't over yet.
I'm sorry.
Wasn't able to persuade Lord Hydron to offer us. It was always going to be a tall order, but he tossed it aside, calling it a personal responsibility.
No.
Yeah, you went to such efforts, it's more than
Yes.
we can ask. Besides, needn't worry about us. Your focus should rest on rebuilding your great house.
Yes.
House Hyliatus, well, man, I don't know how to say that. Or I'm an must rise again from the ruin that human wrought, restore it to its power, restore it to its former glory, or I should hope to greater heights. I heard you've been living off the generosity of the noble families who respected your lord. To be brought so low can't have been easy. The people only wish to see your house flourish once again with your inheritance.
Wait.
Inheritance? What? If you're unaware of it, I suspected as much given our conversation. Father would have kept it separate from the estate, I have no doubt, though I couldn't begin to say how or where.
Taking that into account.
Well, if there are any clues left, I'm sure they will all point to Holly. Let's go.
Yeah. Hey, so.
Regardless, I'll make the journey back home on my own. Nah, we're
No,
doing
no.
this together, dog. I'm in it now. Dragging me along.
Thank you.
Thank you for today. I would have lost it if you hadn't been there to keep me calm. I avoided this for too long. Time to face the ruins of my home head on. I'd ask for your help again. I'm not sure I can take another step without you at my side. Level me up.
He. Now. A new power.
Point. Rank 3.
Of course I'd like you to come, but
Oh, we can use Swordmaster now? Whoa, okay, I wasn't ready for that. I don't have anybody that high. Okay. Alright. Hope you'll find the inheritance your parents left you. All they'd hope was that you would come into your own with a word house. You'd be so proud of how wise beyond your years you've become. Your father especially, just like him in respect. Gonna use the inheritance to buy the houses for people, isn't it? That's how this is gonna play out, isn't it? Oh yeah, I have the thing I can give him.
All right then.
I do want to check.
Isn't that... Hmm?
What now?
I mean, he's at 11. That's pretty damn close, honestly. Probably grind it up. How much magla do I have?
What
11
now?
Get a good bit of money. All right, let's go see.
Let's go.
Let's go see Tinker Man. Hey, I found another thing for you, dog.
Hello.
What up, Neurus?
That's...
Alright, let's go. I handed Neurus the junk we picked up during our trip. If you look at that, certainly doesn't appear to be a natural object. This one's a bit of a trick. You've got to follow the right steps to open.
No way!
So there's something inside. We'll tug here, and there we are. It's opened up. Ah, a lost relic. Can't believe it turned out to be a proper piece of treasure.
What?
You mean a trio? You just sort of stumbled across it. I wonder if the mechanism's the same as the old cod. Oh.
Eureka!
He said it. My greatest invention yet, a work of genius made manifest. Thank you, Eggy. Good job, Eggy. You did it.
Thank you.
Even so.
Got to say, finding these one after another is something else. I'd have wondered if it was all an elaborate prank, but the old geezer was really honest. He really mislead you.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. He said he said it was a genuine article, but so is what I didn't read the last book. I'll never forget the night of my birthday. He brought me a book, called it his gift. Downright horrifying tome entitled The Lamentation of the Underworld. Oh, the Necronomicon. Sick. He'd taken the liberty of reading it aloud when suddenly the lights went out. In the dark, he threw out on a monster costume. Started chasing me around. That damned old goat. His fault that bright-eyed young Neurus never grew up to be such a delicate and sensitive wallflower. I mean, just look at me. I don't.
Rather.
Anyhow, this is just one part of a greater whole. The more intricate bits here. I'll bet my feathers that it's made to interlock with a partner. So if we collect them all, it'll form something? Likely so. That's what the codgers say, though I haven't had any idea what it makes. And if he was right, it supported an ancient one piece of a superlative device that generates an immense and limitless. How's that possible? Even instrument that, can they?
Yeah.
That, my girl, is something we can only find out once we've seen the finished product. So please help me find them. It'll awaken his ghost. Collect them all, the old man's ghost will rise. No, if the old man's ghost shows up, then I'd put him to rest by showing him the complete collection.
Whoa.
Admit, it looks like junk to me. Been a connoisseur of junk since I was a sprout, I'll have you.
Hey.
What were you like as a child? I was an adorable, well-behaved boy from a prominent family. One day, the old cadre, who wasn't quite so old then, beckoned me over with his... Curiosity got the better of me, and I saw that he was holding a fossil, caked in mud alongside other bibbits and bobbits I couldn't get enough of. Next thing I know, I'm sneaking out of the house to dig for fossils on the cliff side with Naturally, my parents discovered this and had me grounded, but I wouldn't let that deter me, and one day, as I dug through the dirt, I picked up something that was fossil. I read every technical book under the sun, but whatever this was,
However,
though I did find a technical manual on gauntlet runners in my mad academic sprint, I got a bit invested, and then suddenly I was...
That's...
Perhaps so, old thing. Everything did seem to start there. I became the man. It's how I came the man. To be the man I am today, to chase the unknown. 18. That's just force my mind in. The direction to travel with you lot, collecting relics, that too was a result of letting the heart do. Level up, baby! Rank 2.
we're in this journey together, what?
At the start of battle on the Gauntlet Runner deck, the enemies take damage. Reduces the cost of studying the Gunner lineage. Oh, sick. Fighting on the Gauntlet Runner, enemies will now take damage at the start of the battle. Hell yeah.
Speaking of...
Oh, next clue. Hell yeah. Somewhere around here.
Right
All
then.
right. Sure it's all ship shape and ready to go. I'm counting on you in search for another relic.
This one's important.
You to find the next relic, baby. Let's go.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king
Hello,
draws
Aurora.
nearer.
I haven't saved in a while.
All right then.
I mean, I know it's auto-saving, but I haven't saved, like, save. Oh. Alright. Calico. Bowl. I mean, we can probably go see Maria, level her up. I do want to go to the runner. Because then I can see, maybe it's somewhere we can travel now. Probably not though, but you never know. But at least it'll give us a new map spot. Okay, read it. According to the old man's research, both can be found southeast. Did that. What's the fucking next one? Thought he said he had another one. You sniffing at Aurora? Well, I literally have nothing to do. We've done everything. We've done everything but stories. So let's...
All right. Where to?
Let's go.
Let's go hang out with Maria then. We're gonna hang out with Maria, Aurora. Oh, she'll go up too.
You.
Oh, this is for Maria. Alright, yeah, let's do it.
Sorry.
Actually, we're the least busy for like a week. I'll come out and ask if you say something. Well,
Kind of.
your last visit, she's been acting rather odd. She insists on helping me with anything and everything, no matter what it is. May have an idea. I'm happy she wants to help me out, but at times it feels like she's desperate to find something to do. Hey, you little wretch, look at what you've done. Oh.
Wait.
Why are you raising your voice at a child? Damn brat spilled me drink down me leg. Is that your idea of service, Fabian?
I'm sorry.
Ew, bro. Get you
Well-
another one, dog. Keep your britches on, wet as they are. Leave them at the door later for cleaning, and I'll get you another drink on the house. Apologies, but good take Marie. Aw.
I'm sorry.
Everything okay?
Yeah. By the way,
Fabian was busy talking to you, so I thought I could help out by taking care of that customer. I want to show Miss Fabian that I can carry both food and drinks. Think Miss Fabian will get rid of me? Does she not want me here anymore?
No.
Nah, dog. Hell no. Papa did. He left me all alone. Oh.
Maria. It's all right.
Wipe those tears. That scary customer's already left. Everything's just fine now. Promise I'll be a good girl from now on, really, and I won't cause any more trouble. So please, even if we're not family, can I still stay with you? Aww.
Maria.
Is that what you've been thinking this whole time? Of course you can stay here. You didn't worry about earning your keep either, silly girl, because this is your home. Maria, I may not be your mother by blood, God rest your soul, but nonetheless, you're still my most precious, my family, daughter.
Okay?
Now listen here, your papa never abandoned you. He did everything he did because he cared about you. He worked to protect everyone above all else.
Mm-hmm.
That he did. Even if we can't see him anymore, I know without a doubt he's watching over all of us. All he ever did was speak about you. He regretted every moment he had to spend away from you, and it would have made him so happy. More than anything, he wanted to give you a world where you smile and laugh with your whole heart. Help your papa too by giving him the strength to keep it.
Me too.
Aw. Fine with if you're with me, I can weather anything.
That's why.
Place your home and always will be. Rest assured, my dear girl. We have plenty of days filled with smiles and laughter.
It's all right.
You can come to me with anything, things that make you happy or sad, or if you just want to talk about your papa, I'll always be here.
Okay.
Aw.
Yeah.
Aw. Thank you so much, mister. I'm glad that and I'm with family. Rank 4.
It's okay.
Post-battle EXP speed cooking. Now cooking the Gauntlet Runner without passing time. Alright? I'm glad I came to you for help. Would you mind checking on Maria from time? I've already been doing that. What do you mean? I've already been doing that. Right about that scary customer from before. He was only a bad mood. Recently lost his job and he got in a row with his wife. He thought about what he said before and he was sorry for yelling at you. Said he wanted to apologize to you.
I see.
I think I get it now. You have to say what you mean out loud or else no one else will know. That means there's more that I can do. Go and wash up and before bed, how about you help me test some new dishes?
Thank you.
No problem. Good shit. Said goodbye to Maria and Fabian and returned to the group.
Well then.
What do you want to know?
You think there can't be anything, right? Alright, you need some help, lady?
What are you playing at?
Please refrain from speaking to me. I'm trying to concentrate and can't afford... Okay, pal. Must be the fool who thinks... What the hell?
What?
Dick? I'm a chef who once served His Royal Majesty, otherwise known as the Queen of Cuisine.
Whoa.
I've done some serious skill to make food for royalty. Dickie, you don't work there anymore? Maybe not. If I could choose a king to serve, I'd want a true gourmet with a refined palate. But by the looks of you, I'm sure your taste must be different.
Hey?
Oh boy. I aim to cook something to raise the sunken spirits of this town, so I'd appreciate a dish that I could use as inspiration for my own cooking. Is 5,000 and appropriate. Or I'll also add in some of my high quality. Well, I'm not simply looking for a dish that tastes good. I need a creation that will help revitalize this town's very spirit. A dish that uses local specialties on the stomach and raises one after a taste. I wonder if it's just Fabienne's thing. I don't want to steal her thunder, though.
Okay. Let's give it a shot.
Key to bringing cheer back to the people of Martyria is apparently mellow milk. Alright, we'll get a limp goldfish and some poi.
Yeah.
Alright, well, that's one thing.
I'm just incredulous.
I don't want to run around town, see if there's anybody standing around. I can grab a
What do you want to
grab
do?
a quest from.
Why? Thank you, you really helped me out. Well met, eh?
Okay, maybe there's somebody in this part of town. The unfortunate part of town.
Leave it out, mate.
Whoa, is that another fairy? Yeah. I love the humidity. No one else will come near me though. That said, the air here is getting really nasty, giving me the most massive headache. Finally cleared up now. It's back to nice and muggy.
can't stand it.
Is that a cat? Oh.
Oh, what a pity.
You will? Oh, that'd be aces.
I don't see anybody. Help. Unless they're in like this part of town. This just up to the castle. Oh yeah. Oh well, I mean, can I go in? Is that allowed?
Well, I guess that's the end of it. Hey!
What up? I wonder if we can use that manor to help out his. What's his? Oh, what? Oh shit! Thanks, bro. Meow.
All right.
Right, I don't see anybody else. Did
Let's
I
go.
get anything I need to trade?
Hey,
Oh, I did.
What'll it be?
The hell did I get? Oh, okay. We got a pole arm, which is a Damascus club. Don't I already have that? Superior gritty pole arm. A Sanctor's mace. Okay. And like a gritty long arm. The lance allows for both slashing and thrusting. 80.
What now?
Is that good for her? Is that an upgrade? I gotta purify. Oh, I'm guessing if I purify, this is gonna get better. Hold on. Well, I guess I can go over to town, can't I?
All right. Where to?
let's go.
I mean, I guess we have the item.
Closure.
Closure. Closure, chats. Oh yeah, 199 increases damage. Oh, it's more mimic hitting. Okay, okay. And its attack is. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. Oh, are these the throwing things for that one guy's? I mean, 200's not bad. I mean, let's just have this. Let's just get all this done, so I have it if I need. Wait, can I like put it back and forth? I'm gonna look that up actually. Not right this second. Hobo, what up? Hello, it's been a minute. Doing well, hello. Well, is there anybody around town that's
All right then.
I can talk to about anything? Doesn't look. Oh, I guess I can see what they sell in here now. But yeah, what up, Bobo? Been doing well. Had a good Tuesday.
Welcome.
What kind of stuff you got in here? what do we got? I can't afford any of them. So it's all the new ones. What are these? Age group. What the hell even is? These are expensive as piss. Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. Alright,
Alright then.
well, I don't, dude, I got nothing to do. I've done everything. I did everything too quick, so I guess we're just gonna go hang out with Heisman.
Alright then.
I assume he's on the ship.
Let's go.
Awful big bridges for.
Oh, there he is.
Ah, it's you.
What up, Heisman? Training drills? On it, boss. I'll help you out. That'll help me understand you. Yeah. I suppose knowing the fighting style of your allies would help broaden your possible strategy. Sounds reasonable. Mark my technique closely, then you'll learn. Power training does take time. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I like Heisman. He might be my favorite character.
Now then.
Let's start with a little test. You can keep. No, ain't no way, dog. Can't say long, but I hope you're. Yo, bro. It's a Tuesday night. If you got work or something, you got you got stuff to do yourself. I understand, but it's good to see you. It's good to see you. I am surviving. And yeah, I'm a very boring person. That's very routine, and I'm trying to get my shit. So thanks for stopping in. I always like seeing old friends, old faces. So I'm glad you stopped in. If your reactions are fast enough, you win. Do I have to play a mini game here?
Huh?
Adulting is yeah. One more time.
All right.
Oh. Well, I hope your adulting isn't going too bad. I've been streaming a lot this past week. That's a rarity for me. Trying to scale back, do more editing. Looking for work, doing work, you know, stay afloat. You know how it be.
May I speak?
Your enemies aren't going to wait for you. Your body must move on instant time. To buy time for your mind. How can I do this?
Well,
Finding these answers is part of training. No clear answer, no correct way of improving, but at the very least you can decide what fires.
Then...
Want to keep going? Hell yeah, I do. Also, I'm going to drink some water, chat.
Then...
It seems enough for one day, shall we share a drink? Let us retire to my castle, back on the runner. Oh.
Oh.
Found some fine spirits for myself, but even ambrosia would be tasteless. Like a cup of tea and stuff. Miss your hometown?
No.
Not particularly. Talking with you just reminded me of a long time since I abandoned my home. Son died without ever seeing that village. He looked up tonight, you know. He had a stout heart and that little might have grown up to be a fine knight himself. Another wish unfulfilled, I suppose. I'll never forget the day I cremated my son's body and how does that equate to
The truth is...
the way of the UG? We burn the bodies of the deadly bone. Soul is freed through the fire. Once released from the body, they go to their place in the beyond. Then those who remain must lay the bones to rest somewhere suitable for the dead. However, I have yet to find a place fit for my son to take his final rest. I can't imagine I'd be happy for the bones to be eternally.
I apologize.
find his place.
No.
We have an important mission to accomplish. No room for detours, Minion. For your
Let's
son's
do
sake.
it.
Thank you.
I thank you for your kindness. Already helping everybody else out. A toast, then, to cement our vow. You with a cup of delicious.
Cheers.
Commemorate our coming together into the beginning of morning. I can sense Heismay's heartache for his departed son and his trust as a friend and ally. Rank 2.
My boy. Are you watching?
Displays the location of strong enemies on dungeon maps. Oh,
thanks.
hell yeah.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Another day done.
All right then.
We gotta find a dish. Wait, you're a Bond? You're a Bond, Barden?
Oh, you.
I do remember Lady Joanna disappearing at times, but I had not the slightest doubts about her then. I believed every word Joanna Morris had to say, and I carried on without a care in the world. In some ways, the situation shined a light upon my own weakness. I shall not make that mistake, and I'll not make that.
The truth is...
Wait, hold on.
Pardon?
Hold on.
All right then.
I think I have literally nothing else. I'm caught up on like everything but that milk fucking thing.
Oh, you. The truth is... Thank you. And let me say it again. The town is safe now thanks to you.
Thank God I
Couldn't be
don't have
more
to read.
grateful to you.
Barden! I heard you fixed up the hole in my shop's wall while I was gone. I could kiss you.
It were no trouble at all. Your bonny wife had need of help, and we all have need of your shop.
Well, that may be, but I never knew a captain to be so generous.
My only wish is to render assistance in any way I can.
That's a lot like us.
Whatever wee matters I can take care of, I will. Even if they might not turn out as well as yours did.
What the hell? You bumped into me? Well, who could avoid those massive ears, you damn Rousant?
Oh.
Looks like I need to go keep a brawl at bay. Hey, listen, both of you. Enough already.
Classic.
Sorry about that. Right tragedy for the town hero to see something so disgraceful.
I see worse in the city.
I'm not bothered, but are you?
My skin ain't that thin yet. It's just... that kind of manky scene has been more
Oh,
common
come on.
lately. Neighbours coming to blows. Good lads fighting. Whole town is right anxious. And that's what I wanted to discuss with you. I'm curious about you and your pals. You're all of different tribes, eh? Even got Heismay to join up with you. How exactly did you get so many different people to come together as one?
Antagonist powers.
We have a shared vision, one which will benefit everyone.
I mean that too,
answer's
but
befitting
protagonist
of you.
powers.
So that's what brought you all together. And you're the idealistic leader. So it is. What we need here is a leader everyone acknowledges. We need a new system where the people themselves govern the town.
That seems like it'd be difficult.
Aye, there are many problems which remain. But having a real goal makes a difference. Thanks for being so accommodating. If you can manage it, would you help me out again sometime? With your consult, I know this town will keep getting better.
I'd be happy to help.
Can I refuse?
That would be a great help. Thank you. With your support, I'll be sure to make this town a nicer place to live.
What fucking bond are you out of nowhere, Barden?
The Honorable Guardsman, Barden.
Commander.
Within him dwells the virtue of the commander.
All right.
Nurture thy bond with him, and a new power yet slumbering within thee may awaken.
Okay.
I shall protect the town you all saved.
Party can now study the commander. Consent of the heroic embodiment of the commander from Barden. Oh, what's that guy? What's he do?
I'd be glad if you came back soon. I'll try to have good news for you by then.
Well, alright. Command this. Arteria's acting leader, genial man determined to help the town recover from the loss with guiding figure. You got a free show ticket? Oh, hell yeah, Anna. Congrats. So now we're just missing 3 bonds. Okay, I'm gonna go see what.
Where to?
Oh, I need to go on to.
Go.
Yep, and I need to see what milk things I can cook because I need the ingredients. Milk. Coney stew. There's benevolent bread. White bread so soft that it's soul. What, okay, what did she, what, just food? Is that what it is? Bring cheer back to the people. I mean, the bread sounds good. Where can I buy? What the fuck is it? I need fragrant spice. Where the hell do I get fragrant spice?
All right then.
All right. Well, let's.
Where to?
The butcher has it.
Let's go.
Not. I guess we'll just have to go back to Tread. Got any spice? I could give a speech. I don't really.
All right then. Let's go.
Doubt these guys love spice, right?
Leave it out, mate.
Oh, what a pity.
You will? Oh, that'd be aces.
Excuse me?
Oh, there's a fragrant spice I need. Oh shit.
Can we talk?
Thank you, mister.
Can I buy more than one?
Excuse me?
Can I buy multiples?
Thank you, miss.
Alright, I guess we can't buy multiples. But, okay.
All right,
That's a little.
Let's head there right away.
What? Alright, let's make the bread. Maybe she likes bread.
Really?
Where the fuck am I supposed to cook?
All right then. Where to?
Let's go.
Where the hell am I supposed to cook? Is that the only place I can cook?
All right then.
Well, what the hell?
Where to?
Can I cook? Can I? I don't think I can cook at the Hushed Honeybee, can I? Probably not. I can check, I guess.
Let's go.
I don't think I can.
You know.
I don't want that.
All right then.
Well, oh, god damn it. Okay, can I really cook when it's moving? What? Hold on, I'm looking. Okay, this one I'm actually cooking in. There's got to be a place I can cook, right? There's no way it's only. Oh, you could only cook when it's going, right? Cooking can only be done when the Gauntlet Runner is active and running to a location. Oh my. Well, that's fucking annoying. Alright.
Go.
Bro, I ain't got nothing.
Stay there.
Have anything new? Okay,
Where to?
Let's go.
In my ass. Oh, hold on, it's raining. We can get some cash, can't we? Hold on.
All right then.
Oh, hold on.
Go.
Oh, hold on. We can get some cashola right now.
You've come at a good
What
time.
up? 7. Holy, how much I got? 13? I do 5. 8. I can give that up. Alright, now we got a little bit of cashola.
All right then.
Always good. Bro, I literally have nothing to fucking. Okay, what is my.
What now?
Imagination's getting close to 3. So is courage. Isn't decent.
All right then. Where to?
I just go get some wisdom.
Let's go.
I just give some wisdom. We'll do a new spot.
You have my thanks.
What do you think?
Hmm. Painted the truth and they cut me loose for. Yeah.
Pardon?
Whoa.
You can see Deaconate Castle city is small compared to the royal capital, but I think it's more old-fashioned, like this. Taking the view for a bit, who knows, might just broaden our rice. I've fucking nothing else to do.
Right?
Damn, this is a sick view though, honestly. Look at that. Nowhere near as bustling as the capital, but it doesn't feel rural either, and the shopping is not bad. Being so close to the main road, a lot of merchants where people want to live quiet, contented lives.
Yeah.
Everything that happened must have shaken this city to the core.
All right.
3. We're almost there. Bro, I need something to do.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
9. Chat. Add about 3.
All right then.
Oh, okay, so I can hang out with Heisman. You gonna level? Oh, he's gonna level up. Maria can level up. Hold on, what's her name? Let's check to see first if there's any bounty, but probably not.
Take a look.
No bounty.
All right then.
Oh, it's sale day, but I don't have anything to buy, so that doesn't fucking matter.
All right then. Let's head there right away.
Ugh. I guess we could give a fucking speech, huh?
This place.
No, I don't want that. I want no. I want to see the fucking statue.
Hang on. Isn't that? Let's see.
Oh, but we get some money back, bro.
Yep.
All right.
All right then.
Assassinate rank. Oh, hold on. That might be enough. Well, yeah, well, I guess let's go to the highest man, huh? Fast travel, man. What up?
My thanks.
A cemetery on the outskirts of town. Okay.
Huh.
Plenty of new graves, possibly victims of those dark doings at the castle. Perhaps my boy would find solace here among many. Seems they don't cremate their dead here. Don't want my son feeling out of place, being the only child. Hard enough for a boy his age to fit in.
That means.
My thanks.
Think we do well to check other options.
My apologies.
How about somewhere deeper in the forest? Don't mind indulging me just a bit further. I don't mind, dog. Seems a peaceful place at first glance, but it's not really so, is it?
No.
Pattering footsteps from beasts among the trees, the smell of animal waste. I can feel them eyeing us from the shadows. It's too dangerous.
True. We shouldn't.
I think it's still too early to make a decision. Look at other looks. Well, why not?
My thanks. The truth is,
all Yuji travel far and wide to find the perfect resting place. Some build an altar at home, some scatter the bones, bury them beneath. Hey, we got a tree we can go to if you want. Most simply bury the bones in the villages. After all that contemplation, they come back to work. Most people used to irritate me to no end. When I was younger, I'd loathe their indecision and look down on them. But as I got on in the years, I came to understand something. It's not so easy to overcome the death of someone close. That's why when you lose someone, you need time for that. Very hesitant. I've certainly found I will not eat my wound.
Even so.
That being said, this isn't your concern. You've already done more than enough for me.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Listen.
You're an oddball.
Then.
Might take to the Gauntlet Runner again. This time I'd like to see somewhere full of open space. I mean, could take you to the tree.
Hmm?
Maybe I'm just imagining.
What happened?
No.
It just looks like a place my son loved.
My son.
I think it was around the time he finally started walking. Even when he stumbled and fell, he always leapt right back up, all smiles. Chased bugs through grass far taller than him, laughing even when he fell, bringing me flowers and pebbles clutched tight in his little fist. Even now, it is as he might burst out of the grass at any moment, beaming and covered in burrs, but I know 'tis.
My apologies.
Didn't mean for you to see me like that, but yes, this could be a fine place for him to stay. Silence is peaceful, the wind is gentle, it feels a place wholly apart from the nightmare of our world. I'm sure my son would love it too. He always loved to run with the wind.
But
yet, gonna keep looking.
Not so.
Not it. I just have one thing that's holding me back. That sweet smell on the wind. It reminds me of a faraway hill. Hill where my hometown lies.
What?
No.
It occurred to me, but I've not visited even once since I left. I really doubt they'd welcome me back. The wind blows in my home sweeter than any I've known. Let's go already then. Wonder if my son will feel this. Never even gave him the chance to see my village before. No room for hesitation, especially for my son's sake. He deserved no less than of every option.
I'm in your debt.
Walking around with you, I find myself determined to return home again. Feels like something I never realized alone, and I'm grateful our paths crossed.
He. Now. A new power.
I must come to a decision.
Party can now study the assassin. Oh baby, level 2. He's almost at 20 as well, so we can almost just get him there. Welcome back, chat. We learned the assassin from Heisme. Thank you for putting up with my indecisiveness. Let's head to my village another day. Call upon me when you...
Homeward, then.
For today, let's rejoin our comrade. Oh.
All right then. Where to? Where to?
Let's go.
Can't travel at night, right?
Really?
I just want to see if there's somewhere to go.
And right there's a labyrinth.
There's a runner.
This is where Brylehaven is, like down here or some shit. Or is it over here? I don't remember. I thought it was like down here, but I don't remember.
Here's where we are now.
Fuck, my courage isn't high enough. 132 hours to go.
I'll be waiting.
We're not the task. Courage. Well, let's work on courage then, and then we can hang out with Brigitte, huh?
All right then.
Let's go.
Man, if I'm going at 132 hours, on top of the 30 I've almost done already. Good God, help me. You know what? That platform over there is made. It's a mirror that shows you what you're made of. Times like these, you need courage where it counts. Only thing for it is to jump headlong into this canyon. The rope. Free to take the challenge if you want, but you'd fare much better if you had to. So I suppose there's no harm in trying. Take the plunge. You must first believe in yourself. You return a braver man indeed. Come now, test it. As well.
Good.
As well. Oh, baby. Let me get this straight. You're paying him to jump from here? You know what? You've survived dumber things than this. Good luck. You want to come? Alright. Oh, damn. I didn't even stop. Whoa, wee.
Wait.
You can fly. Hey. Look.
All right.
Oh, a 4 spot. Oh, we're getting close. Hold on. I think I found what we might be doing, chat. Maybe we can go to that rival gauntlet too. See what that's about. Whoa, why that? Okay. Damn, I guess a bunch of people must like that shit. How many fucking days? Where is the do I have a calendar? Oh. Oh, tomorrow. Okay.
True.
Sick. Even after all this, we're still just a bunch of nobodies. Maybe we can improve our reputation by helping some of the people around town.
True.
A wise suggestion, some upright behavior, and altruistic is just what we need to gain more. I haven't seen. I've looked around town. I haven't seen anything. I ain't seen nothing.
Right.
Okay, we depart tomorrow. Dude, should I just blitz Maria? Like, she's like every day. What's her next one at 5? Dude, I need that rank 6 though to be. Is
All right
there...
then.
I think what I'll do, we'll go to Maria, then we'll do the jump again tonight. Alright, let's go. We stand Maria in this household. Hey, what up? Talk to Miss Fabian. I want to talk to Papa too. And I wanted to ask you something. Never mind, it's nothing. Tell me what's on your mind. I want to go to the cathedral. Fabian said that Papa was always watching over.
That's why.
I thought that if Papa was watching over me too, then maybe I can talk to him. And by me.
Yeah.
The guard at the entrance reluctantly let us in. I wonder if Papa heard. Finished?
Hold on.
I told him that I'm sorry. What? For what?
By the
I thought Papa had abandoned me, but I was wrong, so I told him I was sorry. Miss Fabian said I could tell her anything, so I talked to her about a whole lot of things.
So,
I told her about Papa and how lonely I was after he listened to me. Wrong that whole time. Papa must be happy.
yeah.
Papa's job, do you think I could do it too? Ooh. Miss Fabian told me his job was to make sure everyone's okay. I loved when Papa made sure I was okay. If I cried, he'd give me a really big hug that always made me feel
That's
better.
why.
So I want to be like Papa. I want to make sure everyone else is okay too. I don't know how to fight. Does that mean I can't do it? Maybe you can make people smile.
Huh?
Really all I have to do?
Okay.
And I'll do it. First I'm gonna make sure that Miss Fabian is okay. Hell yeah. Wonder what I can do to make her happy. What's something that Miss Fabian... She says she doesn't need anything like pretty clothes, so I was thinking flowers, snacks, and a new sign. She always says the sign got beaten up by the weather. If I made it look pretty again, do you think that'll make her happy? I think so.
Wow.
Alright, I'll do just that. I'll make a new sign, and this one will have Papa and Miss Fabian and me and you all smiling together. It's the whole family.
Yeah.
Aww. You know, we'll always be family, okay? Mister, you're one of my treasures. Aww. Rank 5. Oh.
I'm okay.
Significantly reduces the mag cost of studying the healer limit. Do you know how to make a sign, mister? I know a guy. I know a guy.
Huh?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I want to come with me. I want to talk to Mr. Nuris.
Thank you. Bye.
Hell yeah. Walk me home before returning to... Alright, let's get that courage up a little more. I don't think it'll quite level up, but
It's time.
I've already bought everything I need to buy in this. Well, let's double up on courage. Excuse me, sir. Extra oh! Thin rope. Oh!
Good, good.
Ryanimus 470 asked me, Dearest Dracula, could you give us you longest Kamehameha? Kamehameha! I'm Dracula with that Flono cap. I'm smoking on that loud pack while I spit that vampiric attack. This energy wave ain't gonna lack. It's a full frontal lyrical smack bahwa.
Thank you, Dracula. What up, Brian? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Dracula flow. Dracula's a rapper, bro. He on that pack, dog. He don't give a fuck. The die has been cast, my fate is set. Whee! Enjoyed watching that. Oh, stop giving me these coins.
Now then.
Oh, hell yeah. I didn't think it was going to reach. I didn't think it was going to reach. Courage 3. Hell yeah. Now we can talk to Brigitte. Start leveling up that merchant class more.
Why, that's...
Conqueror needs precious kindling with which a follower's passion be inflamed. Don't be inflamed though. I would Oh, good shit. 9. Okay,
Time
never
marches
forget
on,
shit.
And the age of a new king
Never forget.
draws nearer.
Joker, could you tell us how epic Fat Jesus is and use Gen Z lingo?
I've seen the state of the race with my own eyes, ladies, gents, and mad
You did the
malcontents.
TTS one, not
If you
the
wanted an
last
update,
one.
here's your chance.
I'll let you do it again before this story stuff starts. Oh, I went past the time, so. Doop. Fucking turn off fucking. Well, I'll just. All right. I don't have the cheers. What? Cheers. I mean, I should just have the asset in my thing. Hold on. Where the fuck? Oh, did I turn off Joker? I don't know. Oh no, there it is. Hold on. There you go.
Fat Jesus TTV asked me, Joker, could you tell us how epic Fat Jesus is and use Gen Z lingo? Yo, Fat Jesus is straight fire, no cap. This dude's stream is lit AF, bringing the vibes like a goat. Their gameplay is bussin', keeping the squad vibing. Big W energy, fam.
Terrible mistake that I've done. Terrible mistake. Awful. Kind of a dude, I'm always exhausted. Don't you? Hold on. You'll have some money back in a second. Check. 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 I'm a little tired too. For 8 hours. I'm a little tired. Who the hell clicked on my team? Who the hell did? Well, I was gonna refund you, but it's gone. Okay. All right.
So far, we've mostly seen Gauntlet Runner skirmishes and dueling mayhem. Now it's time for the real thing. Sounds like we've lost a few candidates already too. Poor bastards went after something too nasty for their head hunt and got themselves head hunted.
Okay.
We've got some candidates who have outright given up. No confidence. Can't blame them against these odds. And some others have bought and sold out of the race.
So my day off, I had to go into work today thinking, damn. Well, at least you got the next couple days off. And hey, man, at least you get some money out of it, I guess. Ah, no problem.
Come on! That's a bit unfair, isn't it?
I suppose money's power like anything else. Military strength's not meant to decide this race anyhow.
The question is, what's our final head count going to look like? Lots of unknowns left, people, and we'll not know the truth until the exhibition. A little bird told me one of our contenders has made a bold play in Martira. They might not even come out of it with a head.
What are they scheming then? Let's hear some details.
Sorry, chums, I'm just the crier.
Well-
Can't speak for any one candidate in particular. Luckily, you'll not have long to wait now. With all that said, can't help but wonder how Count Luis is taking this, can we? My sources say he's not bothered with any of this. He's still gallivanting across the land, killing humans. And yet, even without a formal entry, Luis's voter base is still growing.
I mean, that makes
Bound
sense.
to have his eminence Forden grinding his teeth. That, for now, let's enjoy the show.
All right, let's head to the next place.
Right, everyone. Farewell said, particulars packed.
All that remains is to ride to Oceania with pride in our hearts.
Watch out, Luis. You won't know what hit you.
No roadhead? Damn it, Ryan.
Well then, we're off to the races, what? Old Barden's giving me a detailed map of the area.
Oh, hell
Sounds
yeah.
like quite a journey. I hope it won't be as bumpy as last time.
Oh no, it'll be a sight smoother. But you've got wings. What are you fussing for?
Yeah, you could just float.
Oh, there it is. Should have known the fatigue would hit eventually. About time I got some sleep.
See you later, Stroll.
Heis, mate. Why are you on my bed? You're positively miniature, man. There are plenty of other places fit for you to sleep.
Classic.
Yes. Splendid. Just magnificent.
What is he dreaming about?
I hope you've no designs on taking my bed. I have cut men down for less.
With friends like these.
Go to that beanbag chair in the basement. Alright, where are we heading? Port Brilehaven, the capital of the Principality of whatever you just said. If we punch it south of Martaria, we'll make it in, say, about 3 nights, 4 days or so. Oh, we can see Catherine along the way.
Whoa!
My god, it's like stormy
Here's
along
where
the path.
Here's where we are now.
We're gonna see something along the 2 things along the way, as
see.
well as a
Let us hurry.
village, Enundo, a small village seated in a wetland. See Catherine
see.
along the way. If
Hold
I get
on.
to cook along
Here's
the
where
fucking
we are
way,
now.
thank God.
Here's where we. All right.
Alright, well, what do we do? What, do I have to choose it?
This place.
Oh, hey!
Large city of prosperous commerce, due in no small part to its oceanside proximity, I envision droves of people pour in for the... I mean, that makes sense. All the people delayed by the landslide might still be showing up. Keep an eye on the road. Okay, new. On it, boss. Why I never...
Ryan 470 asked me,
hello.
hey, Joker, tell us about the great movie Morbius and use millennial lingo. Listen up, folks. So Morbius is like super lit, right? It's like if you mix vampire vibes with superhero swag, Jared Leto is doing his thing all edgy and brooding. It's the ultimate blend of epicness.
Port Brilehaven,
Bad
carry
timing,
the
Ryan.
Principality of Oceania.
Bad
A
timing.
world unknown to them. What will they accomplish? Acclaim? Or
Fuck, I didn't hear any of that. Shit. What, lore? Fuck lore, I guess. Yeah, what's that? If you're hurting for things to do, hop on over to the lounge. I fixed the plant culture chain. See, I don't have seeds. Well, how the fuck? I don't have seeds. Where do you buy seeds?
What to pick?
Honestly, this might be a good time to end stream. This game from the same creators as Persona. Yes, this is an Atlas game. It's a more, it is a fantasy take. It has very much more adult themes, adult story. A lot of similar things, like the bond system is kind of like, you know, all the friendships, you know, and the archetypes are kind of like Personas, and the turn-based combat is kind of similar, but it's definitely its own thing. It's definitely a, I would say this is rated T for teen. I'm surprised it's not M for mature, but I would say this is a very adult-oriented game more than a kid-oriented. At least from what I've so far. There's already, like, the themes and everything they're talking about is already huge out there. Adult game? No, not like that adult game. Like, you know, you're not gonna, like a 13-year-old's not gonna fucking not gonna fucking be as enthralled or know as much of the inner working subtext stuff as somebody who might be old. We haven't saved in about 4. Am I at 29 hours? 28 hours? 29 hours in. The old double save. Third of the way. We're a third of the way in. Oh man. 8.5 hours. I'm tired. Tired, and I gotta be up in the morning, chat. So we're gonna find somebody to raid. How's that sound to you guys? Supposed to be cold tonight too, almost freezing. Not even November. It's starting to get cold. Hug. Well, I'm not tired because I'm doing anything important. I'm just tired because I've been streaming for 8.5 hours. This game has sucked me in. I'm glad I took all these afternoons and days to play this. I'm not even going to be done by Friday. Like nowhere near. So I'm glad I took a week to just get a ton of it done. So it's 42. It's going to get down to like 34 for us tonight, or 35, like the coldest it's gotten, you know, since probably early. Yeah, it's 45 here now. So it's gonna be chilly. It's gonna be chilly out. And I like it when it's colder. But at the same time, when it's cold out, I'm not as wakey. Alright, everybody. We are going to go raid the Botan BT. I don't like to hold my hands during the winter chap up. I like the cold. I like the cold, and I like, well, not the cold. I like it when it's like, you know, 30s-ish, that cold. Like, it's cold, but not, you know, unbearable. Up to like 60s and 60s. Like 30 to 60 degrees. Oh man, that's the big chill. But we're gonna go say what's up to Botan. Doing a 24-hour anniversary stream Botan's good people. Go say what's up to them. We'll be back tomorrow for another day of this. It might be 3:30 or 4 again. I might have to shave an hour and a half off because we're going into town. So we'll see how long it takes. But no problem. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming all week. I might take a couple hours off on Thursday or Friday early to play some Overwatch if anybody wants it. But aside from that, this is what we're playing this week. So go say what's up to Botan. Put a smile. Don't put a smile. Go say what's up. Go congratulate Botan on the anniversary stream. And I will see you guys sometime tomorrow afternoon CST, just like when I started up the past work. Yeah, go say what's up. See you later, everybody. Bye.